and that decides it. So I think for Arjun, golden opportunity, yeah. Rapid खेल के
Absolutely.
आपको classical मिल रहा है.
I think it's not even classical. It's just a different format in itself, right?
Yeah.
It's freestyle. And also, I think, chat, let's keep in mind the format. I don't know if you have a graphic to explain this, but I can kind of go over briefly. Sahaj bhai and chat, basically, we're going to have 7 rounds today. So, 8 opponent hai, 7 games honge. Everybody plays everybody. Iska matlab, we're going to have a match between Arjun and Magnus as well. Aaj hi so तैयार रहना भाई. Last time table banging हुई थी भाई when they played. So let's see क्या होता है. As day one पे राउंड रॉबिन होगा. Everybody plays everybody, साज भाई. And उसमें से top 4 semi-finals में जाएंगे. And of course, while we get to see Arjun play every day, regardless of the results, he'll be there. We want to see him in the top 4 क्योंकि वही बंदा चैंपियन बन सकता है.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Nicely explained there. And I think, again, I know for Arjun, like, this is a big event, and but at the same time, I feel it's a golden opportunity because Arjun ko fast chess pasand hai. He likes creating that havoc on the board. And I think this is, I think, like almost a dream scenario for Arjun. I have to say that Arjun finishing top 4 after today is not going to be a huge surprise to me. What about you?
Absolutely, and chat, but it's very neck to neck because let's not forget कि players कौन से खेल रहे हैं, because your competitors matters as well. And right now, if you look at the players list, number 1 we have none other than Magnus Carlsen. भाई कोई इवेंट नहीं छोड़ते ये, अभी स्पीड चेस चैंपियन जीत के आ रहे हैं, and he wants another title to his name. By the way, the only world championship he's not had so far, so I'm pretty sure he wants to add it to his crown. So he's going to bring his A game. उसके अलावा we have Levon Aronian who literally won the tour, or won the, not the tour, but at least the
A
event,
leg
right, in
of it.
South Africa. So he's
Yes.
won a couple of events even in Las Vegas. Then we have like Sindarov, the World Cup winner, who's in the form of his life. Then we have Fabiano Caruana, and start with the list just goes on.
Yeah, I think a very very tough event, and chat में काफी लोग लिख रहे हैं कि अर्जुन फॉर्म में नहीं है and all of this, but I think इसी इवेंट के साथ ही तो आप फॉर्म में आओगे. I mean, and if we take away Tata Steel from Arjun's sort of people saying him not being in form, think about all the fast events he has played in the past, right? GCL, World Rapid and Blitz. I mean, Tata Steel Blitz, and all of these events he has performed spectacular when it comes to faster chess. So सिर्फ टाटा स्टील में ही परफॉर्मेंस ठीक नहीं थी और वो क्लासिकल इवेंट था. Again, I want to reiterate, there are two players who I think are, of course, for me, Magnus is a favorite. I think for everyone, Magnus would be a favorite because of his, let's say his form, his class, whatever it is. Like, he's basically untouchable. But there are two players who I think in this format can give him a very big challenge, and one of them is Arjun, and one of them is Sindarov for me.
For me, maybe
भाई आप
Aronian as
थोड़ा.
well, Saj bhai. I think Aronian is going to be
Yes,
super, super
of
crucial as
course,
well
Aronian as well.
because he has kind of aced this format. His experience really helps him bring out the best in him. So let's see what happens. Meanwhile, the players are going to the seats. Hans Niemann versus Magnus Carlsen. Oh, bhai, jacket utar rahe hai. Bhai, fight tagdi hone wali hai. I can also see Magnus pull up his sleeves there in the background. Do we have Arjun's camera?
Oh, भाई, let's go.
ओह भाई साहब, पानी की बोतल डालने का भी स्टाइल है. बाय द वे, देयर इट इज, एरिगेसी अर्जुन वर्सेस विंसेंट काइमर, द टू प्लेयर्स हु शुड हैव बीन इन द कैंडिडेट्स बट कुडंट मेक इट. बढ़िया. अरे क्या मजा
मैं.
आने वाला है सहज भाई. भाई आई एम हाइप्ड.
Oh, Samay bhai, do I need to switch the? Ah, okay.
लेट्स गो 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 गो. मजा आने वाला है भाई. चैट, वी आर रेडी
भाई
फॉर
कर दिया.
अनदर वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप. मेनी मेनी, वन ऑफ मेनी टू कम दिस ईयर. लेट्स सी क्या होता है. अर्जुन, बाय द वे, नॉट एट द बोर्ड येट.
There he is. There
ये
he
लेट्स गो.
is. We have lift off very very soon. Arjun playing with the white piece. भाई पहली चाल क्या लग रही है chat?
ओ
And साहिल
जी,
भाई.
अच्छा G3 इसने चला. ओ G4 ही प्लेज या.
Oh, I
And
think he goes for it. Yeah, he plays G4.
yeah, he does. And chat, let's keep in mind, well begun is half done. It's super crucial to play very well. G4 खेलते सारे पीस एडजस्ट किए. Knights and C4, क्या ही इंटरेस्टिंग सेटअप है ऐसा दोनों पॉन चलने का.
Absolutely. C4 ka, it makes more sense that knight C3 will happen, and okay, you're covering more space, and g4 से of course you are sort of activating your bishop. And now there are two interesting moves for black. One is कि भाई मैं सीधा long castle कर सकता हूँ, but that's dangerous. Yeah, I can also throw b4 knight b3 and just launch a early attack there. And the other one is black can just play something simple like g6. ठीक है भाई,
Hmm.
आप g4 खेल रहे हो, आप अपना बिशप एक्टिवेट कर रहे हो, I'll do the same.
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। एंड चैट कह रही है हमें कि ये रोलेक्स है जो फ्री स्टाइल ने हर किसी प्लेयर को गिफ्ट करी है। सो फ्री स्टाइल भाई, अगर कोई एनएम फ्री स्टाइल करना हो तो आई एम ऑलवेज अवेलेबल। मीनवाइल सहज भाई
भाई
वो पीछे
अगर
स्क्रीन।
कोई अगर
हाँ।
2491 एंड बिलो का कोई जीएम टूर्नामेंट करना हो फ्री स्टाइल में, तो आई एम ऑल्सो इन भाई।
हाँ, ये भी कर सकते हैं, ये भी
बिकॉज
कर
गेस
सकते हैं।
व्हाट साहिल भाई, 2490 हो गई है, लेट्स गो।
अच्छा हाँ भाई, 2491 इज साहज भाई न्यू रेटिंग, लाइक ही इज गेटिंग फार
2490।
अवे फ्रॉम हिज गोल। साहज भाई 2400 क्या चल रहा है ये?
90 भाई, 90 अभी भी वो 10 पॉइंट बचे हैं। जब तक वो 10 पॉइंट नहीं आएंगे तब तक अच्छा नहीं लगेगा, बट आई आई हैव टू से कि पहले से बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है अभी।
Yeah. And by the way, format chat, anybody joining in, we have the format in the description. We did share it at the start, but I'm going to briefly explain it again. आज 7 राउंड है, टॉप 4 go to the semifinals, and semifinals से final, and the winner becomes the world champion in the freestyle format. And of course सारे players पूरा टूर्नामेंट खेलेंगे, बट 5th से 8th प्लेस के लिए फाइट करने में उतना मजा नहीं है, इतना 1 to 4th है। साथ कल हम यही बोल रहे होंगे 5th से 8th में भी खेलने में मजा है बट हमें पता है कि 1 to 4 में ज्यादा मजा है भाई।
Of course, bhai, of course, because it's high stakes and you're fighting for the world championship title. So basically, आज ही ये correct me if I'm wrong, Sahil, but आज ही decide हो जाएगा कि whether Arjun is fighting for the world championship title or not, right?
Yes.
Because if he's in the fifth and the eighth bracket, then of course he's no longer um
Yeah.
going for it. But इसके chances बहुत कम है. I have to say कि for me Arjun is like more or less a favorite for me here.
चलो लेट्स सी। एंड राइट नाउ D3 चैट करिए, स्लाइट एरर चैट। आई डोंट थिंक इट्स अ मिस्टेक। आई थिंक यहाँ पे ध्यान रखना है कि वी आर इन कंप्लीटली अनचार्टेड टेरिटरी, किसी पेड़ को पता नहीं है यहाँ पे क्या करना है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल अपेरेंटली D3 के बदले D4 वॉज द बेस्ट। आपके किंग के सामने का पॉन आप 2 कदम चल दो, व्हेन इट्स नॉट इवन प्रोटेक्टेड, या इट्स नॉट इजी। सो लेट्स
Hmm.
प्ले मूव्स यू आर कंफर्टेबल विद, दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। स्ट्रक्चर से कंफर्टेबल रहने चाहिए। अर्जुन इज डूइंग द बेस्ट ही कैन। We have Vincent Keimer also still thinking क्या पता वही गलती कर दे, because this is not easy. I love this scene by the way जहां लेफ्ट में प्लेयर राइट में प्लेयर, एंड साथ में we have seen this before कि प्लेयर्स यूजुअली पहली 5 चालों में ही ब्लंडर आफ्टर ब्लंडर करते कई बार।
Yeah, for sure. And in this format, yeah, 10+5. I mean, blunders actually हम क्लासिकल में देख रहे थे भाई, ये टाटा स्टील में it was happening. ये तो फ्री
Faj,
स्टाइल है और रैपिड भी है भाई, तो
Faj bhai,
दैट बी प्रिपेयर्ड, सब लोग ब्लंडर कर सकते हैं यहाँ पे।
I forgot it's 10+5 for a second because I forgot to mention, look at Vincent's time. It's already almost less than 3 minutes on Arjun. That's crazy.
भाई अर्जुन यहाँ पे प्रिपरेशन कैसे करके आया, ये दैट हैज टू बी स्टडीड। बाय द वे, ही गोस g5, एन इंटरेस्टिंग मूव, एंड
Wow.
ही गोस knight c3 टू डिफेंड द पॉन ऑन b2। मुझे लग रहा था कि वो d3 इसलिए खेल रहा था कि वो बिशप c3 खेल के इस बिशप को ट्रेड करना चाहता है, बट आई थिंक अर्जुन
हाँ।
डिसाइडेड अगेंस्ट इट। बट नाउ अर्जुन प्लान इज सिंपल, या लॉन्ग कासल, बिशप d2, नाइट b3, ऐसे सिंपल सिंपल खेलो। एंड चैट, अगर आप ये लॉन्ग कासल से कंफ्यूज हो तो ये याद रखना कि आप कास्टलिंग नॉर्मल जैसे आप क्लासिकल में करते हो
Chat.
वैसे, अगर वो वाले घर खाली हैं तो आप
I,
कासल कर सकते हो।
Sahaj bhai, chat, you want to guess the best move in this position? Take a wild guess, chat. What could be the best move in this position? Just to show you
I
कितना
see
मुश्किल है
it.
freestyle.
I
Take a
see it.
wild guess.
I'm not buying it.
What could be the best move? Like a random guess.
भाई
बोलते ना
मैं मान ही नहीं
मतलब
रहा, ये चाल ही नहीं है, तो ये
I9,
क्या
like
चाल है?
मतलब I9 would be like pawn to I9 would be a more believable move than this. Take a wild guess. Yes भाई, you are absolutely computer technique भाई, आपने पक्का कंप्यूटर खोला हुआ, because king c2 is the best move सहाज भाई। ये मतलब ये मतलब एलियंस छोड़ के गए थे यहाँ पे चाल की हमने ही बनाई है।
भाई भाई, फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल किंग सी टू इतना वियर्ड इसलिए बिकॉज व्हाइट लॉन्ग कासल कर सकता है।
एग्जैक्टली।
एंड यू आर सेइंग ठीक है, अगर लॉन्ग कासल मेरा रुक भी एक बेटर स्क्वायर पे आ रहा है, बट किंग को उसको लगता है कि नहीं, आर्टिफिशियल कासल करते हो तो इट्स बेटर फॉर सम रीजन। ये इतना वियर्ड मूव है कि आई मतलब एक सेकंड के लिए आई वाज थिंकिंग भाई नाइट तो नहीं बोल रहा है ये।
बताओ यार, एंड
लाइक
चैट बाकी
नाइट
गेम्स भी
सी टू
देखेंगे।
93 मेक्स मोर सेंस।
Exactly, you're blocking the knight, blocking the rook, knight d4, knight b4 checks allow कर रहे हो, makes no sense. I think knight b3 instead, काफी logical second best move, makes more sense. चाहे बात बाकी भी देखेंगे, but I think round one let's focus on Arjun. We'll come to other games as we figure out top 4 में कौन कौन है, and also major update for Prague Masters. हैंस ने रिप्लेस तो किया है, बट ही डिड नॉट रिप्लेस गुकेश, ही रिप्लेस थाई दाई वैन. सो गुकेश, अरविंद in the Prague Masters, and also Divya and Surya in the Prague Challengers. तो वो भी हम most likely cover करेंगे. It's going to be amazing. Meanwhile, साज भाई, back to the game. Be sure you to play.
अरे भाई ये न्यूज़ नहीं पता था यार, आप बढ़िया बढ़िया न्यूज़ आप बताते हो हर बार.
बस
दिस इज
भाई.
ह्यूज. बट Thai Ivan not playing. I mean, he's basically the number one player from Czech Republic, so it's a bit strange.
या इट इज स्ट्रेंज एंड आई एम जस्ट हैप्पी कि गुड न्यूज आ रही है साहज भाई. आई होप आज के दिन के अंत में भी गुड न्यूज ही मिले, बिकॉज दैट्स द वन दैट मैटर्स. एंड टाइम वाइज अभी भी 2.5 मिनट की लीड. एंड चैट, वी हैव स्ट्रीम्ड फ्री स्टाइल बिफोर, बट यूजली वो क्लासिकल या शॉर्ट क्लासिकल फॉर्मेट. साहज भाई ने कहा दिस इज लिटरली साहज भाई ऑलरेडी ब्लिट्स. एंड लुक एट दिस बिशप जी3, व्हाट अ मूव.
आई मीन क्लासिकल के हिसाब से ना इसको आप ब्लिट्स भी कह सकते हो. ओके, इट्स काइंड ऑफ स्ट्रेचिंग इट, क्योंकि आपके पास 5 सेकंड का इंक्रीमेंट अभी भी है. बट 2-3 मिनट तो आपको पोजीशन समझने में लगते हैं, बिकॉज इट्स कम्प्लीटली न्यू. या श्योर, यू आर एनालाइजिंग इट विद योर विद अदर पीपल एंड ऑल ऑफ दैट, बट स्टिल पोजीशन को समझने के लिए 2-3 मिनट तो लगते ही है. तो इट्स ऑलमोस्ट लाइक बिफोर 5 मिनट्स आर डन, लाइक यू आर ऑलरेडी प्लेइंग ब्लिट्स एसेंशियली. तो दिस इज वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू have. And by the way, chat, कल का टाइम कंट्रोल सेम नहीं रहेगा. कल it's going to be 25+5. तो कल is going to be a bit slower than today and less rounds. पर लेकिन आज is basically just rapid.
Absolutely. And chat, look at this. Rook takes c3. Sahaj bhai, that's not the move I had in my mind, yeah? मतलब bishop takes क्यों नहीं मारा भाई? Explain to us why rook c3.
भाई I'll tell you why rook c3, because अर्जुन को समझ आ गया king c2 king b1 खेलना है. उसको लगा कि
No
मैं rook
chance.
c3 पहले खेलता हूँ, फिर king c2 king c1 king b1 लाऊंगा. अर्जुन के दिमाग में यही चल रहा है. चैट, you know this.
Yeah, chat definitely knows this. Chat को सब पता है. Chat पता है ना?
Yes.
हाँ लिखो भाई, चलो come on. But anyway, chat, do like the stream. Let's get to 500 likes. Let's not forget कि भाई diamond membership आपका इंतजार कर रही है on the other side of that. And meanwhile, we can also see the screen in front. I love this feature का screen भी होती है. आपको 2D, 3D version दोनों available है. आपको जो भी देखना है. And right now, 5.5 minutes. Sahaj भाई, Kamer under pressure.
Absolutely, bhai. Knight a4 he plays. That's a slight inaccuracy. Pawn और b2 और rook c3 पे अटैक. उसको समझ आ गया ना कि king c2 अलाउ नहीं करना है इस पोजीशन में. That's why he's playing this. And by the way, in this position, there are two moves, rook b3 and rook c2. Of course, rook b3 makes a lot more sense क्योंकि आप खुद का एक threat दे रहे हो b7 पे. But ये it's not an easy move, क्योंकि black कभी भी knight d4 खेल सकता है. Black can try to harass this rook in his own way, and it can be a bit annoying. And rook c2 just
भाई,
feels passive.
it's so difficult. If you play rook b3, knight d4, you're already lost as black. It's
Yeah, rook
that bad.
b7 is hanging ना अभी तो.
Exactly. And now after rook b3, queen g7 is the only move. And now white has to play king c1. So
भाई then
don't
knight
even.
d4. अब rook
Bhai
b7 is
sahab.
lost for white. Not the पहले it
Bhai
was lost for
sahab.
black. Why look at this knight b5. What a move.
What the hell is knight b5? Oh my god. Wait, what?
Look at this, bhai.
Sahaj
That's
bhai.
freestyle chess for you.
Sahaj bhai, ये लोग इनको 10 साल देंगे तब भी नहीं निकाल सकते. I'm sorry, I love Arjun and Kemal, but this is impossible. Let's go to live
भाई
position.
अर्जुन has भाई क्या बात कर रहे हो. अर्जुन and
अरे अब
Vincent both have seen knight b5.
भावना को समझो भाई. लाइक रैपिड में तो नहीं निकलने वाला. सो आई थिंक मुझे लग रहा है कि कहीं ना कहीं पे दिस इज ओ रूबी 3 ही प्लेस दो.
भाई queen g7.
प्ले क्वीन जी7.
I'm telling you, they both have seen this. They've both seen this.
Cat, I'm sorry, but if we see knight b5, even though it's bad for Arjun, एक diamond membership किसी बंदे को मिलेगी. By that is insane. There is no way on earth they can play knight b5 here. That's not possible, Sajbhay,
The
according to
thing
me.
is, I feel they will see knight b5 ahead of time, and Arjun just won't take on b7. But yeah, it would be
हाँ.
crazy if he does. But yeah, I don't think it's gonna. Oh, by the way, he goes king c1. Yeah, no. By the way, उसी line पे जा रहे हैं हम. By the way, knight d4 पे rook b4 खेलने वाला है वो साहिल भाई.
Hmm.
It's
Wow.
completely
Wow.
forced. And just giving a slight update to the chat here. Out of there are 4 games. There is 8 players. So 4 गेम चल रहे हैं अभी. सिर्फ एक ही गेम में white की better position है और वो अर्जुन का मैच है.
Wow. Sahaj bhai, you have to be kidding me. And better is very subjective here because rook b4 is now the only move for Arjun. This is extremely tricky. And tell me if you agree with Sahaj bhai. I think practically black just feels better right now to me with those two knights hanging around the white king.
हाँ भाई वो तो है. बिकॉज एक क्वीन और नाइट के कॉम्बिनेशन को हम कहते हैं इट्स द मोस्ट डेंजरस, बट दिस इज क्वीन एंड टू नाइट्स. So you have to be very, every square is kind of like a landmine here, because like for example, if you go rook a3, knight takes e2, you are dead. Game over.
Wow.
If you take on
Wow.
b7, we saw this, knight b5, GG, you're gone. So it's like,
Wow.
out of all of these squares possible, there
Wow.
is only one जिसको मैंने orange में किया हुआ है. Don't know why I chose this color, but this is the only
And
safe square for Arjun, and that's it.
and and Sahaj,
And he
look at
plays
this
it.
rook b4, a5. That's exactly what I thought. Why is the rook not trapped? But somehow after rook takes a4, white is just better.
हाँ, क्योंकि I okay, to be honest, I didn't look at a5 very deeply. I was only looking at c5, but then there was this bishop a5 check at the end. But I think the point now is you take on a4, bishop takes a4, taken by the way. So Arjun has officially sacrificed an exchange, but he's still better. And now don't take on b7. Look at the blue arrow, e3 pehle. And remember कि knight c6 पे नहीं जा सकता, because always this bishop is gonna be left hanging. So you can play b3 and trap this bishop. But then again, you cannot play b3 immediately. Wow, he
Oh,
doesn't
he
do it.
plays c3 and e5 chat. It's still okay. It's still okay. He didn't find the best move, but the game is still equal. But right now, black may be
Bhai,
slightly better because now if you play e3, for example, knight goes back and somehow this pawn is better placed than the pawn in e7, Sajbhai.
I have to say this looks very, very scary
Yeah.
for Arjun. It looks actually across all boards I'm seeing black is dominating white across all boards. Vincent May, it's
Wow.
equal now. Fabi versus Norderbeck is equal right now. Hans is losing against Magnus, basic, completely lost. Sindarov is much worse against Levon. Just like this position, this specific number seems to have favored black overall.
You are absolutely right, Sajbhai. And also, I think maybe Magnus and Levon are black, so that also helps swing the tide in the black sides a little bit. अगली बार हम कहेंगे अरे इस बार व्हाइट की अच्छी है बट मैग्नस और लेवॉन व्हाइट होंगे. But I agree with you. I think ये position जैसे कि दोनों खेल रहे हैं, it feels trickier for white, but it also means white has a bit more hidden potential. And right now, what can black do? For example, black की जो best चाल है is bishop c6 या फिर h5. In fact, one move
Bye.
is rook h8. So black, oh, he finds it.
Yeah, he plays Bishop. I think he's gonna, yeah, he's gonna pose some problems now. I think Arjun is in slight trouble for sure. And by the way, हम कह रहे हैं ऐसे कि मैग्नस और लेवॉन खेल रहे हैं, but do you know कि फ्री स्टाइल में एटलीस्ट अर्जुन has a higher rating than Levon, which is surprising to me actually.
Yeah,
That's
that is,
surprising
and
to me,
maybe
but like Arjun, that goes to show how good he is at freestyle. Yeah.
maybe it's like hopefully he can justify that maybe कुछ rapid or classical का difference भी होगा, I don't know, but as of now bishop c6 played, that's the best move. And chat, ध्यान रखो, top 4 में आना है, nothing else matters भाई, बस top 4 में आना है आज. And Arjun will have a chance, 25% chance, maybe slightly less because Magnus होगा, to win the freestyle world chess championship and become a world champion. And he could technically become a world champion before Prague or Vaishali or Divya or Humpy. Yeah, he'll be like भाई तुम लोग candidates के लिए मैं पहले बन गया.
Nice, nice. And by the way, just maybe it's not that important, but by the way, I think chat Arjun's game is the first one to have a brilliancy in this tournament. Just so you know, just putting it out there.
Oh,
Rook takes
I never.
safer. This move was a brilliancy, chat.
Nice, nice. Extra Rolex तो बनती है साज भाई नहीं?
Oh yes, yeah, भाई. इस comment पे एक हाथ तो देनी चाहिए भाई.
हाँ. And bishop d4 is definitely possible chat, but it's your very strong bishop, तो ध्यान से देना है उसको. आपको king side को defend कर रहा है. King b1. Sahaj, how do you even find king b1?
Simple, no? You're just making your king safe, getting the knight to c2, e3. Basically, क्या है situation ये है कि हमारे पास bishop है, opponent के पास rook है. तो basically, you need to stop any open files. You don't want a single open file in the position. एक open file खुल गई तो the rooks are going to be very dangerous. So he has to play it safe, he has to play it solid, and he has to go for the right moment. And right now, it looks more promising for Vincent. I have to say it.
Yep, yep. And by the way, yes, Chad, you're correct. Norway में Firuzja has entered the event, so it's getting spicier and spicier. Also, Humpy qualified to the women's section. So Norway chess will be epic to follow. Nina, coming back to this event, King B1 played. Look at the clock. It was way ahead for Arjun at the start of the game. Now it's roughly balanced. So game neck to neck चल रही है. Objectively, black slightly better, but white के plans अच्छे हैं. If the knight comes to c2, e3, f5, I can already imagine d5. Sajma, this will get very scary with the black king on d8.
As long as there are no open files, white doesn't have to worry. I mean, I know black says 0.4, whatever, but I think in practical terms, Arjun is not worse.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe psychologically, black is maybe trying to play for a win more, but you can also use that against your opponent. So I think Arjun is fine. He also has there's some 50-second advantage on the clock, which can be useful. So
Yeah.
let's see how this pans out. By the way, all the other games, White is completely worse. Yeah, besides this one,
Wow.
Norderbeck
Wow.
is completely worse against Fabi, and he has 3 minutes less. Hans is dead lost against Magnus. Sendarov is much worse against Levon as well.
Wow, so that's a pattern. This position turned out to be great for the black pieces and their strategy while preparing. Chat ध्यान रखो, फ्री स्टाइल है, फ्री स्टाइल में आपको 5 मिनट मिलते हैं, एक नई चेस की पोजीशन आती है, राइट, जो पहली बार देख रहे हैं. बेसिकली नॉर्मल चेस पोजीशन जो होती है, किंग ऑन E1, क्वीन ऑन D1, रुक कोने में, हम उनको फिल्टर करते हैं, शफल करते हैं and keep them in extremely random positions. तो chess players के लिए it is basically a new position over the board. कोई opening theory नहीं है, लेवी कोई वीडियो नहीं देखी उन्होंने, how to checkmate in 4 moves. Scholars mate काम नहीं करता, so they have to go deeper, and that's why you see mistakes, and that's why they get the 5 minute preparation time. Queen G6, for example, not the best move, and now look at this move, Queen to D1, the best idea.
Oh yes, and he goes knight c2. I think still very much within the range. Knight e3 का plan. E4 आ रहा है क्या? E4 खेला by mistake.
Oh,
Let's go. Arjun's
mistake,
back.
and let's go full screen. Let's go full screen chat. We have 2 minutes for Vincent Keimer. This is getting to the business end of the game. A good start is very important. Sahaj, by knight E3, apparently the best move.
But it's not easy to play this move because subconsciously again ED3 के बाद एक फाइल तो खुल रही है यहाँ पे, so that's what Vincent is trying to do. He's just trying to open a file ताकि future में जाके रुक को activity मिल जाए. But if you can just put your knight on E3, this can block this all of the access along the E file. And but it's not an easy decision. Like inherently you
Yeah.
also want to play D4 कि भाई let me just close up the entire position. Rooks are going to be useless and let's just have a game like that.
Yeah, D4 पे I'm pretty sure E3 pawn sak आएगा just to open the diagonal of the queen, and also that
He
E3 square is
played.
very oh, he played D4.
I was telling you why
You
this
know,
looks so logical to me also. Like I would play D4 here, but now
the
E3
idea is
only move.
he wants to play knight E3 with the pawn without being exchanged. So black has to push the pawn, force white's pawn to come to E3 ताकि knight ना आ पाए. It's a great positional sack which Vincent 100% will find.
You think so?
Yeah,
Like, यार
I
और
can
कोई
bet a
और कोई
Maggie on this.
option ही नहीं है ना यार
I
और
can
कोई
bet a Maggie
option.
on this.
Yeah, no, I do. Like I think you're yeah. He
Played.
plays it,
Wow.
but I think the way to understand whether he would play it or not is there was no good secondary plan. Like उसके
Yeah.
अलावा अगर आप E3 नहीं खेलते तो आप E4 आपकी खराब चाल है. You are just admitting that. So yeah, he plays it, and now Queen F5 only move for Arjun. Otherwise, he's a bit worse.
Yeah, Arjun still completely equal. Even Queen. Oh, wait, what? Oh, I got scared for a second. Saraj bhai.
पुरानी
अरे
यादें आ
ये
गई भाई.
सही है भाई, मैं कल की गेम में है. By the way, Queen F5 played, so Queen trade हो रहा है, and that's good news for Arjun because King is now safe.
भाई so queen takes f5 forced ही अब तो there's nothing else you can do. If you don't exchange the queens, then okay, the queen is going to be active. E4 possible, rook f1 possible, f7 पे भी pressure. अभी f5 पे मारते हो तो मेरे को pawn से मारना forced है. अगर मैं rook f1 एक बार खेल दिया then I'll capture back with the rook where my rook is
Yeah.
going to be super active as well. So critical moment for both players है. सबको only moves खेलना बहुत जरूरी है.
And chat, important question for you. If you had to choose a color, white or black, किस side से आप ये position खेलना चाहोगे? Choose your color. साथ में, what is that color you would choose in this position? Because I want to see practically game किसके लिए आसान है.
I'll say white भाई easily, very easily.
Hmm.
Firstly, you're not technically you're not down in material. You have bishop and 2 points for a rook. That's 5 points versus 5 points. I have 2 minutes more than you, and
हाँ.
I have more initiative in the game. जैसे मेरे pieces ज़्यादा active हैं, like queen मेरी ज़्यादा active है, मेरे पर pawns थोड़े ज़्यादा advanced हैं. मेरा rook एकदम it's as you can play rook f1. For black, it's not easy to come up with moves.
Yeah.
Like मेरा कोई clear cut plan नहीं दिख रहा मुझे black के लिए. So I'm choosing white here for sure.
I absolutely agree. And look at the clock ticking down for Vincent. Clearly, he's not convinced with this position either. Can we increase the size of the board slightly? I think it's possible. By the way, rook f1. Ooh, rook g3. He defends the e3 pawn, but okay, still very logical. I think the scope
By
to
the way, I
cover up a
love
bit
it.
of Vincent's back there and
I
increase the
love
board.
the fact that Arjun is playing this quickly, by the way. I love it.
Huh.
That's the most important thing, I think.
Absolutely. And chat, pehla game, super important. I hope he starts off well. His next game, by the way, is white against Noderbek. So यहाँ एक भी आसान opponent नहीं है. Magnus से भी एक game खेलनी है. So it might happen, Sahaj bhai, कि second last round में Magnus खेल रहे हो and you have to win to qualify in the top 4. So जितने point पहले इकट्ठे कर सकते हो कर लो. By the way, 10 seconds for Vincent.
And just want to bring it out for the chat. Arjun, I think, has the best sort of colors when it comes to. By the way, big
Wait,
mistake
wait.
by Vincent Keimer. D5 is winning now.
Oh my god, that's a big mistake. But d5 idea had knight d4, knight d6, I think. And bishop 6 also. This is dangerous. Arjun d5, come on.
By F6,
Oh,
also by
but okay.
F6 is bad यार. Golden चाहे classical chess हो, चाहे freestyle हो, कोई भी format हो भाई, golden pawn कभी touch नहीं करने का.
By the way, king d7 is the best move. Almost impossible to play there. As
And
expected,
now
d5 still possible.
play D5 now, please. Bishop F6 is possible. D5 looks logical. Yeah, knight D4, knight D6 एक बार बैठ गया तो this is just winning for you.
Come on. But now black can play h4. Yeah, I mean, now he will think, okay. But bishop 6
Bishop
मर रहा है, we
F6
check. So
भाई, Bishop F6.
come on,
पहले उसको
Arjun
तो बचाओ.
d5. D5 Arjun. I think he got tempted by कि उसका time कम है. Let me play quickly. He could have thought for longer. Also,
Yeah.
board थोड़ा सा शायद crop हो रहा है right में. So I think बिल्कुल h file थोड़ी सी crop हो रही है. We can increase that slightly. Come on, Arjun. We can win this.
Okay, this he's taking his time now. Very good moment. And by the way, I was telling the chat that Arjun has basically bet the best colors. Yeah, he has double white now in the first two rounds. Third round is a black, and then he has double white again. In
भाई,
5 rounds, Arjun will have 4 whites.
he will have
That's
white against
amazing.
Magnus. That is such a crucial white. I cannot tell you. Yeah, मतलब that's so crucial. And chat, by the way, कोई कह रहा है कि ग्रैंड चेस टूर क्लैश कर रहे हैं. बिल्कुल, I think esports World Cup is not only chess, so they might not consider the grand chess tour while scheduling their tournaments. By the way, king d7 only move mistake by
Oh, he
Vincent.
takes on E3. That's a mistake again. Arjun is back. Arjun is much better now, by the way.
Sahaj bhai, rookie for only move. And that's a great
Blunder.
blunder. D5 completely winning for Arjun now. Play that move, Arjun.
Played.
Played.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay,
Sahaj
played.
bhai,
Why Bishop
Bishop
F6 is
F6 is
hanging
possible
anyway?
technically. Oh my god, he can directly take the pawn. Take the pawn. Take it. Take it. Grab that pawn. Chat. Rook se maro. Rook ke check. Sahaj bhai is completely winning.
Bishop F6 rook. I think he's trying to calculate if the rook ending has any hope for Vincent, but I think that will be 3 pawns. That's way too many pawns.
Come on, Arjun. Take that pawn. It's good he's thinking, but you also want to maintain some edge on the clock. Vincent right now holding his face, but remember, he's very tricky. So you don't want to give him a chance, even a sniff. But the rook at 7 also very strong. Yeah, on the 7th rank. Always a great idea. Come on, come
Let's
on,
see,
come
let's see,
on.
let's see. By
He's
the way,
thinking. He's
Sindarov is completely winning as well against Levon now. Big blunder by Levon.
wow. By the way, Carlson hands is also equal. Yeah, so turnarounds in every game. But can Arjun convert? What? How did he not take that pawn? Okay, still winning, but
Beautiful.
oof.
Why? What a move. But he's winning, yeah. I mean, he's fixed another weakness. Rook h6, Bishop f6 marega, a5 marega.
भाई 3
Beautiful
सेकंड
move, I think.
2 सेकंड एक he played I think on what's how many seconds he had
5, 4, 3. Okay, he played.
भाई
By the way, chat में कोई पूछ रहा है increment 5 सेकंड का है, so it's 10 minutes plus 5 seconds of increment each move. So Vincent just played that move with 2 seconds left on his clock.
by the way
Okay, now rook
5 seconds is
h6.
not enough. Yeah, it's middle between blitz and rapid and that's not common for chess players. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे बहुत difficult होगा navigate करना. We might see some flag downs.
Yeah, okay, this ये तो position ही down है भाई. 3 pawn हो गए ना अब तो.
भाई
1,
ये तो
2,
मैं भी
3,
जीत
yeah,
जाऊंगा
3
यार.
pawns.
You play e4, defend the f5 pawn, move the bishop and just win everything. Yeah.
And again, look at the similarity. And not a single open file in the position. This is the way to
uh,
beat the rooks.
yeah. Beautiful play. And g5 pawn be hanging here. You can't save it. You can run, you can hide, but you can't escape my attack. c5 also possible, by the way. What a move if he
Okay,
finds it.
bit of an overkill, but yeah, I'm glad it works.
Oh, nice. Very solid.
Like, I would not
Arjun.
go for it though, like something like c5. Maybe now c5. Yeah, up to pin hai. So now maybe
Now
I
it
can.
looks more logical. Okay, he's playing
Oh,
it very
beautiful.
safe. King coming to f. Bishop d4 check maybe. Avoiding
चेक
the king
दो
coming to
भाई,
c5.
किंग c5 भी नहीं देंगे आपको, कुछ कुछ नहीं देना.
By the way, check. Nice move. King f4 maybe. Okay,
Let's go.
first win would be so crucial, Sahaj bhai. It's a big step in the right direction.
भाई फर्स्ट विन और उसके बाद एक और white, फिर one black and then 2 whites again. That's what I'm just banking on. Yeah, 4 whites out of 5 is great for this. And
Chat.
उसमें से Magnus भी white है भाई.
I really want to say this. I think we've not had enough moments to celebrate as an Indian chess fan in 2025. When we are winning, let's celebrate it like crazy. ठीक है पहली गेम के बाद अर्जुन ओपी चलना चाहिए जब भी वो जीते let's just cheer him like crazy. ठीक है अर्जुन पे स्पैम होना चाहिए. by the way 5 सेकंड विंसेंट के पास.
भाई गई पोजीशन ये तो. Absolutely. किंग F5, लेट्स गो, पुश
मैं तो कह रहा
पुश।
हूँ G4 भी मार दो भाई, खत्म करो, लाइक कुछ भी मत छोड़ो।
नहीं नहीं देना काउंटर प्ले भाई, रुक जे नहीं दूंगा आपको रुक जे 2 पे। King
श्योर।
F5, King E6. Like I'm not like this is like killing your opponent without giving anything in return. Like अब रुक्स को देखो ना, दो रुक हैं आपके पास, एक भी रुक एक्टिव कभी जिंदगी में नहीं होगा ये।
किल देम विद काइंडनेस बेसिकली आप कह रहे हो।
बेसिकली।
ओ रुक G6 नाइस।
या थोड़ी सी एक्टिविटी
रुक
मिल गई।
जी
ओह अच्छा,
रुक
मेट कर रहा है यहाँ
G7।
पे, यहाँ मेट हो रही है,
ओ
रुक
रुक
जी सेवन इज
G7
मेट।
इज सो ब्यूटीफुल यार। Let's go Arjun, finish him off. Yes, beautiful move. That is an
वाह।
amazing move. 1,000 people already watching chat. Do like the stream because this is the freestyle world champion. There it is. First victory for Arjun Erigasi. He starts off with a brilliant attacking game against Kaimer. थोड़ा डर लगा था साज भाई, but he did it and he's off to a great start. Well begun is half done.
Absolutely, and maintain that time, advantage throughout the game and kept the pressure throughout. And what a game it was! By the way, just
Wow.
one game is remaining. That is Hans versus Magnus. Let's take a quick look,
Yeah.
as Magnus is trying to defeat Hans with the black pieces in this opposite colored bishop endgame. And the other results have been Arjun has won, Fabi has just defeated Nordirbek with the black pieces, and Sindarov has defeated Aronian with the white pieces. So now just one more game left,
Wow.
and let's see what happens here.
Let go full screen. Hans Niemann समय रहने का स्पेशल देख रहे हैं and it's a draw. Wow. So we have all the four results. इसका मतलब Arjun is going to be ahead of Magnus after round one. Sahaj bhai, that's crazy.
पिक्चर अभी बाकी है दोस्त।
भाई
मैग्नस
when
को
we are
गुस्सा मत
ahead
दिलाओ
celebrate
अभी
करते हैं
भाई।
भाई।
पिक्चर अभी बहुत बाकी है। बाय द वे, द ओनली मैच टू एंड इन अ ड्रॉ वाज अगेंस्ट वाज ऑफ हंस एंड मैग्नस। किसने प्रेडिक्ट किया था? नॉट मी। But yeah, that's the update so far. By the way, I think now there will be they'll try to set up the board. So this is a good moment to actually ask me a question to you, chat, because I was thinking about it during the commentary. So in this position, chat, uh, ठीक है, ये पोजीशन है chat, ठीक है। मेरा क्वेश्चन आपसे ये है, ब्लैक ने खेला किंग B6 बिकॉज ब्लैक वांट्स टू प्ले किंग C5। नाउ अस्यूम कि किंग C5 इज गोना बी माय नेक्स्ट मूव, हाउ शुड व्हाइट प्रोसीड हियर? assume that king c5 is going to be, of course आप कुछ अटैक करोगे तो मैं उसको डिफेंड करूंगा।
हाँ।
My question is, if I pre-move this, you saw me pre-move this, and okay, don't play rook h7 or rook h8, what is your best way to checkmate here as
B4
white?
भाई, B4 भाई, I will prevent you from making a mistake.
बट वो तो फिर काम नहीं करेगा ना chess.com पे, फिर तो मेरे को टाइम
Exactly.
ज्यादा मिल जाएगा। c5 पे there's
Interesting.
king c5, there's actually very nice tactic here, bishop d4, okay, bishop d4 में, लेकिन then king c5 is not possible, right? So I can go king
हाँ।
b7, okay, you are still winning. But the idea is you can go king d3, and ये
But
tactical awareness रखना बहुत
kings.
जरूरी होता है, because if you go king c5 now, I have b4 check,
Ah,
a
okay,
b4
mate in three
bishop
है.
d4 is checkmate.
I was thinking mate in two. Yeah, mate in three. Nice, nice,
ये रॉक
nice.
ब्लॉक करना बड़ा सही था ये, बढ़िया।
Nice tactic there, Sahaj bhai. And chat, Sahaj bhai और ये दिखाएंगे. But meanwhile, 7 round है. One round is over. Do we have the standings by chance? Would love to see Arjun's name ahead of Magnus. वो एक memory का screenshot अगर मैं ले पाता Sahaj bhai, that would feel very nice. But regardless, standings are only around Fabi, Arjun, and Sindarov on 1 point. Magnus hands on 0.5. Aronian, Vincent, and Noderbek on 0. And guess what? Round number 2 is against a hurt Noderbek who lost. There's some potential to beat him here, Sajbhai.
भाई मेरा क्वेश्चन यहाँ पे ये है कि out of all of the 8 players, I know Magnus has won the leg once, sorry, a bunch of times. Aronian has won it a couple of times, and then it is Sindarov. No, not Sindarov.
Vincent
It
has
is
won. Vincent
Vincent.
has
It
won
is
this.
Vincent.
Vincent, yes.
Vincent, right? So out
Yeah.
of all the tournament winners जो पहले जीते हैं यहाँ पे, collectively they have half out of 3. Magnus is on half, Levon is on 0, Vincent is on 0. So it's not looking like the tournament of favorites right now.
Maybe it's like, they start off, like this and then come back. And maybe it's also because the time control. Yeah. Maybe the time control is not something they're used to. So very interesting. Maybe the pressure of performance that we are good at this. We have to win, also catching up with them. हम झाड़ के पीछे क्यों जा रहे हैं? I'm not really sure. But yeah, it's going to be fun, Sahaj bhai. And game number 2 में Noderbek. Game number 3 में it is hands by. It is packed.
या हैंड्स के साथ ही ब्लैक होंगे अर्जुन के, बाकी बाकी पहले 5 राउंड में यू हैव विंसेंट, maybe it's a is it an error क्या? राउंड 4 में कौन खेल रहा है अर्जुन के साथ?
राउंड 4 में व्हाइट अगेंस्ट, हाँ कुछ एरर है, आई थिंक एरर है,
कोई
नहीं
एरर
राउंड
आई
4,
थिंक,
हाँ एरर है, बट
एरर है
ठीक
भाई
है,
कोई।
डजंट मैटर। एरर है भाई, जस्ट लाइक माई रेटिंग, बट डजंट मैटर। अनफेड ऑफ द प्लेयर्स, यार चेस देखो, अब जो है आई थिंक द टॉप प्लेयर्स ऑफ फ्री स्टाइल
हाँ,
टूर
सेंडारोफ।
काइंड ऑफ क्वालिफाइड। सो आई थिंक लेट्स enjoy द टूर्नामेंट व्हाट वी कैन, हमारे सामने है, एंड इट्स अ चांस टू बिकम अ वर्ल्ड चैंपियन। मोदी जी का ट्वीट लेने का मौका है, सो लेट्स नॉट गिव इट अवे। बट ऑफ कोर्स, एंड I think while the world championship in itself means a lot here, to win a world championship ahead of Magnus Carlsen while he's playing and wants to win is just another cherry on the cake. A big, big cherry जो केक से भी बड़ी है.
करेक्ट भाई, अग्रीड। एंड चैट में कोई लिख रहा है भाई, but it's very unfair to other players, did they not even get a chance to qualify and calling it world champion, and even FIDE is not भाई। So I think players have a chance to qualify. There's a freestyle, so freestyle Fridays, and then there's a freestyle qualifiers as well. Actually, I think even I have played one of them. It's like it's just like Title Tuesday, but it's for for freestyle, and the winner of that tournament sort of gets invited to Weisenhouse or Cape Town or wherever the tournament is being held. If I'm not mistaken, Sindarov last year won exactly like this. That's how he didn't. Well, he wasn't invited. He qualified to the event. Essentially. So
Yeah.
players did get an equal chance here, more or less, to play these
Also,
events.
also I think कोई अगर डायरेक्टली क्वालिफाई कभी होगा भी ना ऐसे इवेंट्स पे, इट विल ऑलवेज बी बेस्ड ऑन द प्रीवियस ईयर स्टैंडिंग्स। सो पिछले साल जो अच्छा खेला है दे विल क्वालिफाई। एंड ऑल्सो आई थिंक चैट इट्स सेम फॉर ईडब्ल्यूसी। अब कोई कहेगा मैं टाइटल ट्यूजडे नहीं खेलूंगा, देन आई वांट अ स्पॉट इन ईडब्ल्यूसी, देन द चांसेस आर लोअर, राइट? बिकॉज यू आर नॉट प्लेइंग टाइटल ट्यूजडे,
mm,
आपने एक एंट्री पॉइंट तो मिस ही कर दिया। सो आई थिंक वी कैन डिबेट दिस अ मिलियन टाइम्स, बट राइट नाउ आई थिंक वी हैव अर्जुन, वी हैव एन इंडियन इन, लेट्स ट्राई टू फोकस ऑन दैट। And game number 2, by the way, we have a game every 50 minutes. So first game started, I think, at 7:35, 7:30, sorry, was the first. So next wali automatically 8:20 हो गया ना साज भाई. So we should have
mm.
the 5 मिनट का preparation time. So 7:15 we should have the game number, yeah, the number of the
Correct.
sequence.
Correct. 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 I was actually checking the freestyle rating क्योंकि मैं जब freestyle Friday खेला था, I also got a freestyle rating. And it's 2440 भाई, 2439.
Oh wow.
I mean, considering कि Arjun has 2744 I mean that's not bad यार।
यार मैं अपनी freestyle rating कहाँ दिखती है भाई? मैंने खेला ही नहीं है भाई.
प्रोफाइल पे जाओगे ना, वहाँ पे चेस 960 की रेटिंग रहती है।
अच्छा सेम है क्या?
हाँ मतलब क्योंकि फ्रीस्टाइल फ्राइडे जब कभी कभी आप खेले हो फ्रीस्टाइल फ्राइडे?
I don't think so.
क्या बात
Maybe
कर रहे हो
once.
भाई, यू शुड
Maybe
प्ले इट।
once.
भाई
भाई
मजा
हमेशा
आता
तो
है तो।
स्ट्रीम कर रहे होते हैं यार.
हाँ वैसे बात तो सही है आपकी, वो बात तो सही है
Oh, my
आपकी।
rating is 2194, but I have not played any games in the last 90 days. And all time, I have played 12 games. I have played 12 games. Wow. So very low, bhai. 219 very close to my rating. By the way, Arjun banana खा रहा है भाई.
क्रेजी, सेलिब्रेटिंग द डब्ल्यूज, लेट्स गो। Said sir, what is the
banana.
format? Said sir, what is the W? What is the format? Sorry, title Tuesday format है क्या? नहीं भाई, title Tuesday format नहीं है। there's 7 rounds played today, 8 players है, so हर player के साथ आपका एक मैच रहेगा, and it is 10+5। एंड कल और परसों क्वालिफायर्स रहेंगे, तो जो टॉप 4 में रहेगा और जो 5th से 8th पोजीशन में रहेगा वो सब आपस में खेलेंगे। तो आज टॉप 4 में फिनिश करना अर्जुन के लिए बहुत बहुत जरूरी, टू हैव एनी चांसेस फॉर द फ्री स्टाइल चेस वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप। दैट्स
Yeah.
बेसिकली द।
Yeah. He'll be playing regardless on all 3 days. But Chad, I can tell you, among Indian players, जितने भी freestyle हुए हैं सहज भाई अब तक, almost all the times we've been fighting for the 5th to 8th place. And all of them didn't mean as much as this one. So this is the most important freestyle tournament we've had so far ever. So अगर
हम्म।
यहाँ पे हम टॉप 4 में निकल गए ना, बाकी सब तो इज अ डिस्टेंट मेमोरी। वो हाँ कोई हुआ था कुछ अच्छा, वो टॉप 4 में नहीं आए थे, याद नहीं है मुझे। लाइक इट विल बिकम अ डिस्टेंट मेमोरी, एंड ऑल दैट मैटर्स इज कि आज कौन जीतता है।
करेक्ट भाई, एंड आई थिंक इट हैज बीन अ ग्रेट स्टार्ट सो फार, एंड अर्जुन प्लेज अगेंस्ट नॉर्दरबेक नाउ, राइट? करेक्ट। अब
यस।
इसका तो स्कोर भी अच्छा है एक्चुअली अर्जुन का, मोर और लेस, except for the
या
last time that wasn't good in Tata Steel, but you know it could be revenge for Arjun, but overall he has a good score against Northern, so let's see what happens.
या एंड वाइट भी है, एंड ऑल्सो नोदरबेक लॉस इज गेम, सो ही माइट बी अ बिट टिल्टेड, राइट? बिकॉज ही नोस कि यहाँ पे टॉप 4 में आना है, ही माइट एक्स्ट्रा पुश फॉर द विन एंड लूज। तो ध्यान से रहना नोदरबेक जी। एंड बाय द वे द वील हैव द वी प्रीटी सून हैव दैट lucky draw of the game number, freestyle game number, very soon in a couple of minutes. Chat, क्या लग रहा है, क्या feeling आ रही है भाई? Is Arjun, let's forget the world championship, is Arjun gonna qualify into the top 4? Yes or no भाई? क्या लग रहा है? Sajay,
Yes,
what's your take?
I think so. Yes, yes, for sure.
Hmm.
For sure, bhai. And for you, I mean, it's like a given. Yeah, मेरे को लगता है कि अर्जुन फर्स्ट भी आ सकता है यहाँ पे. Like at least today,
भाई,
very good
let's
chance.
let's not forget, by the way, सारे players बैठे हैं. I also see Sabo there, who's one of our Chesscom team members. I think also let's keep in mind कि भाई, the guy who
Hungarian
finishes
guy.
first, the Turkish guy. The guy, I think it's Sabo. I might be wrong though.
Tabo
But the
is a
guy who
Hungarian name,
finishes
right?
first might get to choose his opponent, Sahaj bhai. Like he can choose maybe,
Ooh.
yeah, third or fourth. So let's say Magnus is third, you get to avoid Magnus, and you might just win the semi-final because of that. So first आने second आने के benefit हो सकते हैं.
We'll see. But भाई मैग्नस को अवॉइड नहीं करना है ना भाई, उसको तो हराना है तो.
But final में ना भाई, you usually want to play Australia in the finals. You don't want to play them in the quarters. Although Australia Zimbabwe से भी हार गई, but I still feel like playing them in the finals might be better because final तो पहुंचे ना भाई, guarantee.
हम्म लग रहा है एक
And
प्लेयर मिसिंग है यहाँ पे, देयर इज अ स्पेस बिटवीन विंसेंट एंड हंस.
हाँ, कौन बैठना चाहिए वहां पे साज भाई?
एक प्लेयर, like I think one I see a missing goat here, from this picture. I feel like it's Tiku.
भाई, फोटोग्राफर ने कहा ये लो साज भाई, यार इतना मिस कर रहे हो, आई एम द गोट ऑफ फोटोग्राफी, ये लो बैठ गए भाई.
Let's go, bhai, let's go. That's Lennart, yeah.
या, ही वाज देयर
uh,
एट ऑस्ट्रेलिया इंडिया एज वेल. बाय द वे, गोट जी कोने में बैठे हैं, एंड एक सीट का गैप रख के टू सिंदारोफ. मीनवाइल वी आर स्टिल वेटिंग फॉर द नेक्स्ट पोजीशन टू कम आउट. Then we'll have 5 minutes. By the way, Arjun and Vincent kind of hanging out as buddies, yeah?
yeah, and look at this, by the way. Chat is saying, Mayank bhai is saying, Australia is unbeatable in finals. इससे
That's true.
अच्छा semifinals में हरा दो. And somehow
That's
I have
true.
the same feeling with Magnus bhai. Like
No, that's true.
उसको भी
That's true
semifinals में
actually.
हराओ भाई.
That's true because ऑस्ट्रेलिया को 2 बार हम सेमीफाइनल में हरा चुके हैं वर्ल्ड कप से. वी हैव नेवर बीन इन द फाइनल्स. सो आई थिंक दैट्स एब्सोल्युटली ट्रू. बाय द वे,
हाँ.
फियोना ऑलरेडी. डू वी हैव द ऑडियो ऑफ द एक्चुअल हॉल? समय भाई, डू वी हैव दैट ऑडियो? कैन वी हियर फियोना टॉकिंग? समय भाई कुछ अलग ही सोच रहे हैं लगता है. हाँ ना. अच्छा अच्छा, नहीं नहीं सुन सकते. ओके, ठीक है ठीक है. कोई ना, तो हम कुछ कर सकते हैं. सो व्हाट डू यू थिंक, कौन सा नंबर निकलेगा सहाज भाई?
भाई it will be 959.
भाई इतनी तो पोजीशंस बेयरली है, मतलब एक्सट्रीम आपने चूज कर दिया मतलब.
Okay, I will choose position number 68.
68. Okay.
हाँ जी.
So, chat, just if you're wondering why Sahaj Bhai is spoiling 2 of your favorite memes, 69 and 67, is because कि भाई position number choose करना है उनको. Chess की 960 positions होती हैं, and they're gonna pull out a number and वही position board पे आएगी. So, chat भी prediction कर रही है. I'm gonna take a guess. Let's say 478. Let's go. 478. Let's see किससे close आता है भाई.
तो एक नंबर तो
Prediction.
सही हुआ अपना.
Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see.
Come on, it has to be 68.
478, let's go. 478, come on, let's go. भाई मैं तो लकी ड्रॉ खरीद लूंगा अगर आ गया तो.
349.
349. वो
349.
साजा, मैंने लिखा था चैट में 349 एक्चुअली.
एक्चुअली किसी ने लिखा था, किसी, आई डोंट नो, यथर्थ भाई ने अभी लिखा है या फिर उन्होंने देख के लिखा है. आई एम नॉट श्योर, बट दैट्स अ वेरी स्पेसिफिक गेस भाई.
वाओ. नहीं, ये तो वैसे तो पहले मैंने लिख दिया भाई, तो फिर मेरे को भी क्रेडिट मिलना चाहिए.
हम्म
क्रेडिट वेयर
मिलेगा भाई,
इट्स ड्यू.
मिलेगा. एज लॉन्ग एज अर्जुन कीप्स विनिंग भाई, इट्स ऑल गुड.
By the way, the analysis has started. You can see the goat of chess practicing already. Do we have the? Oh, Arjun is right there with him because his
भाई.
colors doubled. So now his partners have changed of analysis.
Right, that is true. He has double white, that is true. So he has Vincent, Fabi, and there is Magnus as well, yeah, in this team. So it's
Magnus is like the होता है ना, बेबी सिटर ऑफ थ्री थ्री किड्स देयर. तुम लोग चेस खेलते रहो, मैं कोने में खाना खा रहा हूँ.
by the way, seeing Fabi in action for the first
Oh, I
time
didn't
this year.
know. Magnus knew like CID के memes बताया Magnus को, यार crazy.
Hmm.
दया दाल में कुछ काला है, like
दया
really, did you
पोजीशन
see
में
him?
कुछ तो गड़बड़ है.
Did you see him do that? Like he's a CID fan. I didn't know that. Yeah, Saj bhai, crazy.
Teacher taking Wi-Fi. Position, by the way, is getting updated on the chess.com page as well. For now, we can see both knights on the corner of the board. Yes, H1 and A1. That's the weirdest part. King and queen. Ah, no, they are also a bit shuffled. Everything is shuffled here in this position, more or less.
By
अब
the
भाई
way,
यहाँ
bhai,
पर तो
do you
नहीं दिख
think
रहा. यहाँ नहीं
can we
दिख रहा
add
भाई.
that वो link जो वो वाला था, वो वाला link in the pinned comment instead of the membership link जो भी वो है coach वाला, we can show that 1 minute video. It's a आज तक वो वीडियो दिखाई नहीं गई है chat, so एक रिवील होगी. It's technically an ad for something, but it's a new video which ever nobody has ever seen. So कभी दिखाएंगे आपको. वो link pin कर दो सोए भाई.
Nobody has
Meanwhile,
ever seen. आपने तो देखा है ना भाई.
हाँ वीडियो नहीं देखा, मतलब like we've seen like the we shot it, Rakesh and I shot it, but we've not seen it before.
Oh,
That's interesting.
interesting.
By
Interesting.
the way, मैग्नस जीते तो कुछ जीसन पॉन भी खा लिया भाई, क्या एनालाइज कर रहे हैं लोग.
बाय द वे चैट, ये पोजीशन मतलब सही नहीं है अभी बोर्ड पे जो आपको एक्चुअली दिख रही है, तो एक क्लासिकल पोजीशन है, बट लेकिन आई एम गेसिंग. Oh, we can see the starting position on the bottom right corner actually.
यस,
So
बहुत जल्दी अपडेट
knight,
हो जाएगा वो भी.
they were looking at f4 as their first move.
आ
तो
गई आ गई आ
बॉटम
गई
राइट कॉर्नर पे आप f4 अब
आ गई
इमेजिन
भाई, आ
कर.
गई मेन रोड
ओ
पे आ
आ
गई.
गई, बढ़िया.
यस.
f4 by the way, you can see by like last year जो भी players की पहली चाल होती थी, it wasn't always correct. But now you
या
can see कि top players की intuition बहुत अच्छे से develop हो रही है, because guess what, साहिल भाई, f4 is the best move in this position. You cannot explain this, you can't justify it, but it's like, okay, you feel it, maybe you've seen it before. Yeah, you've played enough freestyle to know, okay, यहाँ पे ये सही होना चाहिए. Of course this it's
या
still very complicated, but एक वो intuition develop हो रही है top players की.
या एंड ऑल्सो चारों नाइट कोने में है, सो दैट्स अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग कॉन्फ़िगरेशन. एंड ऑल्सो F4 opens up your rook, your queen and your bishop. If you look at E4 E5 जो नॉर्मल चेस में खेलते हैं, that opens up two of your pieces, yeah, queen and the bishop. So यहाँ पे भी queen and bishop खुल रहे हैं, so there's clearly evidence. And also F4 attacks the pawn on
भाई वो तो
A7.
क्लासिकल पोजीशन में भी E4 खेल के क्वीन और बिशप तो खुलता ही है ना भाई.
एग्जैक्टली मेरा पॉइंट, एग्जैक्टली
हम्म.
माई पॉइंट कि यहाँ पे भी दो खुल रहे हैं आफ्टर F4. एंड ऑल्सो द पॉन ऑन A7 इज अटैक्ड, सो ब्लैक हैज टू चूज, इज ही अलाउइंग बिशप टेक्स A7. फॉर एग्जांपल F4 के बाद F5 इज द बेस्ट मूव, एंड इफ बिशप
हाँ,
A7,
बिशप A7.
बिशप A2.
हाँ भाई, ये पोजीशन देखी हुई है हमने पहले. I'm sure
हाँ
this
ये देखा
position
हुआ
has
है.
happened in freestyle before. I remember f4 knight b3 and this bishop d4 plan. I very clearly remember this.
It's also possible कि one piece is different, yeah, maybe the like one of the pieces was different but the position rest was the same, so
Yeah.
pattern could be similar. So chat, let's go full screen. Sorry bhai, let's see. Bishop d4 already दिख रहा है, knight b3 दिख रहा है मुझे, f4 दिख रहा है. So white players calculating very well, the understanding is perfect.
Yep, absolutely. कोई प्रणव वर्सेस नौदिर क्यों लिख रहे हो भाई? अर्जुन वर्सेस नौदिर मेरे भाई.
साल भाई
Unless
पार्ट
it's a different
becomes.
नौदिर कोई डिफरेंट इवेंट में.
जतर भाई अपना ही कर रहे हैं. बाय द वे कंफ्यूजन है कि क्या पॉन चलना चाहिए. नाइट b3 देख रहे हैं, f6 इज समथिंग मैग्नस इज कंसिडरिंग.
What do you mean, टिक्को भाई? Does he watch CID dubbed? And by the way, इससे मेरा एक सवाल भी आया कि अगर आप कोई किसी मैग्नस को, लेट्स से, अगर आप एक इंडियन शो दिखाना चाहोगे डब करके या कैसे भी, तो आप कौन सा शो दिखाओगे एंड व्हाई? चैट, आप आपके लिए क्वेश्चन है, साहिल भाई आपके लिए भी.
बालिका वधु.
नो, नो, इससे तो मैं फॉलो अप क्वेश्चन पूछने में मेरे को डर लग रहा है भाई.
आई हैव अ थ्योरी, ठीक है.
हाँ, हाँ.
तो आई वंस वाज प्लेइंग अ टूर्नामेंट इन यूरोप, रेस्टोरेंट में था, एंड आई द काइंड ऑफ द वेटर केम इन एंड said, oh, you're from India. मैंने कहा yes. कहता है, I watched this TV series, amazing. मैंने कहा really? कहता है yeah, it's dubbed. Which? मैंने कहा which one? दिखाता है बालिका वधु. So
हम्म.
it's unique. He wouldn't have seen anything like it before. So that's why Balika Vadu. Which one would you choose, Saj bhai?
मैं तो सोच रहा था तारक मेहता का उल्टा चश्मा भाई.
वही चैट भी कह रही है यार.
मेरे दिमाग में वही था भाई.
Chess World India commentary. Wow. ना आना
डोरेमोन.
इस देश लाडो लोल्स. लोल बिग लोल भाई. Meanwhile केवर भाई पूरे वो किरण वाले एक्सप्रेशंस करते हुए.
Oh, यथर्थ भाई सेइंग भाई सेम पोजीशन आई थी प्रणव वर्सेस नॉर्दरबैक फ्री स्टाइल क्वालिफायर्स में. यथर्थ भाई,
Ah.
इफ यू आर राइट अबाउट दिस, एंड I don't know how you remember this, या फिर maybe you search the position, but that is insane. What a stat that is.
Wow.
I'm actually trying to take a look. 359 कब आई थी पहले? It doesn't show
349 भाई,
anywhere.
349.
349, sorry.
सीक्रेट गेम्स दिखाओ, सीक्रेट गेम्स क्या होता है भाई? हंगर
देखा नहीं
गेम्स सुना
आपने?
है?
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई?
नहीं नहीं देखा भाई, कुछ क्रेजी है क्या?
You have not seen Sacred Games. भाई 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 भाई, ये तो
सॉरी भाई,
बहुत गलत हो गया
आई
भाई.
वाज बिजी स्नीजिंग, आई हैव अ
नहीं नहीं
कोल्ड
भाई
एज
भाई
यूजुअल.
भाई, प्लीज वॉच इट यार, प्लीज वॉच इट. It's on Netflix, yeah. Maybe like the
डन भाई.
greatest show, greatest Indian show for me, one of the greatest shows for sure.
वाओ, देखना पड़ेगा फिर तो. मीनवाइल वी कैन सी अरोनियन. ओह दैट्स माइक क्लाइन बाय द वे फ्रॉम chess.com. वो तो यॉर्डन लगा मुझे, एक सेकंड भाई, यॉर्डन और डुबो में से कोई ऑन द लेफ्ट.
साहिल भाई, गैंग्स ऑफ ढोलपुर देखी?
क्या क्या क्या?
चैट में कोई पूछ रहा है गैंग्स ऑफ ढोलपुर देखी आपने? नहीं.
धौलपुर क्या है भाई? I once went for a school trip and उस होटल का नाम था ढोला मारू. I was like, wait, what is this name? तो वही याद आया मुझे.
धुरंधर भाई, धुरंधर, like I watched it in theater twice. It's amazing. So many times I've seen it actually now.
By the way, chat, I think preparation time is about to be over. Game number 2. भाई क्या वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप है, लोगों को पहले ही यार आराम आपस में डिस्कस कर रहे हैं. It feels like my viva for 12th standard. Sorry DPS.
बट लेकिन उसमें एक वो एलिमेंट रहता है ना यार, टीम एलिमेंट. एलिमेंट क्या, आप कंप्यूटर से कुछ डिस्कस नहीं कर रहे हो. आई डोंट नो, लॉट्स ऑफ वेरिएबल्स हियर व्हिच आई थिंक आर क्वाइट
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
इंटरेस्टिंग.
For sure. I was kidding, of course,
नहीं तो
and this is.
क्वेश्चन,
Hmm.
अगर आप किसी भी प्लेयर के साथ, वेदर इट्स अलाइव और डिसीज डजंट मैटर, कोई भी प्लेयर के साथ आपको 10 मिनट मिलते हैं ऑन दैट फ्री स्टाइल पोजिशन टू प्ले अगेंस्ट एन एक्स अपोनेंट, हु आर यू चूजिंग?
To play against or prepare with?
To play again, नहीं नहीं, you prepare it with one person, alive or deceased doesn't matter. कभी भी
हाँ.
हिस्ट्री में कोई भी उठा सकते हो. एंड यू आर प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट समवन, तो वो 10 मिनट आप किसके साथ चूज करोगे? व्हाई एंड व्हाई?
अच्छा भाई, आई वुड चूज टू प्रिपेयर अगेंस्ट फिशर बिकॉज उसी ने काइंड ऑफ फॉर्मेट चालू किया था एंड आई वुड लव टू सी लाइक हिज इनसाइट्स.
ग्रेट आंसर बाय द वे.
है ना?
ग्रेट आंसर.
It
यस.
will be interesting. It's like, learning electricity with, I don't know, they call
टेस्ला.
it Tesla, yeah? Matlab, you kind of get a raw thinking of the process. But by the way, what's your name, Saj bhai? Games are starting.
फिशर भाई, फिशर ऑफ कोर्स. आई हैड फिशर इन माय माइंड 100%. लोग ताल भी बोल
Nice.
रहे हैं भाई, ताल वाज टू अग्रेसिव भाई. बट he could actually explode in this format, you never know.
Yeah, he would have some crushing wins and crushing losses. Like, it would push his style to the extreme, yeah?
या हर
Like,
गेम 20 चाल से ज्यादा नहीं चलेगा उसको, या आइदर ही जस्ट
agreed.
थ्रैशेस और ही जस्ट लाइक सैक्रिफाइसेस एवरीथिंग एंड लूजेस बेसिकली.
Yeah, by the way, chat, जो भी players हारे हैं, उनके लिए this would be a very, very important game. If you lose 2 in a row, I think your chances of finishing in top 4 are almost out. Yeah, you are in contention for top 4. So I think Nodrbek के लिए he cannot afford to lose this game, chat, at any cost. So he'll be under pressure. Arjun with the white pieces. Let's go, Saad bhai. Ready?
भाई मैं तो अगर आई थिंक टू बी इन टॉप 4, मे बी द स्कोर यू नीड इज 5 out of 8 or 5.5 out of 8. That could probably guarantee or top 4 spot. So that's the range that we are shooting for. I still think if you, even if you're 0 out of 2, you can still finish in top 4. But yes, you have to win a couple of games. That's very very important. And there we do. There we have left off. He goes F4. Golden pawn
Yeah,
पहली
that
move पे touch हो गया.
we saw it, yeah. Black's player was choosing knight b6. Let's stay full screen, by the way. Knight b3 played. Black likely will go f5 and symmetrical position lag rahi hai so far. Arjun eri gayi si. 10 minutes for both players. Saj bhai, Nodrbek, I think, will probably manage his time better. Vincent is known to kind of lag on the clock a bit sometimes. But Nodrbek, kya rahega strategy? Is he gonna play chess chat or is he gonna, oh, he's gonna kind of go all in? Ki, bhai, yaar, I cannot afford to draw this.
I think in freestyle there is no liberty of making draws. So I think you have to just be
हाँ.
okay with playing a game. So there is no agreed draw, there is no forced draw. कोई theory मतलब develop ही नहीं हुई है. So we don't know anything. So players are just playing on their own completely.
Yeah. And
So there's gonna be a game whether you like it or not. And by the way, he goes bishop d4. And by the way, only move now for Northernberg to play bishop d5, or he is in big trouble already.
he won't find it, Saj bhai. But okay, Queen g6 के बाद white की move is quite interesting and something I don't think Arjun will find. is e4, g5. Wait, what? Bishop g7? Bishop
पर
h8?
बिशप h8 नहीं मर रहा है क्या? That's not bishop b3 है
Bishop
आपके
d3.
पास, but takes
Ah,
rook h8 and fg5. Isn't that just a free pawn? भाई
apparently
एक
bishop
सेकंड, भाई
g7.
भाई 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 एक सेकंड,
Ah,
बिशप g7 rook f7 bishop h8 is just a free piece.
yeah, but you don't play rook f7. After bishop g7, gf4 is the best move, Sahaj bhai. Look at this, crazy.
But you are just a exchange down.
Yeah, you are, and there is some compensation which clearly the black player has seen. Otherwise, g5 would make no sense because Arjun ki pichli चाल ही bishop d4 थी. I think the black players have set up a trap. They've looked at this deeper, and जितना मैं इंजन को वेट करने को कह रहा हूं ना, उतना इवैल्यूएशन कम हो रहा है. It went from +1 to +0.6 suddenly.
Yeah, that's true. That's actually very true.
Huge if true, Saj
I
bhai, and
think
also
golden opportunity I think for Arjun. Yeah.
yeah, and also chat, आप सही हो 7 ही राउंड है. So I think 5 would be the score that will guarantee you a top 4 spot. Rest depends. 4.5 maybe somebody qualifies, but we cannot be sure. So 5 चाहिए and you can max afford 2 losses. नोदरबे की एक हो चुकी है. So winning 5 in a row will be impossible. And I don't know what the tiebreaks are, but regardless, losing will not help them. So G5, crazy. I think he's going for the kill. And now Arjun choosing, do I take that knight on H8?
वाओ दैट्स अ डिफिकल्ट डिसीजन बिकॉज दोनों सिनेरियोज में आपको मटेरियल मिल रहा है. अगर आप बिशप एच8 मारते हो तो बिशप बी3 के बाद यू आर गेटिंग दिस एक्स्ट्रा पॉन ऑन जी5. बट इफ यू गो बिशप जी7 यू आर गेटिंग एन एक्सचेंज, एक रुक फॉर अ बिशप, but your pawn is on f4 and your dark bishop goes away. Some counterplay for Nordirbek there. I have to say the development here, at least time wise, I don't like it for Arjun because already we are 1.5 minutes down. It's not the best
Yeah,
sign,
I mean,
let's
that's
say.
one of the reasons why he did it. Yeah, no other way. And also, let's keep in mind, we are essentially exchanging White's star pride and joy, the central bishop on d4, for the horrible knight on h8. So,
Hmm.
if that is happening, Black technically gains something. So, he's saying, okay, I gain some initiative, I gain a good piece and give up my worst piece. Okay, I give you a pawn, which double pawn, which you can maybe utilize in the end game. But for now, maybe I'll get some attacking chances. So, a decent decision. Whether it works or backfires, only time will tell.
Yep, nicely said. So let's see what Arjun goes for. By the way, checking if there are any updates on the other boards. By the way, Vincent is now clearly better against Levon. Magnus slightly better against Hindaro. By the way, same position in that game as well. Just taking a very quick look there. Look at this. And Sindarov has just gone G5 as well.
Bhai, Magnus.
Same.
Oh, wow.
Now
And
Magnus
Magnus
took
just
on
took on
H8
H8.
without even
Wow.
thinking. Yeah, 10 minutes है उसके पास Magnus के पास अभी. And
No, no, he played
Arjun
E3
Magnus का
first.
देखो, ओई यार he plays E3. No.
Ooh, he
Magnus
doesn't
took on
take.
H8. Yeah, he had good prep there.
Yep, yep. I think Arjun, but maybe Sahaj, but maybe Arjun took more time, so understood the position better. That is definitely a possibility here. Because Magnus, how much time did he took? I'm just checking. He did not take any time at all. In fact, he took after 6 seconds. So maybe, just maybe, Arjun spent more time and understood the position better than Magnus. By the way, all the white players slightly better right now. So good news for Arjun and everybody.
Bhai, except for Arjun.
Wait, what?
Because Arjun को Bishop G7 and Bishop H6 निकालना है, जो I think not in a million years, yeah.
Bye. He'll find
I'm
it.
sorry to say, but that looks very hard. No, no, bhai. Come on. You know this. You know this move is very hard to play. Come on. आप Bishop G1 से D4 centralize करो, फिर वापस आप H6 पे लेके जा रहे हो उसको. Doesn't, yeah,
Okay, he
see, Bishop
found the
H5.
second best move, Sajbhai. Okay, that also works, yeah.
Yeah, kind of.
Chat, by the way, let's like the stream. Let's bring in more people. It is a freaking world championship we are watching right now. It is the freestyle world championship. Literally, we could have two Indian world champions if Arjun were to win it. आज का गोल 3 दिन का इवेंट है. आज का गोल is just to finish in top 4 and Arjun won his first game. Can he get the second one as well? By the way, GF4 the best move, Sajbhai.
Ooh, okay. GF4 only move actually. But okay, logical more or less. नहीं तो आप king side पे आप develop कैसे करोगे? I'm guessing he has to play Bishop D5 at some point anyways. The Bishop has to get active, no? Somehow.
Yeah,
Such a
yeah.
weird position this is.
Yeah, bishop d5, very logical, kind of imitating what white did. Pretty similar. G2 pawn थोड़ा सा weak है, उसको attack करते हैं, and then white को defend करना पड़ेगा, which is not super easy. Yeah, do you play rook g1, rook f2, all moves looking awkward, so इतना
After
आसान नहीं
bishop
है.
d5
Yeah, it's not an easy choice. So g3 खेलना पड़ेगा, but the knight
played.
on maybe h1 is not happy. Yeah, like you only have one square on f2 now. Sahaj bhai, bishop d5 played. Wow.
Wow. And now it's between g3 and g4. Oh, he goes queen
Oh
e2.
wait,
That's
that's
a
a
mistake.
mistake. Ooh, that is a mistake. But okay, Nodru का plan देखो क्या है Sahaj bhai. It's taking on f4, e takes f4 and bishop f7 back. Not in a million years he'll play that. In fact, he plays e6 and now Arjun is fine.
Yeah, he's better again with d3. Only move. भाई ओनली मूव चल रही है दोनों मतलब दोनों प्लेयर्स के लिए लाइक मोर और लेस अर्जुन की लास्ट तीन मूव्स वर मिस्टेक्स या लुक एट दिस गोइंग बैक फॉर अ सेकंड e3 mistake bishop h5 mistake and then queen e2 was also a mistake and they all look super logical. That's freestyle chess for you.
Let's just put it this way ki if you had Chad, if you were playing against a world top 10 player in freestyle and you could look at this position with the help of the engine for half an hour, it's very likely you would have a winning position against a world top 10 player. You might still lose it, but you might have a winning position after 10 moves. It's that scary for any player to face. By the way, d3 best move in the position played by Arjun. He's slightly better now.
Yeah, and time का थोड़ा issue but I think overall he's doing much better. And by the way, yeah, you are absolutely right. By हर game में white is now clearly better. This position I think was slightly more favorable to white than the previous one for sure. You
And
can
also the
see it
black
from the
plan, yeah,
results all across.
of g5 was a bit risky. And by the way, c4 only move for Arjun now. And then he's supposed to castle on the king's side also is a move. बाप रे, ऐसी castling कौन करे भाई?
देखिए ब्लैक कैसल कर नहीं सकता आई गेस. अब ऑलरेडी f5 g5 फेंक दिया. बाय द वे अब साइड में g5 वाज नॉट द प्रॉब्लम. लाइक अगर आप मेन मूव भी खेलते हैं वहां पे बिशप d5 तब भी आपकी खराबी थी. इट वाज 0.5.
हाँ,
इट वाज स्टिल प्रीटी
true.
बैड आई वुड से फॉर ब्लैक.
True. And Chad, by the way, black playing very quickly. 5.5 minutes versus 8 minutes. Arjun needs to be a bit quicker. Otherwise, we know what happened to Vincent. By the way, he castles queenside. A decent move. Now, what does black do? Is knight a4 an option, Sar? Bring the knight closer to the king.
Knight a4 में लेकिन हो क्या रहा है? आप कुछ अटैक नहीं कर रहे हो. मे बी आई जस्ट गो knight a5 there. Also a7 slight worry for you. But like the question is how do you develop your pieces otherwise? Bishop कैसे बाहर आ रहा है? King rook कैसे बाहर आ रहा है? So many
Hmm.
difficult questions actually here. I have
There's
no
an
idea like what should black play here.
So after knight a4, you know what white's one of the best moves is?
King b1 I guess.
Acha, nahi, sorry, my
ओ
bad.
भाई बिना देखे बोला था भाई किंग बी वन कसम से.
हाँ, and it's the correct move. One of the moves was g4. I forgot कि h1 पे रुक नहीं knight है. Sorry,
ओ
man.
अच्छा अच्छा
The
अच्छा
freestyle is
अच्छा.
getting confusing for even the commentators. By the way, chat, I think do like the stream. Let's get to 500 likes. A diamond membership waiting for one of you at the end of it. And Arjun, by the way, taking a lot of time, 5.5 minutes. Nodrbek also now taking a lot of time. Time difference कम होता जा रहा है.
Yeah, for sure. कोई पूछ रहा है सहज भाई what if they allow eval bar access to players, would that make any big difference in freestyle? But that would make like all the difference. ये सारे मैच फिर से ड्रॉ ही होंगे क्योंकि अगर अगर इवैल्यूएशन हर जगह दिख रही है आपको तो इफ यू कैन सी द मूव्स देन ओके फ्रीस्टाइल का पॉइंट ही खत्म हो गया ना क्योंकि अब थ्योरी तो आपको सिर्फ कंप्यूटर से ही मिलती है और आपको बोर्ड पे थ्योरी मिल रहा है तो इट्स द सेम एज प्लेइंग क्लासिकल चेस.
Yeah, basically आपको idea लग रहा है तो it's gonna, even seeing the just the bar itself is a big hint कि my last move was correct or not. I think it will definitely change how players play because they will abandon their bad plans, right? So if they see एक move
Hmm.
खेला बार गिर गया ये plan गलत है, they might course correct a bit. So इसलिए I think Val bar is not a good solution. But meanwhile, Notherbek thinking for a long time. We have a move counter. It's almost 2 minutes now.
अभी भी लेकिन आधा मिनट ज्यादा ही है नोटिफिक के पास टू बी ऑनेस्ट बिकॉज यू आर सो मच अहेड इन time. But I think it makes sense, yeah, why he's thinking, because it's really not clear what should black go for here. You have this bishop that's undeveloped, queen is undeveloped, rook is undeveloped, king को आप castle किधर करोगे? Whether आपको castle करना है या नहीं, that's another question. Do you launch an attack on the queen side, maybe knight a4 b5 like how you wanted? But I don't know, so many questions and it's like there is no clear line.
Yeah. And Arjun's game is the only one जो equal है. बाकी सब में white is better. In fact, Vincent is completely winning against Aronian. Oh, e5 central break. Mistake by Mr.
Big one.
Notherbek. But मार के bishop drop. Very simple plan for Arjun.
And only move, by the way. If he goes bishop b6, it's worse for him. Okay, he takes and he goes bishop c3. Very, very nice.
But how tempting is bishop c5 here, Saj? Looks very tempting.
It does, but I think your bishop is maybe slightly more active than the other one. Also, if you keep the bishop on c3, ये bishop एकदम paralyzed हो जाएगा. f6 पे
But
रखोगे
knight,
तो f5
but there's
मर
knight a4, Sahaj.
रहा है. e7 पे
Knight,
इस पे रखोगे तो e5 मर रहा है. ये भी पिंड
but
है.
bishop c3 there's knight
Sorry?
a4, Sahaj. That's bishop c3 there's knight a4. That's the move which I kind of don't like. So maybe I don't know what do you do
तो
if you
रुक
give up the
f5 नहीं है
bishop,
क्या
but then
मेरे
my
में रुक
king
f5?
side. Hey, bishop c3 and then knight
Hmm.
a4. Let's say bishop c3, knight a4. That looks a
Bishop
bit
c3, knight
scary to
a4.
me.
Okay. It does.
King side open हो सकता है.
Maybe bishop e1, I guess.
अरे बाप रे भाई, ये
Not
move
the favorite of the computer, but ये खेल सकते हैं.
looks difficult. By the way, 4.5 minutes for Arjun. He needs to play quickly. He needs to play well.
Yep, 5 second increment could be not enough, as we've seen before many, many times. But so far, all the players playing with the white pieces are doing amazing. Vincent is very close to being winning against Aronian. Magnus much better against Sindarov. Fabi much better against Hans, and Arjun much better against Nordirbeck as well.
Yeah, and Chad, as we discussed, 5 point चाहिए. So अगर 5 ही point चाहिए, if he wins this, that'll be 2 points already. So great leap towards potentially qualifying. Come on, Arjun, you can do this. It's the world champion, a championship title. You've dreamed of it since you were, playing chess. You were a kid. This is the opportunity to take advantage of it.
Yeah, couldn't get better than this. But let's see, 3.5 minutes left. Why? That's too much.
By the way, he's 3.5. Such. What is he doing? He know the big getting more confident. He needs to play now. Okay, he's thinking very deeply, but is it the moment where you want to burn your bridges a bit? Because I
Ooh.
feel like, yeah, it was too tempting. Yeah, bishop c5.
Why he plays your move? Yeah, bishop c5.
I think he
Sad हो गया
considered
थोड़ा,
bishop
but bishop
c3.
e7 के बाद now Nordirbeck is back.
Yeah, he felt it was the
Yeah, maybe
best,
he
but
didn't
he
like
couldn't
knight
justify
a4.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he couldn't justify it in his calculations. And
Hmm.
now it's getting tricky because black is completely fine and also ahead on the clock by a huge margin. Oh, what a move.
Look at this g4.
Wow. He's kind of trapped his bishop on the king side. Of course, you can take on g6 at any point, but what a move. G4. And if you take that, that's going to be disaster, yeah, because suddenly your king on c8 is unfortunately placed.
By g4, I think. Look, I love for its practical value because f4 right now is the only move. Okay, it makes the most sense, but f4 is the only move. But look at what happens afterwards. If I go ef4, it's not easy to play as black. Yeah, you're losing some. You're losing something. कुछ तो मर रहा है.
I I agree because e
Unless
takes मारोगे
I'm
तो queen e6 check है.
by
If you
bishop
play,
g6 na. Bishop g6 queen
yeah.
e7. Simple.
Oh yeah, true. So you can't really do much. Yeah, you have to taking with the rook doesn't make sense. So taking with maybe the g pawn here.
By then e5 is hanging. No, takes and e5. वही तो पॉइंट ठीक है
Oh
मे बी इट्स स्टिल ओके बट सम ओके इम्बैलेंस बिशप और
yeah, yeah,
नाइट का
yeah.
एक एक्स्ट्रा पॉन chaotic
So
position. Arjun loves those, so let's go. I love this
agreed,
move.
bhai. Also forces your opponent to think. Let's not discount the value of playing a move which your opponent has not seen. Even if it gives you a minus point one evaluation like does right now, it has great practical value. Bhai, Tal ne kaha tha, I just need to be stronger than my opponent, not any computer or any world champion. By the F4, best move played. Now take on F4 quickly. Done.
Yes, done. अभी भी 1 minute का difference. Nordirbeck has to find gf4 और bishop c5. Those are the two. Basically ef4 तो भूल जाओ आप. So bishop c5 gf4 या फिर gf4 immediately. ये खेलना है ब्लैक को. टाइम पे
Yeah,
हारेगा अर्जुन भाई नहीं यार 5 सेकंड में बदल आई थिंक टाइम पे हारोगे नहीं आप बट टाइम की वजह से यू स्टार्ट प्लेइंग फास्ट एंड देन यू मेक अ ब्लंडर दैट्स पॉसिबल फॉर श्योर.
agreed. चैट कम ऑन एंड ध्यान रखना जब भी अर्जुन जीतेगा भाई अर्जुन ओपी स्पैम होना चाहिए कुछ भी हो जाए ठीक है तो वी हैव टू सपोर्ट हिम लाइक क्रेजी this could be the event of his life so far yeah I think Arjun as we know has missed out on many opportunities finishes second multiple times in multiple events couldn't qualify to the candidates had a heartbreak at the World Cup he did have eventually a medal at the World Rapid as well as the World Blitz and maybe that's the shift in tide he needed especially at the shorter time control Saj.
Yeah, absolutely. By the way, one quick look at the Vincent versus Levon because it's completely winning for Vincent and Levon is about to be 0 out of 2. Look at this position. Not a single piece or pawn has been traded, but somehow Levon is lost.
Right,
Look at
this is
all
the
of this
magic.
attack on the queen side. Bhai, this is and 4 3 minute का advantage भी भाई Vincent के पास है. It's looking amazing for him.
या इट लुक्स अमेजिंग D4 पॉन आ रहा है, 4 पॉन सेंटर में भाई। ये ओपनिंग का नाम क्या देंगे साहज भाई? ओपोनेंट की धुलाई करे योजना मेरे ख्याल से। C4 D4 E4 F4 with bishop A7 also possible. I think Levon is struggling. By the way, Caruana also completely winning. It's I think plus 2.5 for him, so that's also a game where we might see a result. Magnus
And
slightly
also
better,
three
but
minute advantage by for Fabi as well. He's looking completely winning
wow.
too. And then Magnus is slightly better against Sindara, but वहाँ पे भी he is maintaining some advantage. So only match, by the way, switching back to Arjun because his opponent
Yeah,
has just played GF4. The only match जहाँ पे clear advantage नहीं है white के पास वो अर्जुन का है भाई. So
yeah,
Arjun
and
needs to pick
now
up the pace here. Let's go.
And now he needs to take on G6, by the way. That's the only move. Knight F. He takes, well done. And now take the pawn. And apparently there is some sort of perpetual here, Sahaj bhai. Bishop H4, Queen
Repetition, yeah.
E8, Rook E8, Bishop F2, Bishop E7. But I don't think they'll find it in freestyle chess in, this blitz time control now. Yeah, they got it.
दोनों ही खेलेंगे भाई यहाँ तो Bishop F6 लो he will play he by the way Arjun just shouldn't take on E8 now he should play Queen E1 I think like a nearly impossible move but
Yeah.
oh he
Yeah,
takes
not
on
going to
E8
happen, Sahaj bhai. Yeah,
nearly like it was basically
yeah.
impossible yeah
Yeah. Now, okay, but okay. The problem is the knight on H1. We need to bring it into the game. But if you play knight F2, I think यहाँ पे कुछ bishop G2 drama हो सकता है. So it's not completely clean. So
yeah
ध्यान से खेलना है. The game is still tricky.
yeah very tricky yeah. Pawn up Bishop versus Knight looks very tricky and by the way chat में कोई पूछ रहा है Magnus wins the tournament no difference chat एक question आपसे क्या किसी को याद है कि लास्ट टाइम ऐसा कब हुआ था कि मैग्नस कोई टूर्नामेंट खेला हो और वो ना जीता हो Do you remember this? Because I was trying to remember it. Just I haven't looked it up. Even until now, I haven't looked it up. But I was trying to think कि last year ऐसा कोई event हुआ ही नहीं. Think about it, chat.
भाई एक
Do
ही
you
बात मुझे
remember
याद
साहिल
आ
भाई?
रहा है. एक ही मुझे इवेंट याद आ रहा है.
एक बार लिखो ना भाई
एंड
WhatsApp पे कहीं पे.
हाँ, एंड दैट वाज व्हेन ही गॉट मैरिड बिकॉज ही गॉट अ बेटर हाफ.
Oh yes.
And also, I
Freestyle,
think it was South Africa, freestyle itself, where he
freestyle. Yeah.
lost to Aronian. So यही event है जहाँ पे
In the
maybe
finals, yes.
there's a higher chance of him not finishing first. And let's see, Bishop 2 by the way played, and it could be a draw. Bishop 6, Bishop D4 could be a repetition. I think it would be a decent result for Arjun with the less time on the clock, but will Nodebek repeat?
Would you take the draw? Yes or no?
As black, no. No, I mean, I am ahead on the clock. I don't take it. As white, of course, I take it.
And knowing Nodirbeck, the fact that he always tries to play for a win, there is no chance that he takes a draw,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah,
Arey, he's
yeah.
going Bishop F6. Ooh, Bishop D4. That's going to be a draw.
Come on, Bishop D4 kill Arjun. Put the
एक
pressure on
रेपिटेशन
him
तो हो गया
because
भाई.
Because जितना भी उद्वेग मना करे उसको सोचना तो पड़ेगा. It will take 30 seconds to even reject the draw. So let's play Bishop D4 very quickly. Let's force him to make a decision. Bishop D4, come on. Quickly, Arjun.
Yes, absolutely. By the way, chat चलो ठीक है. Freestyle मान लिया. I think I'm only seeing freestyle in the chat. Non freestyle इवेंट बताओ कोई. Classical. ऐसा कोई हुआ तो last. सोचो. It's very difficult actually. Bishop D4 played by the way. Draw incoming.
Yeah, will he play on Bishop G5 is the way to continue, by the way, chat. That is still equal. But then that allows the white ka ghoda to come to F2 and suddenly, white is stabilizing and long term, I think has potential because black has bishop pair hai, but a knight on B6 is a bit stupid as well. The king on C8 also blocking the rook. So it takes time for black to realize his bishop pair advantage. Takle white can somehow equalize the...
कासल तो कर सकता है ना लेकिन कासल तो बहुत बिशप
हाँ, but
G5
एक
खेल
move
सकता है
लगेगी.
वो बट इट्स जस्ट नॉट इजी बट
Yeah,
टाइम
एक
की
move लगेगी
वजह से
वैसे.
खेलना चाहिए उसको आई थिंक इसलिए
Yeah,
आप
he
अपने
should
को
play on.
बता सकते
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
हैं। किसी ने पता है 2014 सिंगल फील्ड कब लिख दिया
2009 candidates. Wow.
भाई अमेजिंग है 2009 कैंडिडेट वाह भाई वाह
I think it was Norway, 2000, I don't know, 22 or whatever it was.
लो
By the
भाई
way, the
प्लेज
game is progressing very quickly. Bishop G5, Bishop G2, Rook E1 now. Only move for Arjun. He should play it very quickly. No time to waste. Come on, Arjun.
रुक जी वन तो पॉसिबल ही नहीं है मतलब इट जस्ट लुक्स लाइक अ स्टूपिड मूव सो रुकी वन मेक्स अ लॉट मोर सेंस
You can't even take, yeah, there's F3 checks. So might as well play Rook E1.
बट लेट्स सी हाँ एग्जैक्टली
Come on, Arjun. Come on, Rook E1. Quickly. Why is he thinking? Castle's queenside, best and only move.
कासल प्लेड
Now apparently you have to take. Wait, that's not
नाउ लेट्स
easy.
टेक
And
ऑन
then play
ओनली
92. Bhai, that's not easy, yaar. Take and play 92. That's
92
not
90
easy.
Actually, if you cannot play knight d2 straight because d4 मर रहा है, तो if you think about it like that, takes knight d2 and knight d4 makes sense. I mean, generally you want to
अरे
bring the knight to e4 here
यार,
because you
it
don't
was
want to give your
tough
opponent
Sajay
e5.
because
Oh,
पता
he
है क्या
makes a
है?
blunder.
Yeah, because knight d2 also takes the d2 square from the rook, so rook d2 is no longer possible after rook e2. So it's very difficult to humanly play that, and now black is better,
Why
much better
winning?
actually.
Almost winning. This takes bishop h4 is just winning. Why plays? He's
Oh,
winning actually, I think.
अरे यार
Oh,
अर्जुन
this is
भाई,
sad.
हारना नहीं, हारना नहीं, हारना नहीं, हारना नहीं. By the way, Noderbek is
26
better.
seconds.
बाकी सब गेम्स में white is close to winning. Magnus का equal है, but Caruana and Kame are completely winning now. Ooh,
Yeah,
the
Caruana
f pawn
to
is
is dead
running
winning.
away. F pawn is running f3.
भाई तो सैक कर देंगे इन एक्सचेंज, कोई दिक्कत नहीं. f3 नाइट बी d2 f2 समथिंग विल सैक इट. अभी f1 आएगा तो सैक कर देंगे. ओह वेट 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 वेट.
Oh, okay, is to find bishop 6. That's
भाई
impossible,
गई
Saj.
है तो.
That's impossible.
या बिशप
Bishop
f6
6
इज नॉट
निकालना.
हैपनिंग.
It's literally impossible. If he finds bishop 6 भाई तो अर्जुन का नाम जपना चाहिए मैं भाई, रोज सुबह उठ के भाई. There's no chance. Yeah,
नो बिशप
very
लिया.
hard and now it's completely lost.
या एंड इन्हीं मोमेंट्स पे अगर अपोनेंट के पास भी देर 5-10 सेकंड होते तो यू हैव अ गुड चांस. बट ही
हाँ.
हैज दैट टाइम टू कैलकुलेट ऑल ऑफ दिस एंड या Northern taking this one, chat.
Yeah, you can see him pick up the queen, yeah? No, they picked
Yeah.
up the queen. नहीं, white की queen उठाया वो. नहीं, I don't know. But yeah, this is gonna go down for Arjun. But Sahaj भाई, इसका मतलब कि नेक नेक चलेगा लास्ट तक, लास्ट नहीं पता लगेगा भाई कि कोई चांस है कि नहीं. वेट,
यार
एरर
हर
तो.
बार ये Northern ब्लैक से हरा देता है यार. टाटा स्टील ने भी यही
भाई
किया
वेट
था.
वेट वेट वेट, इट्स नॉट ओवर. नाइट ई3 is a big mistake because now knight f2. f3 was just winning on the spot. Knight
f3
f2,
f2
come
था.
on.
ये भी विनिंग है भाई.
अरे
रुके चेट
यार,
मर ही जाएगा ये
रुके
तो.
चेट यार, रुके चेट. नाइट f2 खेलना था यार.
भाई मुश्किल है ना 10 सेकंड में ऐसे ऐसी चालें निकलना.
हाँ.
ये तो ऑलरेडी गॉन है भाई. तो इट विल टेक अ मिरेकल टू सेव दिस. वेट रुकेश टू पे कुछ है आपके पास? वही टैक्टिक है कोई?
Knight
नाइट ई6 प्रॉब्ली.
e6 apparently, but that's not okay. That was the idea.
भाई नाइट
But
डी फाइव
g5,
सिंपल. तो विनिंग ही है ना. तो नाइट डी फाइव भी तो विनिंग है भाई. f4 बच गया.
knight d5, knight f8 apparently is the move. By 30
ओहो
rook
हो.
e8 mate.
रुकिए मेट.
Why? Come on. Knight f8, Arjun. Knight f8. Come on. Come on. Come on, Arjun. अरे यार.
भाई ऐसा तो कभी नहीं खेलेगा वो.
Come on, Arjun. Knight f8,
हाँ अब
Arjun.
बेटर. अब सुनेगा अर्जुन.
नहीं भाई, अब सुनने के लिए कुछ बचा नहीं है अनफॉर्चुनेटली. ये वाली गेम तो गई शायद.
ओह यार टेक्स ऑन d3 as well. चेक किंग d7 b2 भी मर गया. एंड देन नाइट c4 भी आ रहा है भाई. दिस इज टू मच. किंग c2 पे. ओ बिशप e4 चेक भाई. दिस इज गॉन. Gone, gone, gone. Bishop e4 check. ये भी मर गया d2 पे. And this is where Arjun resigns. By the way, Fabi has won his game against Hans. Fabi on 2 out of 2, by the way.
वाह. एंड अगला मैच हमारा अर्जुन का है अगेंस्ट हैंड्स.
Hans भाई का draw. नहीं, Hans हारा actually. Hans is on 0 out of 2, yeah?
नहीं,
No,
half
it's
out of two,
half
right?
out of
Because
2.
we drew against
Half
Magnus, I
out of half
think.
out of 2.
Is this
अर्जुन
completely
अभी
over? No hope, no?
stalemate करना चाहता है या फिर क्या?
भाई c7 तो मर रहा है. I don't think there's much. Rook c2 check looks deadly. f3 looks deadly. He's still playing.
I mean, but 3 pawn बिशप भी है और कोई चेक भी नहीं है. तो जैसे ये तो गई
हाँ.
मतलब.
स्टेलमेट होगा. हम करेंगे स्टेलमेट, कह रहे हैं आदित्य जी.
हाँ भाई वही वही ऑप्शन बची है. उसके अलावा तो कोई कुछ मतलब सारे पीस जाने के. ओके f2 बिशप g2 पे आ गया भाई अब तो. What is he going for? King c6. Just winning, no?
King
Rook f7
c6, king
bishop g2.
d5,
That's it.
winning.
एक चेक मिल
Now,
जाएगी f6 पे पर उससे कुछ होगा नहीं.
yeah, it's over. Yeah, time to resign for Arjun. I don't know. Yeah, he resigns. Oh my God, Sahaj bhai. So एक खतरनाक win के बाद एक खतरनाक loss, and Arjun is now 1 out of 2. His chances take a dent, but still in the game. Can we go to Magnus' game quickly and see what's happening there?
Yep, absolutely. Sindarov kind of fighting it out against Magnus looks very, very equal. Just one move ago, Magnus was much better, but now not anymore. Some rook end game, जहाँ पे some maybe some long Magnus grind could happen, but Looks unlikely right now. There is
Yeah.
a pawn on h6, rook behind it. That's a great sign for Magnus. And look at this b4. Yeah, very, very clinical. Kind of keeping all pawns at bay. And basically, White just wants to bring his king to g5 somehow. And Senderov has to hold this.
Yeah,
Bacha
rook
lega, I
h5
think.
or yeah, I think Magnus playing some good moves, but jeetna mushkil rahega. Will take an insane blunder here from Sindarov. Black is just waiting, yeah, not even doing anything active.
Yeah. And by the way, Vincent also completely winning against Levon there. Dead winning.
Chat
So Vince,
standings
all
there
the
right
players who are
now.
on zero, bhai, they'll be on two. So only one player on two out of two. Yeah, that's Fabi. That's it.
And 1.5 pay, by the way, there'll be nobody on 1.5 unless Magnus wins. So Arjun is really in tight second place right now, to be honest.
तो जो लोग पहला मैच जीते थे वो सारे हार गए क्या?
Yes, it seems like it.
Yeah.
Only
Why
Fabi, yeah?
I also think Magnus can win this. It's a very Magnus type position to win.
Yeah, but सिंदारो फॉर्म है भाई. जब बंदा फॉर्म में होता है तो समटाइम्स थिंग्स गो योर वे. So I think draw ही होगा, and that's in Arjun's favor as well because nobody goes ahead. Or Sindaro he will go to 1.5. So कोई ना कोई तो
Why I'm
जाएगा ही.
telling you Magnus wins this.
भाई, he's going for it.
Rook g4, rook h7. Okay. Now the king
But
has
नहीं
a
यार,
nice
difficult है.
path to f7.
Difficult है भाई. King b5, king c4.
King b5, king f3. सब tempo पे आ रहा है ना भाई?
हाँ, but king f3, rook g1, and then I will grab all these pawns. And I think I should have enough compensation. b3 पे a5, not a big deal.
Oh, no.
Oh wait,
Mate!
what? Wait, what?
Excuse me? How is this a mate?
Oh, he
Why rook
finds it!
b7 is a
Magnus
mate?
Carlsen has found a beautiful idea. Wow! Sindarovink, wow! Oh my god, rook
भाई
b7 is mate!
क्या बात है भाई, मैं G8 खेला, मैं तब भी सोच रहा था भाई रुक h5 रुके, फिर मिस रुक b7 कंप्लीटली. व्हाट अ मूव. मैं बोल रहा था भाई Magnus will find something at the end. By the way, Vincent is still playing against Levon Aronian. He's completely winning, but what a win by Magnus there at the end. Yeah, कोई नहीं बचेगा Magnus से. When he has that end game slight pressure, we know Magnus will, let's say 70 to 75% of the times he will manage to convert it, and that's what makes him the GOAT.
Wow, bhai, that is insane. And there it is, Aronian resigns. So the final standings, by the way, all three white players won, only Arjun lost. The standings are Fabiano Caruana on 2 points. चैट जरा चेक करना. आवाज आ रही है कि नहीं? आवाज आवाज टेस्ट 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 टेस्ट. सहज भाई, टेस्ट
कोई
1
कह
2.
रहा
किया. यहाँ सिंपल था भाई. A5 खेलो, गेट द A6 स्क्वायर. B6 खेलो, प्रिपेयर A5 C5. बट वो
But he had
जल्दबाजी
the
में लग
same
गए.
idea. He just broke the pawn chain from the wrong
हाँ.
side. Yeah, d4 में, and he just fell into this mate in one, mate in two basically. Rook g8
वाओ.
and queen rook b7. What a mate actually.
या व्हाट अ मेट. एंड वर्किंग नाउ, नो साउंड. कोई कह रहा है नो साउंड. भाई साउंड आ रही होगी यार. आ रही है भाई. चैट तुम भूल रहे हो, हमारे पास भी फोन है. इतने मतलब बोलते हैं ना, like, है. वी हैव टेक्नोलॉजी इन पनवेल एंड बुडापेस्ट आल्सो. वी कैन सी कि वॉल्यूम आ रही है कि नहीं आ रही.
Oh yes, oh yes. So we're headed off to round three. By today, I mean exciting games. Round one and two. First one was amazing. Second one's bit of a shocker for Arjun towards the end.
हाँ.
But I think for me, the Magnus versus Sindarov takes the cake. Like what a game, especially what an end.
भाई, केक जो भी है बस मुझे भी दे दो साथ में. एंड आई होप अर्जुन को भी गेम के एंड में मिले, टूर्नामेंट इस राउंड के एंड में, डे के एंड में मिले. बिकॉज राउंड नंबर 3, सहज, इट्स गेटिंग वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. वी हैव अरोनियन वर्सेस मैग्नस. तो अगर अरोनियन ये हार जाए, ही इज एसेंशियली आउट ऑफ द टॉप फोर, देयर इज जीरो चांस ऑफ हिम क्वालिफाइंग. सो इमेजिन, आप अपने सर्वाइवल के लिए खेल रहे हो एंड यू आर प्लेइंग मैग्नस, क्या ही मैचअप. एंड ऑल्सो it is hands against Arjun, hands on point 5, a golden opportunity to win for Arjun.
Yeah, but okay, again, freestyle, anything is possible. No draws, and you can see it from the standings as well. एक ही player 1.5 पे, बाकी सब are sort of sharing that lead on, well, the tied third spot with 1 point. So will be interesting. What is the most exciting match for you here so far? Is it Hans Arjun or was it Levon versus Magnus? For me, I think Sindar of Fabi looks very interesting to me now.
Oh, Sindara Fabi also, because Fabi, if he wins, I think he's almost through, yeah? I think उनको अगले 4 राउंड में 2 पॉइंट चाहिए होंगे to confirm his
Max.
spot. Like that's literally almost easy. So
And
he'll have the
Sendarov
black
also
pieces though.
like technically defended, I mean, perfectly until that last blunder, and he's also on 1 out of 2, so he would also be in good shape.
Yeah, for sure. It's been the last 6 months have been in Sindarov's name. Yeah, played very well even in the Tata Steel tournament. So he's continuing in form in 2026. But let's see क्या वो इस short time control में इतना बढ़िया खेल पाते हैं, because Sindarov did win the World Cup. We had Rapid and Bliss there as well, so he's shown signs of playing well in this format as well. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, Arjun against Hans. I think starting position पता नहीं क्या होगी. We'll get to know in 2-3 minutes. But such an important game, because if he loses this one, then he is basically fine for, he cannot afford, he has to win every single game. That's almost impossible, right? So he cannot afford to lose another game now. He has to win this one, at least draw.
तो एक वो 7 राउंड में से एक वो बेंचमार्क बना लेते हैं ना, कितने चाहिए हमको, टॉप 4 में आना है अपने को, तो 4.5 इज
I,
गुड,
I
आई
think
थिंक
four and a
5
half
इज
now, because जो पहले राउंड में जीते वो हार गए, जो हारे वो जीते. So like nobody, there are not enough
बाय
people
फोर
on full
फोर एंड
points.
हाफ इज गुड, या आई थिंक मे
I
बी.
think 4.5. Maybe 5 was a bit high.
या
4.5 seems like the mark, which might get you there now, because we saw upsets of the leaders. So 4.5 पहुंचने के लिए, yeah, you cannot afford to lose this one, I think. Otherwise, almost impossible हो जाएगा.
हम्म. Okay, but let's see. Of course, Hans is also trying to qualify. This is also his claim that he can be a world champion technically. So
Yeah.
that's a nice claim for him as well. I think out of everyone, मुझे लगता है Fabi has the most to like show right before the candidates, because of course he's leading the event, world number 2, Tata Steel में. I mean, he also said उसको invite नहीं आया. He's a candidate player. I mean,
हाँ.
basically a favorite candidate so far. By for many analysts there, but. Who do you think wants to win this the most out of everyone? Asile bhai.
I think Magnus. So Magnus के
कितना
point of
भाई?
view से, हाँ यार, I think his drive to win after winning everything for the last decade or so is still kind of surprising. And also, this is the only title which he doesn't have. So knowing him, how much he fought for the World Cup title in 2023, I think he wants the most. Like that's his skill. That's why he's not reached the top, but also stayed at the top. That's why he's the GOAT. So I'm gonna say Magnus, but I think maybe for me, like maybe Sindarov comes second. I think his hunger has also impressed me quite a bit. But yeah, Arjun, of course, should be hungry. I
But
think we'll get
Sindarov
to
को भी
know.
कुछ prove करने का जरूरत नहीं है, right? I mean, Tata Steel में भी he performed basically like, I mean, he had an undefeated streak, 8.5 points. Just won the World Cup as well. GCL maybe he was just basically just cruising. Uh, I don't know. Like I feel Sindarov, it's more about the candidates right now. But I think like Fabi, because Tata Steel में नहीं आ पाए आप, and now you have to show to the top players, okay, I exist. ठीक है, जब तक मैं हूँ, like I'll be the favorite. And of course, no one's doubting that. But you know, that's a factor for me.
Yeah, for sure. But Fabi ka ye hai ki maybe he's like, okay, I think he's like more focused on the world championship. Of course, this matters, but maybe if he doesn't win, it's not going to affect him too much. But yeah, of course, like momentum matters. He's not going to play many events. In fact, I don't think he's playing any event. Maybe the American Cup he might play. I'm still not sure about that. So not many events that Fabi's playing before the candidates. So yeah, it's going to be epic. And round number 3 starting soon. Sajay, I'll be back in just a minute. पानी लेके आता हूँ.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. What's up, chat? Lag क्यों लिख रहे हो भाई? Lag. I'm not sure if there's a lag, but please do check it. समय भाई अगर कुछ है सीन तो I think it's fine. Sej, bhai, you were more excited for 2024 candidates or 2026 candidates? Oof, bhai, ये तो बहुत डिफिकल्ट क्वेश्चन पूछ लिया आपने, बट एज एन इंडियन चेस फैन ऑफ कोर्स 2024, बिकॉज तीन प्लेयर्स थे लाइक यू, आई मीन ऑफ कोर्स वी हैड सीन देम एट द हाईएस्ट ऑफ लेवल, बट जैसे विदित को कभी कैंडिडेट्स खेलते नहीं देखा, एंड आई बेसिकली ग्रो अप विद विदित इन दैट सेंस, एंड फॉर गुकेश एंड ब्रग आई फॉलोड देम बट नॉट एज मच, क्योंकि उस टाइम पे मैं उतना ज़्यादा इंडियन चेस फॉलो नहीं कर रहा था, तो इट वॉज वेरी एक्साइटिंग टू सी सम फ्रेश फेसेस playing at the top level, holding their own, and Mukesh winning was just unbelievable. Yeah, yeah, bhai. No lag. Okay, yeah. So if I can compare, the two, I would say 2024 would take the cake for me. But इस वाले वर्ल्ड चैम्प, इस वाले सॉरी कैंडिडेट्स में I think what's very interesting is maybe not from an Indian perspective कि एक ही player है. Of course, women's candidates now we have three, so that's a great news. But last time also we had two. It's like okay, we have one more player, but still it's great, more chances to win. But I think there is sort of an outside perspective to see how Sindarov is going to do, how Esipenko is going to do, how Bluebaum is going to do, because we have a lot of fresh faces playing at the elite level, and that's what makes it interesting from a chess perspective. मैं अभी इंडियन चेस की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, मैं चेस की perspective से बात कर रहा हूँ. So from that perspective, I think this one is more interesting. Because last time we had a lot of older names, like experienced names. इस बार ऐसा नहीं हुआ. It's kind of unbelievable that I thought Magnus didn't had great last year, still he won every tournament except Freestyle. Yes, bhai, exactly. He won everything. Like वो जो भी खेल रहा था वो जीत रहा था. It's kind of unbelievable, yeah. In Bullet, who is better without increment, Hikaru or Magnus? I think Magnus himself said that Hikaru is better. So, and for me also Hikaru would be better. I mean, I think ये हम last time भी बोल रहे थे कि एक second का increment अगर आप हटा देते हो तो Hikaru has a very very good chance of beating Magnus. I would say he's like
Yeah,
for me 60-40 favorite at
yeah,
least.
but at least maybe he was. Maybe now I'm a bit confused because Hikaru didn't have the perfect SCC. But yeah, I
But
think it
one
would be
plus one
a.
था भाई वो. That's not 1+0.
True, 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 true.
1+0
Okay,
में I think he's is for me okay. Firuja okay, but by that logic,
ha,
Firuja is like
exactly, exactly
way
your
more
point.
of a
Firuza
favorite. Like I
is
wouldn't
also a
say
good.
Firuza is worse than Hikaru though.
Ha.
But I would still take them over Magnus.
Hmm.
Bye, baby. I
But
second. Yeah? BRB.
meanwhile, chat. I think the next number of the freestyle number will be out soon. 349 was the last one. If you have any guesses, do choose. Okay, I'm gonna make a guess, wild guess. बाद में मैग्नस के पीछे खड़े हम लोग भाई. देख रहे हो कार्लसन तुम्हारे भाई की तरह आगे खड़ा है भाई. ऐसा व्यू कहाँ मिलेगा? तुम कार्लसन के पीछे खड़े हो भाई. इमेजिन ऐसे टैग फंसते हैं. मैग्नस क्या रहा रे? जीत क्या? अरे बढ़िया मैग्नस. क्या ट्रैप लगा रहे मैग्नस भाई. So I'm gonna choose maybe I'm gonna choose 71. I'll choose 71. Let's go for something very, very low. Just like my rating. Yeah, 71 I'm gonna choose. Levon, by the way, in a must win now against Magnus. भाई भगवान कुछ भी करे बस स्ट्रीमिंग करते हुए जुकाम ना दे भाई. लेवॉन by the way must be thinking यार मुच्छट मैग्नस से मैच लग गया. फॉर्म में है मैग्नस. But I was about to grow a mustache, but then I was like, okay, I'm not looking great. वैसे ही खराब लगते हैं और खराब नहीं लगना. Yeah, let's see what the number is at. 71 is mine. 71, 71. Come on, 71. Shows the number. 483 is the number, bhai. Clearly, I guessed it before all of you. So 483, bhai. Oh my god, my guesses are like 100% accuracy, chat. Crazy. And अंधेरा हो चुका है हॉल में for some reason. ये क्या हो भाई? अंधेरा हो गया सडनली. राइट कहाँ गई भाई? कोई लाइट का बटन ऑन करो यार. अच्छा कैमरा का एक्सपोजर कम हुआ है. मेरे को लाइट बटन चलेगी यार. This is
Let's
Batman
go,
vision, by
boys.
the way, chat. Yeah,
Which
this is
position?
bat. By the way, 483 was the number, Saj.
483. Okay. I think we'll have the live board very, very soon.
Yeah,
What
we
that
can see
means.
the position on the board. I see the bishop on A1, the queen on B1. Um, yeah, we see it. King on C1, bishop D1, queen E1, rook F1, bishop G1, knight. So दोनों knight फिर से कोने में है. Very interesting.
भाई तो सेम ही पोजीशन है ना?
अच्छा नहीं, ये पुरानी वाली है शायद क्या?
तो हाँ सेम पोजीशन है भाई,
हाँ
पहले
ये
वाली
पुरानी
उस
वाली
पे
है,
F4
पुरानी
हुआ
वाली
था,
है.
नाइट B3 एंड बिशप D4, रिमेंबर?
Let's go full screen then. I think we'll see it on the actual board.
नहीं नहीं भाई, वो सही नहीं
नहीं
है।
नहीं,
वो
वो
सेम
पुरानी
पोजीशन है
वाली
भाई
है.
पहले वाले से, आई थिंक।
हाँ, let's go full screen. I think we might
आई
see it there.
कुड बी रॉन्ग बट आई थिंक सो।
Why are they not preparing? Do they not have the position? -4 +8 +3 equal to Thala. हाँ यश भाई. By the way, Saj, by Valentine's Day, about to start in 2.5 hours. Any plans for Valentine's Day?
भाई आप ही के साथ स्पेंड करना है अब तो, टू सेलिब्रेट अर्जुन। यही है प्लान भाई।
भाई so let's hope Arjun wins. By the way, याद आया वैलेंटाइंस डे पे श्रीनाथ का बर्थडे भी होता है. श्रीनाथ का बढ़िया हो गया ना, एनिवर्सरी भी फेब में, बर्थडे भी फेब में, वैलेंटाइंस डे भी फेब में. भाई
अरे
क्या मतलब,
क्रेजी।
सारे एक हफ्ते में सारे उसने सेलिब्रेशन रख दिए भाई. एक ही बार में बड़ी पार्टी कर ली, खत्म.
भाई दिस विल बी एन एक्सपेंसिव मंथ, लाइक फॉर द नेक्स्ट लाइक foreseeable future।
Yeah, he narrowed down his expenses to 1 month. Yeah, basically.
हाँ।
Smart. By the way, हम कहीं तो छुपे, हम किसी झाड़ के पीछे फिर से. सहज भाई, आई कैन सी द. भाई छुप के क्यों देख रहे हैं सहज भाई? आई डोंट नो, लाइक ये दिस हैज बीन अ फिलॉसफी ऑफ फ्री स्टाइल चेस की, छुप के देखना है, डायरेक्ट नहीं देखना.
भाई छुप के भी हम हेनरिक को देख रहे हैं। इज
Who's
ऑल्सो
not looking
लुकिंग।
at us?
या लैपटॉप के स्पेक्स भाई, लैपटॉप के भाई आस्क मी अगेन इन 1 week बिकॉज आई एम गेटिंग अ न्यू लैपटॉप वेरी वेरी सून। अभी वाला तो इज नॉट वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग, बट साहिल भाई व्हाट आर योर लैपटॉप स्पेक्स? आपने नया
लैपटॉप
लिया अभी।
स्पेक्स यार, इंसान को सिलेक्ट करते हैं, लैपटॉप को भी लगने लग गया क्या? आई डिडंट नो दैट.
इंसान पे तो होते नहीं है भाई स्पेक्स।
होते हैं ना भाई, मेरा है ना, चश्मे का नंबर है ना भाई, स्पेक्स. Anyways, meanwhile,
वाओ।
Saj bhai, look at the position. We have the position. It's the bishop on a1. Is the bishops
ओ,
in the corner this time? So knights ko hata uppar is time the bishops, and bishops make a lot of sense.
दिस इज मोर स्टेबल फॉर
Yeah,
ब्लैक, आई थिंक। Okay, this is kind of good news for Arjun. Advantage for
yeah.
white so far.
Bishops देखते ही सहज भाई थोड़े गायब हो, एक्साइट हो गया. क्या हो गया सहज भाई, गायब हो गया आप?
क्या करें भाई।
क्या करे भाई मतलब. सहज भाई enjoying himself थोड़ा बहुत ज्यादा ही.
I'm
By the
I'm
way,
I'm back, right? You can hear me, right?
you're back by. They are considering e4 by the way. And b5, the move by counter by
Not the best move.
बाकी लोगों ने कहा नहीं चल b5 कोई नहीं खेलेगा. इस लाइक नहीं खेलेंगे भाई, ट्रस्ट मी. वो कह रहे नहीं खेलेगा कोई b5 यार. अरे भाई, अब बाकी तो लटक गए यार, ये बंदा b5 नहीं रोक रहा है.
But e4 actually is not the best move for white so far. g3 is apparently the best one, which is not easy to play because you're directly exchanging the fianchet to bishop.
बट
So
ही
we
इज
might see
करेक्ट.
that white ke players are just playing differently on the first move itself
साज
in this
भाई,
match.
बोधर की अंडरस्टैंडिंग देखो, e4 पे b5 इज इंडीड द बेस्ट मूव. दैट्स क्रेजी. That he's
Hmm.
the only one who's able to grasp कि e4 पे b5 is best.
I think b5 is basically the best move for black no matter what white plays. So my question then is why shouldn't white start with b4? अगर ब्लैक को b5 और b6 ही खेलना है हर मूव के अगेंस्ट, तो b4 पहले ही खेल दो।
तो ए4 ही खेलना ना, फिर बी4 बी5 खेलना है उसने तो.
बिशप तो निकालना पड़ेगा ना भाई।
या सी4.
एक बड़ा बहुत बढ़िया सी सुपर चैट आई आपके लिए साहिल भाई, एक थोड़ा आंसर दो
अच्छा,
ना थोड़ा।
जयकांत तिवारी जी, बहुत पहले स्ट्रीम पे देखता हूँ इनको. आप कब खेलेंगे वर्ल्ड? बस निकल रहा हूँ अभी भाई, निकल रहा हूँ बस. बस की टिकट है अभी 22 रुपए की लिए, अभी निकल रहा हूँ बस अभी. तो
नाइस।
उसके बाद ट्रेन की टिकट तो नहीं है, मगर खड़े खड़े निकल जाएंगे भाई.
कह रहे हैं नॉडी विल डोमिनेट मैगी दिस टाइम, भाई विल सी
अच्छा,
भाई। इससे याद आया कि भाई
मैंने
एक आध मैगी बैट तो बनती है भाई।
मैंने मोदी पढ़ा फॉर समथिंग. खेलने से बाय हैबिट बाय द वे. G3, भाई लुक एट दिस. दे आर कंसीडरिंग G3 नाउ. साज.
भाई g3 b5 जस्ट लुक्स बैड फॉर व्हाइट, आई डोंट नो व्हाई, लाइक ऑप्टिकली कि ये बिशप अगर ट्रेड हो गया इसमें व्हाइट बेटर क्यों है अब? ये तो खराब लग रहा है ना किंग साइड पे, क्योंकि नाइट f3 पे नहीं बैठ रहा आपका।
वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग.
सहज भाई आपने कभी टाइटल ट्यूसडे में मैग्नस को खेला है क्या? हाँ भाई एक बार उसने नाइट ए3 खेल के हराया था मुझे व्हाइट से। फिर साहिल भाई ने उसकी एक ट्वीट भी डाली थी उसके बाद। वेरी वेरी
मैंने
बैड
ट्वीट
मेमोरी।
ट्वीट
बट
की
मजा आया था
वीडियो?
भाई। वीडियो भी डाली थी भाई और ट्वीट भी डाली थी, दोनों दोनों। साहिल भाई ने पूरा कंटेंट निकाला था उसमें,
ट्वीट
जाके
करा था मैंने,
आप
अच्छा
चेक कर सकते हो भाई।
मुझे याद नहीं है भाई. My memory is not the greatest. Is not the goat among goat of memories. But
जब इतना
meanwhile,
सब कुछ पोस्ट करते हैं ना एक ही चीज पे तो भूल जाते हैं, इट्स
वही
अंडरस्टैंडेबल।
ना भाई, मतलब अभी करना, हम भी करेंगे ना भाई, 3 मंथ में 1 मिलियन.
ओहो हो। ठीक है, लेट्स गो।
1 मिलियन दुआएं भाई, 1 मिलियन दुआएं. Meanwhile, B5 is black's best move. G3 is something white players are considering, so they are thinking in the right direction. G3 के बाद, is there anything else black might consider, like G6 by black?
I mean, you could, but b5 is what you should play. I think they're going for, yeah, they're exchanging these two bishops basically. And maybe they're just considering b4 now as a first move, which I really, really like, to be honest. This
Hmm.
is what makes the most sense to me. But I think यहाँ पे सारे white players अलग अलग चालें खेलेंगे, by the way. एक खेलेगा e4, एक खेलेगा b4, एक खेलेगा g3. It will be interesting.
Yeah, it's
So we'll
possible
get
when you
completely
have,
new positions.
yeah, when you have a position जहाँ पे clearly कोई move दिमाग में better नहीं लग रही, then people might choose different paths out of their preference. As Sahaj might prefers B4, some might prefer B4, some might prefer G3, some might still go E4. Who knows? So multiple options available. We can see as we are stalking the white players here, Sahaj bhai, clearly. ये कौन सा पौधा है? Sir? Can we take a guess? Chat, come on. The plant experts. Which plant is this?
भाई कोई स्ट्रैटेजी होगी कि हमेशा फ्री स्टाइल में होता है ये, व्हेन दे आर जस्ट काइंड ऑफ हाइडिंग एंड जस्ट शोइंग, यू नो सिर्फ
And
कोई
also इतने पौधे
स्ट्रैटेजी
होते भी नहीं कहीं
रहेगी।
भाई. खाली फ्रीस्टाइल में इतने पौधे होते हैं.
हम्म। यस मैं कभी अभी लेवी को एक बार खेला था, आई थिंक लेवी से मैं, आई थिंक इट वाज मेनी मेनी इयर्स बैक, एंड आई थिंक दैट मैच either I lost or it was a draw. It was a blitz match like on Chesscom like many many years back. I remember I played him once. Let me see if I can check. Yeah, it was one. I actually lost that. It was 1+0. It was a bullet match in 2018. क्या बात है भाई, 2018 में मैं लेवी से खेला था लास्ट, जस्ट
वाह.
वंस या।
तो आपको हरा के लेवी की लाइफ बदल गई भाई.
एग्जैक्टली भाई।
मुझसे भी हार जाओ यार.
मैग्नस भी सेम
अभी.
भाई, आपसे भी हारे था भाई, इफ यू रिमेंबर।
अच्छा हाँ,
द
वन
10
वर्सेस
प्लस
10.
10 वर्सेस 1 मिनट और समथिंग।
हाँ, मे बी वो टाइम भूल जाएंगे तो कुछ करियर चेंज हो सकता है. पर ओके, द गेम्स आर स्टार्टिंग एंड इट इज हैंस अगेंस्ट अर्जुन. लेट्स गो चैट, अ सुपर क्रूशियल गेम फॉर अर्जुन. कैन इवन लेट्स स्टे फुल स्क्रीन बाय द वे, बिकॉज आई थिंक जुकाम नहीं है, मुझे सिर्फ क्लोजर एक्शन देखना है. साज भाई, क्या उम्मीद है अर्जुन की यहाँ से? डू यू थिंक ही कैन विन?
आधा सच बोला आपने भी।
भाई आधा सच पूरे झूठ से बेटर होता है.
दैट इज ट्रू। सत्य वचन।
या
This freestyle chess is next level exciting. No opening theory, just pure skill and imagination exploding on the board. Exactly. And I think that's the entire purpose of, having this format, because theory एक बार चली आती है तो everything just, is left to the skill, the imagination, the motivation, all of these factors kind of take over. So that's why we love covering it.
या एंड जो भी कैमरामैन की बात कर रहे हैं, बिल्कुल भाई, ही वाज अ स्पाई इन हिज प्रीवियस जन्म. एंड इफ यू ऐड द मिशन इम्पॉसिबल म्यूजिक, इट विल फील लाइक अ MI8 मूवी. सो या, you get to watch chess and you get to watch Mission Impossible as well. And how possible is the mission of Arjun winning, Sahaj भाई? क्या लग रहा है इस गेम में क्या होगा रिजल्ट? चैट एंड सहज भाई.
अगर एक मैगी की बात होती है तो आप कर भी सकते हैं भाई।
हाँ, तो क्या लग रहा है भाई, इफ यू हैव टू चूज अ रिजल्ट?
एक रिजल्ट।
हाँ, आई गेट द अदर टू,
अर्जुन
यू गेट टू
विंस।
चूज वन. ठीक है, डन, चलो 1 मैगी बेट.
आई चूज अर्जुन विंस, आप भी एक रिजल्ट लो ना फिर।
नहीं भाई, you're taking Arjun winning, which is the
एक
likely
तो
result. So
रिजल्ट, चलो एक तो रिजल्ट ले लो
no,
भाई,
I
ड्रॉ ले लो।
see. We'll choose this pattern as we used to. One guy can choose the result, but the other guy gets the remaining
चलो,
two. ठीक है.
आपको लगता क्या है, बेट के बारे में मत ही बोलो। बाय द वे, ही प्लेस जी3 ऑन मूव
I
वन,
think Arjun has the
तो
best chance to win, is my guess. But if you're choosing Arjun, I'll take the other two results.
बाय द वे आई वाज रॉन्ग, चारों बोर्ड्स पे जी3 पहली चाल खेली गई है।
Wow.
नॉदिरबेक प्लेस जी3, हंस प्लेस, एंड सिंडारोव एंड लेवॉन, ऑल ऑफ देम हैव प्लेड जी3 ऑन मूव वन।
And a black का response देखना पड़ेगा, because if they considered G3 seriously, I'm expecting a similar response from black. Vincent Keimer, by the way, has played B5. No moves on the other three boards. So it
अर्जुन हैज
seems
प्लेड
like the
b5।
black players. Oh, played B5. Wow.
या अर्जुन प्लेड, सो बेसिकली नॉदिरबेक और विंसेंट की जो पोजीशन है वो सेम पोजीशन अभी हंस और अर्जुन की है, एग्जैक्टली बिशप 8 क्वीन 8 के बाद।
भाई same position in the, yeah, 3 games Sindaro game as well. So सब जगह same position आने वाली है. चारों game में same position है भाई. 4 games same position.
लेट्स सी। B3 भाई, लिटरली सेम पोजीशन यार, डिट्टो B3 के बाद। क्या क्रेजी है भाई, थ्योरी इज सो
भाई
इंपॉर्टेंट इन चेस।
भाई ये बिशप्स के लिए दुआ रखो यार थोड़ी सी यार। इमेजिन करो, दे वर सो एक्साइटेड सिटिंग एट होम, बैक पैक कर रहे थे, माँ कह रही थी बिशप बेटा तू फ्रीस्टाइल खेलने जा रहा है? हाँ माँ, हाँ माँ चेकमेट करूंगा माँ। अरे बेटा कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन, मैग्नस का चेकमेट करना, हाँ हाँ माँ मैग्नस का चेकमेट करूंगा। एंड सडनली चार मुंह में एक्सचेंज, दोनों बिशप्स, नो यूज। सैड लाइफ भाई।
Hikaru would love this, yeah, because I mean, in SCC at least, he was playing with the knights a lot. So Hikaru is smiling somewhere, but let's
बट
see what
नाइट में ही तो
Arjun
लग
goes
गई ना
for.
भाई, लास्ट में ही प्लेड H5 एंड देन नाइट G5 से ड्रॉ हो गया सो।
हाँ भाई, वो तो था, वो तो था भाई. That was a bit sad for Hikaru. By the way,
बाय द
C5
वे,
played same position as Magnus. By the way, Magnus also played C5, and now Hans. If Hans goes C4, ditto same position between Levon and Magnus.
आई थिंक ही गो C4। C4 लुक्स वेरी लॉजिकल। हाथ होवर कर रहा है, होवर बोर्ड फैशन में हो ना हो, बट हाथ होवर करना चेस में हमेशा फैशन में होता है। एंड ही प्ले C4।
Oh, and BC4 के बाद, by the way, Levon ने rook take C4 मारा था, which is a mistake, and Magnus is already better in that game. But let's see what Hans plays. Oh, he goes
ओह,
BC4.
हैंस नीमन समझते हैं पोजीशन बेटर देन लेवन ओरोनियन भाई, सरप्राइज। बाय द वे चारों
Okay.
गेम डेड इक्वल है चैट, सो इट टेल्स यू दिस गेम इज काइंड ऑफ इवन या फॉर बोथ प्लेयर्स। वी सॉ कि पहली गेम ब्लैक के लिए बेटर थी, दूसरी गेम व्हाइट के लिए बेटर थी, बट दिस गेम इज काइंड ऑफ बैलेंस्ड।
Yeah, I mean, that's an understatement completely. If G6 के बाद these bishops are also get traded off very, very soon. He plays rook b8, attacking the queen. Queen को F5 पे जाना है, not C2, which is the more logical. Oh, another move is queen D3. Oh, by the way, he plays queen D3.
वाओ, टिकू मीटिंग वाज हेला फनी। ए ब्रदर, वैलेंटाइंस डे से एक दिन पहले तुम मेरे मीटिंग के बाद बात मत करो भाई। ऑन द बॉडी ऑफ, बाय द वे क्वीन डी3 प्लेड। सच व्हाट इज द प्लान हियर ऑफ क्वीन डी3 का? ये मूव मुझे समझ नहीं आई। व्हाट इज द
भाई
प्लान?
नाइट C3, नाइट E3 करके D5 पे अटैक, I guess. There was no
ओह,
like more pleasant square. Queen C2 पे रहता
हाँ,
तो maybe knight D4, knight B4 could be a problem.
फेयर, फेयर। एंड आल्सो आई थिंक नाइट अभी आएंगे बढ़िया चमकते हुए। आल्सो देयर इज नाइट बी4 आइडियाज। एंड आल्सो वेयर डज व्हाइट कैसल? इट्स नॉट क्लियर टू मी। यू कांट कैसल ऑन द क्वीन साइड। I mean, it would be stupid to cancel the queen side. King side castling also with the queen looking on this diagonal doesn't feel as tempting. So दोनों kings क्या करने वाले हैं साज भाई? Any idea?
Right now, I think there is no clear plan. He goes 93. I think king cop center में रखोगे at the end. No, no, like I think that's pretty logical. By the way, 93 is a nice move. Knight D5, Knight C7 check का plan. So you wanna play Knight D6 to defend this, but then H7 is hanging. So he plays Knight B4 to
भाई
avoid Knight D5. Nice move.
look at this. The best moves are queen b1 and queen b3. So जहां से आए थे वहीं जाना है. That is not easy for white, and there is scope to make an error.
भाई पॉन भी तो बचाना है, क्वीन B1 में पॉन बच रहा है ना आपका। क्वीन F5 वगैरह जाओगे तो Knight A2 मर जाएगा, आई गेस।
ट्रिकी ट्रिकी। अर्जुन भाई जीत गए, दूसरी गेम हार गए, पहली गेम जीत गए। चैट एनिमी जॉइनिंग इट इज द फ्री स्टाइल वर्ल्ड चेस चैंपियनशिप। एक वर्ल्ड चैंपियन का खिताब यहाँ पे हैंग करा होता है ना, वो WWE में होता था साज भाई, इफ यू रिमेंबर, लाइक देयर टू बी लाइक अ बेल्ट हैंगिंग, एंड वो लैडर ला के चढ़ना होता था, एंड द गाय हु ब्रिंग्स द बेल्ट डाउन
रेसलमेनिया, या
विंस।
रेसलमेनिया और समथिंग इट्स
या
कॉल्ड।
वैसे ही कुछ
कुछ
याद
तो
आ रहा है मुझे, लाइक
कुछ तो नाम था
दिस।
ऐसे करके।
हाँ, 8 players and the guy who checkmates the maximum number of opponents wins, so सीधा टाइटल हाथ में भाई।
By the way, interesting like observation. Like Hans is the only one with headphones while playing the matches. The only one. Maybe he's listening to some music, yeah, SEC style.
I don't think like these are music headphones. These are like noise cancellation ones, I think, because कोई wire है नहीं, and I don't think wireless allow करेंगे,
Hmm.
because although they might, God knows. But Queen B1, he finds the best move again. By Hans Niemann is playing well.
Yep, best move played. And by the way, chat is telling us money in the bank. Yes, exactly. That's what it was called. Money in the bank.
Yeah,
That's what it feels like. And
साहिल
now
भाई,
G6 only move
आपको
for
आपको
Arjun.
दो देने का मन रख के देने का मन कर रहा है भाई। तुम दो छोड़ो, एक ही फरारी चलेगी यार, मैं एक से खुश हूं। इतना भगवान ने कहा था लालच नहीं करना है। एक भी दे दोगे तो आई टेक इट यार, मतलब इट्स ओके, डोंट वरी यार, आई वोंट कंप्लेन। हैंस लिसनिंग
And
टू टेलर स्विफ्ट, कौन सा गाना? सो इफ यू हैड टू गेस गेस अ सॉन्ग हैंस इज लिसनिंग टू, व्हिच सॉन्ग वुड दैट बी? साज भाई, एनी गेसेस?
selfie मैंने ले लिया आज.
Ooh, wow, that's a deadly combination, Saj. By hands and selfies. सेल्फी स्टिक भी रखेंगे हैंड्स की
गोट
खाली
सॉन्ग्स।
सेल?
नहीं
Tariq,
नहीं,
do you take a selfie stick or do you take selfies ऐसी? Which kind of selfies do you like?
नॉर्मल सेल्फीज भाई, नॉर्मल
Normal, yeah.
सेल्फी, यस यस यस।
But I feel like maybe his hands will not be like a huge Dinchak Puja fan. Like after Big Boss ka appearance, like has my hands might have lost interest, yeah. तो मुझे लग रहा है maybe he might be listening to some like वो समय के जो songs थे like जो बहुत popular थे like ऐसे गाड़ी वाड़ी something कचरा निकाले something something वैसे songs सुन रहे होंगे शायद.
Could be. Huge if true. True Dinchak Puja fan. Yes, bhai. Exactly. By the way, he attacks the queen. It's a soft draw offer though. Like if you go queen d3 back, then I'd be forgiven draw offer. But queen f5 is apparently possible for Hans, and that's maybe the only way to try, to play for a win here as white. पर अभी
And cool.
ओपनिंग के बाद तो भाई ऐसा लग रहा है अर्जुन के जीतने का चांस कम है. लाइक लेट्स बी रियल, पोजीशन इज
हाँ.
बैलेंस्ड. लाइक व्हाइट हैज दैट एक्स्ट्रा वन मूव टेम्पो जो पहली चाल से था आपके पास, and doesn't look like Arjun has a good chances to win. Like draw is like an ideal result, but let's see.
I agree because queen f5, g6, queen h3 is the move, and essentially you're attacking h7, and he finds it. So Hans Niemann right now is playing some magnificent chess. I think his accuracy might be 100%. Yeah, it's 99.6. I'm not surprised. And if you look at the position and all the games overall, the white piece is slowly starting to get a slight edge in 3 of the 4 games. Only Magnus is equal. Everybody else is slightly better. So maybe it's like a position जहाँ पे it's practically difficult for white, even though not objectively.
भाई देखो क्वीन एच थ्री भी खेल दिया उसने, एंड यू आर राइट भाई. आई थिंक प्रैक्टिकली दिस लुक्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट फॉर ब्लैक बिकॉज इट्स वेरी बैलेंस्ड. Knight on e3 is nice. Bishops are getting traded off. Knight c3 पे भी आने वाला है. My queen is I think the biggest like the reason why white is better because black की queen अभी भी कोने में एकदम पड़ी हुई है. No way to get active. And yeah, some like a lot of practical problems he has to solve. Like in some way, like knight d5, queen h4, it just looks so scary. This e7 pawn hanging, knight f8 से निकल नहीं रहा है, h7 का pawn मर रहा है. So many problems here. Looks a bit tough for Arjun to hold this.
Yeah, and right
ओ
now
भाई
it's just
लेवॉन भी
having.
बेटर हो गया मैग्नस के साथ अब.
Oh wow! So chat white players dominating. By the way, queen e4. You mentioned the queen side. ये कोने में है. क्या बढ़िया stare दिया by the way Hans ने अभी अर्जुन को. Queen e4 is the best move. Just sacking that pawn on. Okay, that pawn is not even hanging, but queen e4 centralizing the queen, kind of saying, okay, अब आपकी queen, मेरी queen दोनों active है. But black plays h5 and gains space on the king side.
Yeah, knight c3 is I think a very logical move. आप टेक्निकली आप कासल भी कर सकते हो बट मेरे हिसाब से नाइट c3 पहले खेलो फिर कासल करो. डोंट इवन गिव योर अपोनेंट क्वीन e4. आई डिडंट लाइक दिस मूव क्योंकि क्वीन एक्टिव हो रही थी. This
Yeah,
is a nice move to make sure कि queen doesn't get anywhere on this diagonal. Like a c6 is still possible, but वहां से कुछ हो नहीं रहा है.
yeah,
उधर
he
आपको
plays
knight
your move
चाहिए.
such. Very logical, not committing your king as well. Also, knight, one of the knights would come to d5 or b5. That's a very nice centralized square. जहां से queen completely block हो जाएगी, and once the knight is on d5 you can't play e6 because there's knight f6 check. You can't move the knight on a6 because there's knight c7 check. So black is kind of tied down. Yeah, piece चले तो कौन सा चले?
Yeah, looks very very tough. Very very tough. So Arjun is in some trouble. Time पे भी it's not looking the best.
Oh, he plays
He
queen
goes queen
c6.
c6 by the way. Nice move.
Yeah,
Activating and now short castle. And for sure, if once you castle, you know you're better here.
and chat, look at this.
The
Once
position
white
थोड़ा stable हो गया
castles,
अब. Apparently some
exactly,
f4
white's
f5 is the
position
plan in the future.
will
Yeah.
be very solid. And Sajay, black कैसे castle करेगा? Because you've played h5 now. So that's making your castling a bit more difficult and a bit more risky. So just white just feels very, very, comfortable in this position to me.
In these moments, I would keep checking my score sheet to know if I can castle here or not. क्योंकि डर तो लगता है भाई कि your rook is on g1,
Ah,
if you moved it somehow. Um, but yeah, it looks very, very scary. By the way, Sahil bhai,
Ankush bhai,
which match of Arjun are you excited for the most in this? Like, let's say for today. Just let's
bhai,
forget the,
Magnus,
yeah.
yeah? I mean, Magnus. I mean, it has to be Magnus. Like, for me, him winning the world championship is the best, result out of this tournament, of course. But him coming third, say better, I would choose him beating Magnus and maybe not coming third. Like that's how important it is. By the way,
मैं
Queen
मेरे लिए
H4.
सिंडारोव है वो प्लेयर है. सिंडारोव से हारे थे अभी हम टाटा स्टील में. So सिंडारोव को हराना है. Like that's
Correct.
very important. Of course, Magnus is always the most important, like in that sense. But Sindarov को भी हराना है भाई. By the way, he plays Queen H4, knight d5 threat.
Yeah, and Ankush bhai, chalo life में chill करो भाई. Life is not so serious. मैं मास्क पहन के ही बोल सकता हूँ, बट ऐसे ही बोलूंगा विद माय नॉट सो प्रीटी फेस। बाय द वे, क्वीन H4 पुटिंग प्रेशर ऑन E7। साथ में वाइट को दो चाल मिल जाए तो नाइट D5, क्वीन E7 मेट, खलास, खत्म, फिनिश।
And also, you have to play f6 to defend against this. And that's
Oof.
touching the golden pawn, disrupting the harmony of your pawn structure. Plays knight c7, does not
Oh.
allow knight d7. And now short castle is almost winning for white.
Wow, and knight C7 के बाद you have to apparently play F6 at some point anyways. So it's feeling like Arjun is unable to find those critical moves. But to be honest, knight C7 did feel like a natural try, right? Because आपका knight कोने में है, let him bring it to the C7 and try to exchange it for one of white's active knights and Hans castles.
Yes, knight d5 incoming. Maybe f4, f5 is a very, very dangerous plan in this position. That does not look pleasant. And the problem is Arjun doesn't have any counter play. He's looking to
Yeah.
attack his opponent somehow, but king पूरा safe है. Knight से board पे black का knight अभी f8 पे ही पड़ा हुआ है. e6 पे आप भी जाओगे तो knight d5 looks very very scary. I mean, you could be lost there as well. Rook b1 is such a dangerous threat. Back rank पे आपको problems हैं. Yeah, I think Arjun can actually go wrong just in the next move. It could be dead loss for him. He has to be very very careful.
Absolutely. अर्जुन थोड़ा हेजिटेट करते हुए, चैट कम ऑन, क्या लग रहा है रिजल्ट अर्जुन के लिए? विन, ड्रॉ या लॉस? व्हाट्स योर प्रेडिक्शन? नाइट E6 प्लेड, बट नाउ रुके B1 सहज, एंड सडनली हमारे रुक्स आर नॉट कनेक्टेड, वी कांट कैसल बिकॉज़ E7 इज हैंगिंग।
Exactly the point. Short castle is not possible. E7. That's why Queen H4 is such a powerful move, and this is why the difference between the placement of your queen matters so much in this position. Black की queen अभी भी active नहीं है यहाँ पे because it's not contributing much to the game. Yes, it has a diagonal, but उस diagonal पे कुछ हो नहीं रहा है.
यार, yeah, if the knight was on G5, like, and white's queen was not there, knight H3 could be mate. But black की queen अकेले उस diagonal पे कुछ नहीं कर पा रही है, and somehow this feels dangerous. And रुके B1 is the first move you consider, Sahaj bhai and chat. Like पहली move तो दिमाग में आती है. So I think like Hans Niemann is clearly better now.
या फॉर श्योर। एंड साहिल भाई, ऐसा आपको कुछ अगर मेटिंग अटैक दिखते हैं ना आपको, तो आप हेल्पमेट की तरह पूछ सकते हो चैट से। लाइक आई बीन थिंकिंग अबाउट इट एज वेल। इफ यू सी एनी कूल मेट लाइक ऑन, बिकॉज आई थिंक ऑन इन फ्री स्टाइल चेस यू सी देम अलॉट। यू कैन आस्क ओके मेट इन लाइक हेल्प मेट इन 2, हेल्प मेट इन 3 इफ यू सी एनीथिंग।
Wait, what? अच्छा, I got confused. भाई ये क्या हो गया? Okay,
भाई टेक्स ऑन, ये तो 2 बार मर गया भाई।
that's
ये तो
a
गलत हो गया।
transmission error. It will get fixed soon.
देखो
I
हम
think he took a
मैन्युअली फिक्स कर देते हैं ना। रुक बी वन, रुक बी वन, रुक बी वन। नाउ व्हाट हैपेंड? व्हाट डिड ही प्ले?
he played
ही प्लेड
F6 now.
f6। या दिस इज द करंट पोजीशन। ना
Best
f4
move.
निकालना है हंस को।
Oh, that's not easy, yeah? Because your rook just moved to the queen side. You don't consider F4 now.
Why simple? I would play f4 here, easy. I think maybe I will go queen e4 and then f4, but yeah, I'll go f4 is one of the first moves I'll look at. f4 f5 plan है ना भाई
Wow.
कि pawn मर रहा है h5 पे.
Yeah. F4 F5 does look deadly, but I was a bit scared of opening my own king. But it does seem to work. But क्या यहाँ hands इतने guts करेंगे? He will go for F4. Let's see chat. हमारा internet नहीं है भाई, ये on site ही transmission error है. By the way, he played Queen E4 Sahaj, your move, second best move in the position.
Chat, what's the worst move for black here in this position? Worst. Like इससे ये move खेलते ही match खत्म. By the way, great move by Hans here and +1 advantage. एक pawn तो मिल ही रहा है अभी a7 का. Maybe rook b7, rook a7 is hanging. Looks very very tough
First
to
move
hold this.
for black Sahaj by King D8.
Yes भाई, you're right.
Bhai,
मैं
this
थोड़ा
is my
क्वीन से
area of
कंफ्यूज कर रहा था
expertise.
आपको,
This is
बट
my area
किंग
of
b8 रुक
expertise.
b8।
Yeah.
या दैट्स अ चेकमेट, नाइसली डन।
Yeah. So chat फंस गई भाई, क्वीन D4 क्वीन E4 लिख रही है, बट लेट्स सी चैट क्या होता है। अर्जुन अबाउट टू प्ले, टाइम सिचुएशन आल्सो नॉट लुकिंग दैट ग्रेट, मतलब अर्जुन इज अहेड बट नॉट बाय मच।
टेक्स and now it's Arjun. By the way, live board is still not updated, yeah, तो थोड़ा
या
issues रहेंगे उधर। d6 played, टाइम still same है ना?
टाइम इज, या आई थिंक हैंड्स इज टाइम पे एडजस्ट हो रहा है
Oh,
एक्चुअली,
we
सो
got
आई
it now,
वुडंट।
we got
यू
it
गॉट
now।
इट, या? ऑसम।
That's a mistake by the way. rook b7 is almost winning for him भाई। ये जीतना अर्जुन के लिए तो भाई एकदम एकदम नामुमकिन काम लग रहा है एकदम।
भाई क्या चल रहा है सहज भाई? एक विन के बाद दो लॉसेस, हार्ट ब्रेक तो नहीं देखना पड़ेगा हमें?
यार I mean, still we are in top 4. Literally, Arjun is fourth right now. अभी
Yeah,
हारना
but
नहीं है।
रहेंगे नहीं ना भाई, because other guys will
हाँ,
win and they will go ahead. Come on, Arjun, you can pull this off. Rook B7, King D7. Let's Let's create counterplay with rook b8, and there will always be some chances.
Rook b7 is beautiful. Yeah, a7 free pawn. Yeah, सूखा pawn. Knight c3, knight d5 also incoming. This looks very, very. By the way, king d7 is the best move, but somehow I'm very scared of knight d5 there. Like knight f6 check is there, knight d7 is there.
Why king d7 se zyada, I thought a6, but apparently knight c3 is just winning on the spot there. So if you're greedy, it's gonna be even worse. But I think he's gonna go a6, Sahaj.
a6 भाई वो तो और खराब है यार knight c3 की knight d5 is just lost there.
He got it.
Commentators
I
have
told
felt.
you, Sahaj bhai. I told you. Now
Oh,
knight
by the way, blue
c3.
arrow, knight c3 only move. वही लिख रहा है चैट में.
Hands
I
नहीं
have
निकालेगा.
commentators. I have felt that whenever you guys get worried about Arjun, we lose. Please be positive and support Indian players even when they are losing. Why we do
Okay,
support
okay.
them, but अगर if the position is
Okay.
losing, that's when we are worried. Yeah. So
Sahaj bhai,
it's
let's test
literally
it
the
out.
other way around.
Sahaj bhai, कोई स्ट्रेस ही नहीं है भाई. कितना है? +2.3. हाँ, ये तो अर्जुन नींद में बचा लेगा यार. I
हाँ
mean, this is
हाँ. Of
easy.
course.
I mean, अर्जुन अपनी बाएं हाथ की छोटी उंगली से ये पोजीशन सेव कर सकता है साहज भाई. लिटरली आधा सोते हुए नींद से उठा के करके उठाओगे
I
उसको
mean,
तब
Arjun
भी
is
सॉल्व कर
left-handed
लेगा.
technically, so
या आई मीन देन दाएं हाथ, अबे दाएं पैर की छोटी उंगली से कर लेगा भाई. इट्स सो इजी साहज भाई. लाइक पीनट्स, पीनट्स फॉर हिम. सॉल्टेड भी नहीं, प्लेन पीनट्स.
अरे 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 अरे. अर्जुन का फॉलोइंग टाटा स्टील पैटर्न नहीं भाई मत बोलो ये सब. वो नहीं है वो
आई
बदले को भाई
टोल्ड
नाइट
यू
डी फाइव
साहज भाई.
मिस्टेक.
आई हैड
हाँ
नो डाउट्स अबाउट दिस मिस्टेक, एंड मिस्टेक पे
कोर्स.
मिस्टेक चालू होगी अभी देखना.
बट इवन दो बार थोड़ा नीचे गया भाई पोजीशन मेरे को अभी भी अच्छी नहीं लग रही अर्जुन की. इफ आई कैन बी फुल्ली ऑनेस्ट बिकॉज़ दिस रुक ऑन g8 इज अ हॉरिबल पीस. लाइक एंड यू कैन नेवर प्ले किंग f7 बिकॉज़ नाइट d6 चेक हमेशा मरेगा इस पोजीशन में. सो यू हैव टू बी वेरी वेरी केयरफुल. बाय द वे नाइट d4 ओनली मूव फॉर अर्जुन. एनीथिंग एल्स इज
भाई
लूजिंग.
of course निकालेगा 94. I mean, he could play this even if he had -10 seconds on his clock. Like the 10 second पैदा कर लेगा अर्जुन. 94 income. I told you साहज भाई, no stress.
क्रेजी. कैसे कर लेते हो भाई आप ये.
बस साहज भाई स्किल है, and अर्जुन की दुआ है भाई. I think he's gonna win this साहज भाई. I think ये गेम उनके नाम.
अरे विनिंग ही है तो खत्म ही है गेम. पता नहीं हांस
हाँ
मतलब
बस.
अभी रिजाइन कर देगा.
हाँ देखो अभी रुक कूद के आएगा यहाँ पे D1 पे मिट
हाँ
जाएगी.
हाँ
देखो
ऐसे
आप
d1
देखो.
पे. जी जी.
हाँ बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
हॉप चेस.
Best move G5 by the way. देखो best move played. Yeah, I mean
नवीन भाई
since
मे बी यू हैव अ पॉइंट यार.
Why, of course, I have a point. I have a line and a circle as well, Sahaj bhai. I mean, even a triangle sometimes. I think this is just easy. And hands जब यहाँ पे crumble करेंगे, he will realize it's not winning anymore. And यहाँ पे वो collapse कर देंगे chat. We are winning this. We're taking this home.
या आल्सो भाई आल्सो विक्ट्री का साइन यहीं पे ही बन गया भाई. कोइंसिडेंस आई डोंट थिंक सो.
Yeah, it's not a coincidence, Sahaj bhai. Nothing in your life is a coincidence. अगर internet disconnect हो रहा है तो it's like a conspiracy by
हम्म.
I don't know, freestyle. आपको disconnect करने की.
भाई वो फिर हर टूर्नामेंट में क्यों होता है ये. तो नहीं होना चाहिए
फिर
ना भाई तो.
hurt, maybe it's the CIA, Sahaj bhai. I don't know.
किसी ने लिखा फ्यूचर जीएम फॉर अ रीजन एट साहिल
थैंक यू, थैंक
देखो.
यू. फायर गेमिंग ऐसी पॉजिटिविटी के साथ आप लोग भी लाइक करते चले, लाइक बढ़ाते चले, बिकॉज ऑडियंस इज आल्सो क्रेजी. दे विल आल्सो लाइक द स्ट्रीम एंड गेट टू 500. लेट्स गो.
Oh, let's go. By the way, Hans is now officially low on the clock. जो ये पहले आज तक कभी नहीं देखा. और अभी अगर हांस अगर अगर ये मैच अर्जुन जीत गया भाई तो नवीन भाई फॉर दिस एंटायर डे आई एम फॉलोइंग योर स्ट्रेटेजी.
भाई अभी अर्जुन का पॉन मरेगा और कई लोग यहाँ कापेंगे, लेकिन अर्जुन उनमें से नहीं है. बिकॉज किंग F7 रुक B8 एंड सडनली वाइट के जो सारे जो सेकंड रैंक पैंस है, दे दना दन दन ऐसे करके सारे मरेंगे, देखना आप.
पैंच तो कद समझ आ गए. पॉट्स का क्या.
साथ भाई आप थोड़ा सा जोक्स कम मारे भाई. थोड़ा गेम के बारे में बताए, क्या लग रहा है आपको? What do you think will happen here? I mean, I know he will win, but I want to hear it from your mouth.
I just felt like this साहिल was just like भाई इतना बढ़िया मोमेंटम चल रहा था एक सेकंड में. By the way, but yeah, rook b8 looks very, very good. But if white can play rook b6 and potentially stop you from accessing this file, he goes rook
He
a7.
won't.
That's a slight error.
Ooh. Now, rook
Idea
d8,
96, of course.
rook d8 is the only move, and I think Arjun के लिए this is like teaching him ABCD के बाद क्या आता है. Of course, he knows it's E. He knows कि rook d8 खेलने का
But
है, and
chat
he
से
will play.
question. Chat से question. Chat, do you think Hans will save this position? Yes or no? Do you think Hans save this? या फिर नहीं. अबे यार.
Sahaj bhai, mistake कहाँ चालू होती है? When we focus on our opponent's results. We should focus on our own.
हम्म हम्म
That's where the drama starts. I
हम्म।
think आपने शुरुआत गलत कर दी, बट अभी भी बच सकती है। अभी भी अर्जुन का नाम जपे। आई थिंक दैट्स वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट अपने रिजल्ट्स के लिए। एंड देखिए, नाम जपते ही ब्लंडर, तो रुक 8 नाउ एंड अर्जुन इज बैक।
भाई पॉइंट डाउन तो अभी भी है, बट गलत टाइम पे
पॉन
बोल
क्या
दिया
होता है
भाई ने।
साहब? पॉन क्या होता है? हम क्वीन अप होंगे भाई। जो क्वीन एक्स्ट्रा खाते हैं वो पॉन के पीछे नहीं लड़ते भाई।
What is the main difference between 2500 and 2800? So probably the same difference between an 1900 and a 2500, yeah. But maybe yeah, 1900 and 2500, something like that. They know everything a bit better, but with that bit is a lot.
Yeah, and that everything includes like, Bollywood movies,
Yeah.
how to dance, like everything you can imagine. By the way, can we increase the size of the board? I think वहां पे थोड़ी space खाली है। अर्जुन की कुर्सी पूरी कवर कर लेते हैं। By the way, H4 plate, trying to open the H file there.
Only move by the way E3. Otherwise, Arjun is fully back. By the way, E3 ka point is to not allow knight D4, knight F3 idea. Ooh, he finds it.
साज में कई बार लाइफ में सेटबैक मिलता है, उस घोड़े को मिल रहा है, D4 नहीं मिलेगा, मे बी ही गेट समथिंग बेटर, मे बी H3 यहाँ खेल सकते हैं कि कल को वी कैन ब्रिंग द रुक इन एंड H2 पॉन मार के सीधा क्वींस।
मतलब ये तो दो स्टेप्स अवे है जीतने से, राइट? तो अर्जुन वेरी गुड चांसेस स्टिल, या?
एग्जैक्टली। सालिया, व्हाट डू यू चूज, विनिंग अगेंस्ट मैग्नस इन टाइटल ट्यूसडे और जीएम टाइटल भाई? बिकॉज मैग्नस तो एनएम जीत चुके हैं पहले टाइटल ट्यूसडे में। इट्स नॉट दैट क्रेजी। आई मीन इट्स
Really?
क्रेजी
You'll
बट
choose the GM title?
ऑफ कोर्स भाई। आई मीन एक बार टाइटल जीत के भी क्या चेंज
Okay,
हो जाएगा?
beating Magnus in classical, yeah, getting a GM title.
ओके, देन इट बिकम्स टफ बिकॉज मैग्नस और आया तो जीएम टाइटल तो अपने आप ही आ ही जाएगा या दैट देन इट्स टफ। ही बीटिंग
नहीं नहीं
मैग्नस
नहीं
इन
नहीं नहीं
क्लासिकल गेम।
एक ही मैच के लिए आप जीएम की तरह खेल रहे हो।
भाई एक एक मैच है कैसे भाई? मैग्नस क्या कर रहा
गोज
है?
A4।
स्कॉलरशिप मिस कर रहा है क्या? बाय द वे, अर्जुन का रुक
I don't know, I
एट
mean
से।
you had a game and he lost,
नहीं, आई वुड चूज द जीएम टाइटल स्टिल आई थिंक। बाय द वे,
like you।
H3, आई लव दैट मूव साज भाई, क्योंकि कुछ काउंटर प्ले तो है।
कुछ तो है। But now king f1, by the way, only ooh, he plays it, and king e2 he has an extra pawn again. That rook is looking for an open file, जो पहले गेम में जो अर्जुन खेल रहा था विंसेंट के साथ, सेम काइंड ऑफ अ सिचुएशन। द रुक नीड्स एन ओपन फाइल टू गेट एक्सेस टू द बैक रैंक, ताकि h2 का pawn मर सके, बट Hans is just not giving that to him.
भाई हमारे नाइट को F3 आना है। बाय द वे, नाइट B5 ओनली मूव व्हिच आई डोंट थिंक इज दैट इजी। आई डोंट थिंक दैट्स
Plays
सुपर
f5।
इजी बिकॉज he's thinking 1 minute for hands. By the way, 40 seconds for Arjun. Chad is getting right down to the wire. Who do you think wins this crucial game? Hands जीतेंगे तो अर्जुन भाई लास्ट हो जाएंगे साज भाई। We cannot lose this. Lose Levan is beating Magnus.
Ooh, wow, crazy. Huge of true. So knight b5, very critical moment. By the way, this is the only winning move for Hans. Anything else puts Arjun right back into the driver's seat.
Wow. Come on, come on, come on. I mean, I have no doubt Arjun is coming back. Hands अभी गलती करेंगे यहाँ पे. He's gonna play something like F3, panic completely and give up the game.
हाँ, but f3 and knight g4, knight h2, yeah, simple. Oh, rook b5
See,
mistake.
I told you he's gonna make a mistake and he's made a mistake. King F6, come on, King F6. It's a big blunder. Arjun now completely equal Saj by knight F7, knight E5, knight F3. Let's go.
Ooh, boom, 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 boom. एक बार एरो बना देते हैं भाई, बढ़िया बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया प्लान है। King f6. Arjun has to play this fast.
Bye.
20 seconds for Arjun.
If he plays King F6, I would even choose black now. He plays it. He plays it. Arjun Erigasi putting
Bhai,
on
I
the
am also
pressure.
choosing black now.
Let's go. And now you have to play F3
Ooh,
Saj. If
knight
you
f7,
don't,
let's go. एक बार नाइट f3 पे बैठ गया भाई, ये तो गई आपकी पोजीशन। तो ब्लैक ही तो भाई, ब्लैक ही खेलेगा यहाँ तो। ओ नाइट e5, नाइट
exactly.
g4, भाई f3 जो आप कह रहे थे आ गया भाई।
भाई, it's happening. I'm telling you, भाई. ग्लास हाफ का फुल कर दो भाई। नाइट G4 नाउ। लेट्स भाई, ब्यूटी
फुल हाफ हो
ब्यूटी।
गया भाई। रुक h1 में भी भाई, ये तो बचाओ। अच्छा नहीं, नाइट h2 इज नॉट अ थ्रेट। रुक h1, रुक h3 फिर भी मर रहा है।
भाई रुक H1 खेलना पड़े तो रिजाइन ही कर दो भाई, ऐसी मूव खेलने से पहले। किंग E5 ही कैन प्ले नाउ अपेरेंटली। दैट्स द बेस्ट मूव,
रुक
पुटिंग प्रेशर
a1
ऑन
का
द
प्लान
D5
इज टू
पॉन एज
प्ले,
वेल।
ये he just wants to push this and knight h2 पे rook h1 है उसके पास, so this is a difficult, ooh,
ओ
I knew it was a
नहीं,
difficult moment भाई. a5 is now winning.
नहीं नहीं, जीतेगा भाई, जीतेगा। अर्जुन जीतेगा भाई।
अरे यार क्वीन होगी एक टाइम पे, बाय द वे दोनों एक टाइम पे क्वीन करेंगे, a7 h2.
यू मस्ट बी किडिंग मी साज भाई, ये क्या हो रहा है?
ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए था भाई. अरे अरे
अरे
अरे विनिंग क्यों है
यार,
लेकिन व्हाइट के लिए यार? अच्छा क्योंकि व्हाइट के पास नाइट c7 है, ब्लैक के पास नाइट f2 नहीं है. सैड. अरे यार आई थिंक अर्जुन plays rook a8 now. King f3 best move. King g2 का plan that looks very very logical. Knight c7 उसके बाद incoming. या golden chance मिला था भाई, but I think Hans is
साज
taking
भाई,
this one sadly.
सो इसका मतलब है कि अब Arjun basically just has to keep winning. He cannot afford to draw or lose any game. He can draw one, but I think as we know, चार गेम लगा जितना बड़ा मुश्किल रहेगा. So it's gonna be very very tough. He still
भाई अब तो
can do it.
सिंडारोव से भी है भाई, सिंडारोव को तो हराना है. That's the
Sindarov
match.
drew against Caruana, by the way, so that is 1.5. Fabi goes to 2.5. He's
Yeah,
still
bhai, and
trying.
also Vincent is kind of better against Nodirvik. Yeah, completely winning. Actually, Vincent only lost to
Oh,
Arjun. Baki dono games he has won after that.
Valentine Day manana. नहीं नहीं भाई. King H1 of course is the move.
King h1 only move. But then King f3 का कुछ
Super.
plan है उसका. I know this, but he wants to give some checks. That last minute
King
try.
G2 no. अच्छा
But
रुके
उससे
शुरू
कुछ
चेक कर
होगा.
रहा, okay. कुछ नहीं हो रहा यार.
Hmm. King f3, Queen rook h2. Okay, कोई check नहीं है आपके पास? Maybe some hope.
But क्या हो रहा है साज भाई? Like is something happening? I don't see. I can simply walk my
Rook h2
king
वो
to.
checks देना चाहता है बस.
किससे चेक दोगे भाई?
हाँ
ओ
rook
रुक
f1
F1 आ रहा है भाई.
rook
ओह,
f1 rook f. Only
अरे
move
ओनली
yeah.
मूव था रुक F1. ओनली मूव था रुक F1.
Hmm.
Now he has a draw, yeah? Rook G to Rook H2. So white has to do something.
Rook f5 rook f4 is winning supposedly.
Ah, Rook F5. Ah, he plays it, yeah? Why Hans played this game like flawlessly? Why? Not flawlessly, but yeah, pretty
I would
smooth.
say, yeah, basically flawless game. Like amazing chess by Hans.
अर्जुन क्वीन डाउन खेल रहा है बाय द वे चैट. लेट मी पॉइंट इट आउट. रुक नाइट क्वीन वर्सेस रुक नाइट चल रहा है अभी गेम में, व्हिच इज इनसेन. आई डोंट नो हाउ दिस गेम इज गोइंग ऑन स्टिल.
He's hoping for that some repetition, but वो possible नहीं है. 20
यहाँ क्वीन
seconds.
F4.
By the way, Magnus is now completely winning against Levon, so Magnus will take
वाओ.
the lead. He will join Fabi at 2.5.
दोदेबेक विंसेंट ड्रू बाय द वे. वाओ. यहाँ पे कोई उम्मीद है क्या साज भाई? कोई फोर्ट्रेस? आप बिग फैन हो फोर्ट्रेस के, मेरे को पता है.
नहीं भाई, पॉन स्ट्रक्चर बहुत घटिया है सैडली. नाइट्स ट्रेड होंगे तभी फोर्ट्रेस आएगा, और ये पोजीशन नाइट ट्रेड होने के बाद नहीं है, फोर्ट्रेस नहीं है.
रुक F4 क्यों नहीं है मेरे पास? घोड़े हट जा तू E6 से.
सोच रहा था नाइट g7, उसमें नाइट g7 नाइट h5 चेक भी है, तो वो भी नहीं काम कर
ओह
रहा.
डैम.
किंग
नहीं भाई,
a5
किंग तो
नाइस.
सीधा सीधा D8 की तरफ जा रहा है भाई. आई थिंक
यहाँ
दिस इज
यहाँ
अनेबल,
कहीं
या?
रख देगा यहाँ पे, एंड देन e5 को ही विल जस्ट कैप्चर एंड दैट्स इट.
या, दिस
e7
फील्स
now
लॉस्ट.
hanging, doesn't have to play this anymore. Oh
ओह
knight h5.
खत्म. भाई ये क्या था? ये तो ब्लंडर में हो गया. ओके, दैट वाज अ ब्लंडर. एंड इसके साथ ही चैट हैंड्स यू गोस टू 1.5. एंड सहज भाई, अर्जुन इज सेकंड लास्ट इन द स्टैंडिंग्स. व्हाट डू यू मेक ऑफ दैट?
आई थिंक स्टिल 1 पॉइंट पे काफी काफी प्लेयर्स हैं, सो नॉट रियली अ पॉइंट ऑफ वरी फॉर. एक्चुअली एक ही प्लेयर है 1 पॉइंट पे एक्चुअली, अर्जुन, एंड देन लेवॉन इज गोना बी ऑन जीरो बिकॉज ही इज अबाउट टू लूज हिज मैच. बट इफ यू थिंक अबाउट इट, ओनली मैग्नस एंड फाबी आर ऑन 2.5 पॉइंट्स, बाकी सब प्लेयर्स के 1.5 है. तो सिर्फ आधे पॉइंट का ही फर्क है. तो इट्स नॉट लाइक यू आर कंप्लीट, ओके यू हैव टू विन अ कपल ऑफ गेम्स, बट नॉट लाइक यू हैव टू वरी अ लॉट सो फार. इट्स स्टिल विद इन रीच.
Yeah, it's within, but let's keep in mind, chat. If Arjun loses the next one, it's over. Because I think Levon's stunt to reach the top four chances are basically evaporated. So he needs to win a few games now. And his next round, round number 4, is against, I think, Sindaro, right? With the
सिंडारो
white
या.
pieces. So that's gonna not gonna be easy. In fact, none of the games are easy. So fifth round, Levon hai. सिक्स्थ राउंड मैग्नस है, एंड सेवेंथ राउंड इट इज कारुआना. इमेजिन हैविंग सिंदारोव, Levon, Magnus, and Caruana in the next four rounds, and you can't afford to lose a game. Sahaj, bhai, how does that happen?
Yeah. That's tough. That is tough, I have to say.
कोई कह रहा है साज भाई मैगी दे दो, अब बहुत हो गया. चैट, यू नॉट बिलीव, अभी 10 सेकंड पहले मैगी आई है भाई यहाँ पे. सो
अरे अरे अरे, चलो कुछ तो अच्छी न्यूज़, दैट्स गुड. तो 2700 या फिर क्लासिकल विन अगेंस्ट मैग्नस? इट्स अ वेरी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन, बट आई थिंक आई एम टेकिंग 2700 बिकॉज इफ आई एम 2700 आई प्ले अ लॉट ऑफ गेम्स अगेंस्ट मैग्नस एंड दैट्स मोर इंपॉर्टेंट देन बीटिंग हिम.
yeah, Taisa means like you're one of the top players in the world. You're playing the Olympiad for many countries. By the way, Magnus completely winning. He shook his head. Maybe he wasn't convinced by how he's winning, but he is completely winning. What a comeback! Yeah, was.
सिग्नेचर उसका लुक है, पहले जीतता है फिर उसके बाद ही शेक्स हिज हेड.
And the comeback is crazy. Yeah, he always comes back, including that game against Sindarov, including this game. Completely lost it, completely comeback करना कोई मैगस से सीखे, and that's a skill more players need. Levon, by the way, on 0 out of 3. Not the ideal event for him going so far, but it's not ideal for Arjun as well. So, Sahaj Bhai and Chat, the next game is do or die, and he's playing the World Cup winner Sindarov. So क्या लग रहा है इनको?
Bhai, if you're in a do or die situation, like maybe Sindarov is not the worst opponent because he's also gonna play for a win completely. So I don't think that's necessarily bad. And Arjun ke white bhi honge. He has good chances. But yeah, it'll be a fight. But right now it's Fabi and Magnus who are just running away with it. दोनों के 2.5 हैं, बाकी सब players 1.5 पे. Arjun is on 1 and Levon is on 0. That's it. So two
Yeah.
players are just completely running away with it right now.
Yeah, so Arjun started off very well, but a setback there. Let's hope so he can strike back. We can see a lot of players there. Game number 4 का जो अभी कलर्स कलर कह रहा हूँ भाई, कलर तो क्या ही सिलेक्ट होगा यहाँ पे, पोजीशन सिलेक्ट होगी. आई ऑल्सो सी लाइक आई थिंक दैट वाज सीबीआई टीम. ओ दैट्स ऑल्सो, अरे हमारे एडिटर पुराने वो भी हैं. सो लॉट ऑफ पीपल देयर ट्राइंग टू मेक कंटेंट. साज भाई, आई वांट बैक बी बैक इन जस्ट 2 to 3 minutes. मैं डिनर करके आता हूँ जल्दी से, एंड मे बी वी कैन गो फुल स्क्रीन एंड कैचिंग ऑन द एक्शन लाइव कि क्या चल रहा है वहाँ पे.
Absolutely. Enjoy, bhai. Enjoy. And chat. Not the ideal first 3 rounds I would say for Arjun, but overall, okay, it's not really that far. Yeah, डेढ़ आधे पॉइंट का फर्क is still very much within reach. But I have to say कि अर्जुन के जो next opponents हैं वो मतलब okay, it's definitely not easy. Yeah, Sendarov has won this event before. Arunin has won it twice. Magnus has won it twice, and Fabi as well. Yeah, world number 2. So it's like ये matches are just looking a bit scary. But क्योंकि the two leaders that you have, Magnus and Fabi, they're both yet to play Arjun here. So it could go either way. But अभी के लिए not the best development. I don't want the. It's just only for India, no? So in India, we try to focus more on the Indian players, but of course, we focus on other games as well. But there are other broadcasts, for example, like there's a freestyle, there's many other broadcasts जहाँ पे एक general players को follow किया जाता है. But यहाँ पे in the Indian broadcast, we try to focus on the Indian players. जैसे there's Turkish broadcast जहाँ पे वो सिर्फ यागिस को focus करते हैं, and so on and so on. But of course, we look at other players as well, but that is the prime focus overall. लेवन गोइंग लाइक पर नहीं भाई, परहाम जैसा तो नहीं लग रहा मुझे. आई थिंक जस्ट अ कपल ऑफ बैड राउंड्स, बट या वेरी सरप्राइजिंग फॉर लेवन. आई हैव टू अग्री. आई हैव टू अग्री. दे गिविंग, आई डोंट नो भाई, आई डोंट नो अगर वो कुछ दे रहे हैं वहाँ तो. नॉट रियली श्योर, बट लेट्स सी क्या होता है. सहज भाई, आपके यहाँ क्या स्नो हुई है आज? आई थिंक भाई आज तो नहीं, बट इट वाज स्नोइंग yesterday. बहुत मतलब it's very unprompted. Yeah, it just becomes super cold here just out of nowhere basically. I think beating Magnus back to back 2 games are having lifetime achievement for so many Indian players. Yes, 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 yes. But I think उससे ऊपर भी, I mean, there are goals like to maintain a certain rating, win certain events. Yeah, so there's also that. नहीं भाई, रंग मैग्नस तो नहीं आएगा यहाँ पे, but we'll see. I think the now just like usual they are going to get the position number, and then uske saath saath the players will begin their analysis, and we will हेड ऑफ, बट पहले 3 राउंड्स आई थिंक वी आर ऑलमोस्ट हाफ वे थ्रू इस राउंड में। आई थिंक हाफ वे विल बी ऑफिशियली हाफ वे थ्रू। आई हैव टू से लाइक मुझे लग रहा था कि अर्जुन विल बेसिकली बी लाइक टॉप 4, like at least, yeah, or top 3 or something like this after the first half of the event, but looks a bit difficult. सहज भाई, आपने कौन से हाईएस्ट रेटेड प्लेयर को हराया? हिकारू भाई, टाइटल ट्यूसडे में। एक्चुअली आई वाज स्ट्रीमिंग दैट एज वेल, इट वाज सम last year or something like this. Arjun has beaten Magnus last times and they played in SA Freestyle and World Rapid and Blitz. Yes, bhai, he did. He did. But I think World Rapid and Blitz में Magnus ने कुछ blunder किया था, if I remember correctly. कुछ rook blunder किया था or something like this. But yeah, he did manage to beat him though. So that's great. But freestyle में it's different. Yeah, 10+5 में you have more time to think, and freestyle is just completely different ballpark. How do they prepare for freestyle chess? They don't really. They don't really. I mean, because you cannot predict what openings you're gonna get. But I'm assuming you can make a database. ठीक है, ये position आती है तो यहाँ पे ये normal ideas है, ये position आती है तो ये normal ideas. But आप वो याद कैसे रखोगे? Like it's more than what 900 something positions. Uh, Very difficult to remember all of that. I think for a chess player. कि ठीक है, एक बिशप की प्लेसमेंट गलत हुई तो लाइक एवरीथिंग जस्ट गोज अवे एंड इट्स जस्ट लाइक नॉट इनफ मटेरियल इज रिटन ऑन इट. सो अभी के लिए आई डोंट थिंक दे आर प्रिपेयरिंग मच. प्रोबेबली लाइक ओके, tactical awareness, like keep like playing games and playing freestyle games, I think, or having a partner could be a good exercise to prepare for this. But otherwise I don't think they're preparing. At least that's my feeling. I'm not sure though. Standings, by standings, if we can take a look, standings, but I'm not sure if we have a graphic for that. But standings, it's Fabi and Magnus who are on 2.5. They are leading by 1 point. Then Nodirbeck, Vincent, Hans, Sindarov are on 1.5. And then uske baad Arjun is on 1. He's on 7th place. And then Levon is on 0. So that's basically what the standings are right now. So it's not looking the best. बट विल सी सिर्फ बट आई सी दिस. बट अगेन सिल्वर लाइनिंग मेरे लिए ये है कि आधे पॉइंट का ही फर्क है बिटवीन लेट्स से द प्लेयर हुज फिनिशिंग थर्ड एंड अर्जुन. सो दैट्स नॉट रियली अ बिग प्रॉब्लम. Oh, there it is. We see standings there for you guys. That Fabi, Magnus, you can see Nodirbeck and Arjun only have half a point difference. Same for Sindarov, same for Hans, and same for Vincent as well. But Arjun ke opponents thode, yeah, he's playing Sindarov, Magnus, Levon, and then he's playing Fabi as well. So those matches are going to be a bit difficult. But let's see भाई क्या होता है. शायद मैग्नस गेम recap देखा हो. I missed it. भाई कौन सा match? ये वाला. I mean, this was, I think, a pretty smooth sailing for Magnus. I think in the end game he was a piece up throughout. So it wasn't really, maybe at this point it was slightly okay for him. ये pawn था उसके पास, but somehow he just blundered with king h5 apparently. That allowed king e5, king d6, and he just win the a7 pawn. And then he managed to convert this. I think overall wasn't yeah, it was smooth sailing for Magnus overall. Every opponent is strong here. Yeah, that's true. But okay, like आई थिंक आप टूर्नामेंट के लाइक परफॉर्मेंस के से आप बात करते हो राइट, कि एक प्लेयर या दो प्लेयर्स ऐसे हैं जो टूर्नामेंट लीड कर रहे हैं, फाबी और मैग्नस, एंड इफ यू आर प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट देम देन okay, that's less ideal than let's say playing against someone who's not having the best event. For example, Levon, like in fourth round, I think Levon is not going to be in the best let's say state of mind. 3 rounds हारने के बाद you're not feeling like yourself. So from that perspective, as a player, I think it's much easier playing against someone जिसका tournament अच्छा नहीं जा रहा. I think take away the rating, that doesn't matter, but लेकिन it's more about your performance. Hikaru was trash talking. Yes, bhai. I don't think he was trash talking, bhai, but it was just a normal thing. I'm sad Sahil is not there to commentate with you here. Bhai, he's there. He will just join us. He's just having some dinner, but I think he will join us very, very soon. So you'll see him, bhai. What is my highest rating? By 25, 30 something, like 32, something like that. Why Gukesh is not playing? Pata nahi bhai, why is Gukesh not playing? I think because he has Prague Masters. He also played Tata Steel. Um, I don't know whether it was invites or what it was, but yeah. Maybe he's choosing his tournaments carefully. क्योंकि आप Prague भी खेल रहे हो, Tata Steel भी खेल रहे हो, that's very draining for the players. So makes a lot of sense. Favorite player in each format? Oh, Magnus. बुडापेस्ट में शावर बिल्कुल भाई मिलता है, बिल्कुल मिलता है. It's actually a speciality here. भाई कभी पीस गिरा है हाथ से ऑफिशियल टूर्नामेंट? हाँ भाई, बहुत बार, बहुत बार। दैट्स व्हाई यू हैव नोटेशन पैड, सो यू कैन play the game out again. With freestyle chess, do you usually see more upsets given that super GMs know theory inside out? This becomes more of an intuitive game. Interesting question, but I think we don't have enough data on it yet. Like, okay, जब भी freestyle होते हैं, like for example, you can also say कि यहाँ पे में भी ज़्यादा upsets हो रहे हैं क्योंकि time कम है, like 10+5 ही है. एक freestyle हुआ था, I think, जो classical हुआ था, I believe it was South Africa, और द वन बिफोर दैट, एक मेरे को मुझे याद है, एक क्लासिकल फ्रीस्टाइल हुआ. तो बेसिकली इफ यू हैव द सेम डेटा सेट जहाँ पे आप क्लासिकल चेस खेल रहे हो with freestyle, maybe that has implications. But apart from that, I'm not so sure. You would need to see more data here. But that's an interesting take, though. Says by Arjun has 4.5 chance. मुश्किल है भाई, मुश्किल है. Is 1 out of 3. That means, yeah भाई, मुश्किल है यार. 3.5 out of 4 is very difficult, भाई. But that the main, I think the silver lining is he doesn't need to score 4.5. But we'll see. And there we see the players are laughing. I think we'll have the matches very very soon. Position number. Oh, there we have Dina choosing the which position it's going to be.
ओ लेट्स गो.
You have
भाई क्या
Dina
नंबर
there,
आने
bhai.
वाला है?
Bhai,
भाई
Dina
माय
is
गेस
choosing
इज 163. लेट्स गो.
68, bhai.
163, लेट्स गो.
And it is 2 3
770.
770.
बाप रे साजा, यू वर क्लोज.
170 था क्या? I
वेट, व्हाट
think.
डिड आई से? 163 आई सेड, नो?
Yeah, very close.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure though because I couldn't clearly see it.
Yeah, even I thought 770 है. But Sajna, you were close, yeah? 770.
Yeah, exactly. Sahil Grover, भाई that's a general opinion. Leave him out. Pick players apart from him. भाई तो साहिल ग्रोवर क्या होता है भाई? ये तो general opinion नहीं है. But you know, actually, it was a joke by saying Magnus, but I think I've been pretty transparent about it. For me, Arjun, I think, is for sure right up there because it's the one guy that I
But
don't understand fully.
chat, at the end, I think we should just first of all let's address the commentators by their names. Sahil Grover क्या होता है भाई? It's clearly Sahil and Sanjay. So Sanjay भाई, my take is कि अब अर्जुन के लिए डू और डाई है. विंस अब कौन है?
तो आपको
सिंदारो
फिर
सामने है.
साहिब सिंह बुलाऊंगा मैम.
भाई साहिब सिंह कहाँ से है? दैट मेक्स नो सेंस.
साहिब सिंह.
अरे
But
सानू
I'll
की
also just be
साहिब
back
बुलाओ
in a
कि
minute, yeah?
साहिल सानू तो चेकमेट कर दे सी, हमें सानू को फनी पैंदा.
I'll just be right back in a second.
अली बैक. साज भाई ने क्या फेक हंसे भाई. Before he left. चलो भाई, anyways, meanwhile I can see the H pawn moving. Okay, that's confusing me. Why is the H pawn moving by? That's very interesting. Why is the rook on G1? Why would you play H4 and then put the rook on G1? कुछ exchange हुआ क्या? It's समाज. अरे हाँ, समाज भाई भी थे भाई, समाज भी थे. By the way, why are we following? By the way, Arjun studying alone. भाई उस टॉपर की तरह जो अकेले नोट्स लेता है भाई. Hopefully he can justify that in the play. He's not happy. You can see he's emotionally affected. He was practicing with the others. And now he's sitting on his own. We've seen Magnus do this before. We've seen Hans and other players, Hikaru, do this before. That means he's not feeling good about the last two games. He's trying to calculate on his own. But there are pros to this, but there are also cons. You get to only see one person's opinion, and that's you. When you're sitting in front of three people, sometimes you can get better opinions. Yeah, you can get more informed opinions. So let's see. Hopefully, this works out. Chad, what would you do if you had this option? Would you prepare with the others or would you prepare alone? Alone, yeah, no alone, bhai. टिक्का राम क्या होता है भाई? भाई डिप्रेशन में नहीं है भाई, फोकस्ड है भाई. नोज की दिस इज डू और डाई. देयर इज नो टर्निंग बैक फ्रॉम हियर. अलोन, अलोन. भाई वैलेंटाइंस डे 2 घंटे से कम में चालू होने वाला है. आज भी अलोन बोल रहे हो यार. क्या यार, तुम लोग सिंगल ही रहोगे मतलब? भाई में मतलब तुम समझे ही नहीं मैंने क्या ट्रैप सेट किया था भाई. सो क्या, कैसे बनाओगे वैलेंटाइंस डे? और अब यहाँ पे चैट कब आएगा? अलोन, 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 अलोन. एजेंट साहब कर दो काम. वेल हैंस नीमन वहां पे हंसते हुए. Can Arjun lose three in a row? Of course he can, bhai. I mean, it's possible, but don't want him to lose. Come on, come on, come on. देखा बाकी लोग C4 देख रहे हैं. I wonder what Arjun is thinking.
लेट्स गो लेट्स गो.
साज भाई, क्या लग रहा है यार? Will we see a comeback from Arjun? Yeah, will we see our hopes broken down yet again?
भाई थोड़ा स्ट्रेस हो रहा है अभी. ये मैच जीतना बहुत जरूरी है भाई अगेंस्ट सेंडारोफ विद द वाइट पीसेस. आइडियल सिचुएशन क्योंकि उसके बाद लेवॉन मैग्नस और फाबी है भाई.
Oh, बाप रे भाई. You know, he can, I think, likely still afford a draw, but we don't know कि वो draw कब मजबूरी में हो जाए, right? Because at some point you'll have a position जहां पे draw force हो रहा है, you can't do much. तो क्या करें?
या ट्रू. चैट में पूछ रहे हैं अपार्ट फ्रॉम इंडियंस हु डू यू रूट फॉर इन टूर्नामेंट्स इन जनरल अमंग टॉप 20. आई थिंक recently for me it's Sindarov. Like I really really like his style, so I will choose him for sure. And what about you, Sahil bhai?
I think Levana क्या उबासी ली by the way. I don't know. Like it's like I think I cheer for chess in general, but I think Indian players के लिए cheer करना बड़ा आसान रहता है. Like whosoever it is. Sindaro, of course, has been phenomenal, but at the end, he's also going to play candidates against Prague, for example. So
Hmm.
it's going to become tough to cheer for him in that event. Even Tata Steel may like वहाँ पे like you know Indians perform so well. So always cheering for strong players. I think a Dogmas is one I really want to see rise. Sindarov, of course. The other I want to see Noderbek also. Get more invites. I'm still hoping he's there at Norway Chess, where only one spot remains. But of course, we cheer for Indians a bit more. Yeah, it's like we're kind of biased there. But yeah, let's see क्या होता है.
By any chance के Erdogan goes to Norway chess?
नहीं, I think it's too early. I think
Too
it's
early,
too
yeah.
early. Yeah. आई थिंक वो वैसे भी इनवाइट्स बहुत पहले चले गए होंगे, अनाउंस अभी हो रहे हैं. सो मे बी दे डिडंट सी
Hmm.
हिज परफॉर्मेंस एट टाटा स्टील, सो इट माइट हैव हैपेंड इन नवंबर दिसंबर, एंड एट दैट पॉइंट डॉगमस डिडंट हैव एनी टॉप इवेंट्स टू हिज नेम. And I think that's why they might invite Noderbek, or maybe I wonder who it could be apart from Noderbek. Yeah, do you think of any other names?
Uh, Vincent is already there.
हाँ, it feels like it's Noderbek. Yeah, और कोई नाम दिमाग में आ नहीं रहा है. Like Anish
Hmm.
could be, but it's Magnus, so maybe not.
Fabi is not, right?
Fabi unlikely, I think. Like
Yeah.
I mean, he could be there, but I don't know. Fabi would have been announced early, I feel, अगर Fabi होता तो.
Yeah, true.
But yeah, Chad, meanwhile, let's get to find likes. The round number 4 starting. It's do or die for Arjun. Let's see क्या होता है. And can we have Arjun's cam? Do we have him on camera? I think that would be best to see. अकेले practice कर रहा है by the way Arjun. Sahaj bhai.
Oh.
He's sitting at the board and practicing on his own. मैं चैट से
Hmm.
पूछा यार कि by the way, who are you celebrating Valentine's? सब चैट कहती alone, alone, alone. Crazy, no?
Yeah. Arjun also, bhai. Analyzing alone. Also, probably like after losing two games in a row, you are thinking, okay, yaar, maybe this method is not working. Let me just try and see
हाँ.
and have a game. So Arjun will probably play something completely different from the rest of the boards.
Yeah, it's totally possible actually. Because when you analyze together, you kind of conform to the group a bit, your common conclusion as to what is best. But when you're practicing alone, you're not influenced by their opinion. You might choose something else, especially in a position which has more than one solution.
Hmm.
So, what is the position though, Sahaj bhai? I can see the knight on h1. I can see the bishop on a1. पहले दोनों knights थे कोने में.
We have
तो
it
दोनों
on the board, by the way. If we can switch to the
let's
board, you'll be able
add
to
the
see
board
it.
on this scene itself. Arjun, by the way, getting up for something. I don't know what it is.
Hmm. The best move is
Yeah.
c4 here, by the way, for white to get queen h7 ka idea. Not a
Hmm.
very difficult move, I would say, for move one. C4 knight
Yeah.
g6 is possible, something like something along those lines.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely feels like b4, c4 might be two moves you might play quickly. Hmm. Very interesting.
Okay, the players are getting ready. It's match time.
Bhai, such a crucial match, yaar. Please, let's win. Let's win this match. Come on. Arjun bhai, let's do it. This is the match.
यप, डू और डाई एसेंशियली, नहीं तो आप फिफ्थ और एट्थ में, नहीं तो फिर मोर और लेस फिक्स हो जाएगा वहां पे, तो इट इट द डिफरेंस इज गोना
Uh,
गेट टू बिग। एंड आई थिंक सेम फॉर सेंडर हो गया, उसके बाद सिर्फ 1.5 ही पॉइंट है, तो ही इज ओनली हाफ अ पॉइंट अहेड, सो फॉर बोथ प्लेयर्स आई मीन विनिंग दिस वुड बी अमेजिंग।
yeah. But okay, also like half a point here means a lot, सात round में, तो maybe Sindaro is under less pressure than you know Arjun, so will be interesting to see. By the way, Sindaro looks very confident. He did miss that mate in one. All confident बोलते हैं क्या उबासी ली उन्होंने.
फोकस कर रहे थे भाई, रिमेंबर व्हेन यू यॉन यू आर
हाँ,
ट्राइंग टू
yes,
फोकस।
yes, yes.
देयर इट इज, हैंडशेक्स, a lot of pressure for both players, basically
If
do or
Hikaru,
die from this
yeah,
moment onwards। या भाई आप कुछ कह रहे थे?
if Hikaru doesn't win the year's candidates, do you think it'll be his last classical tournament? I don't think so. I think he'll play like one tournament a year or something like that. Uh, Jovic and White hoga, he'll of course play Rapid and Blitz like GCL. He might play, World Rapid Blitz at some point. He might play some other events. But even if he becomes world champion, I don't think he's going to start playing a lot of classical chess, anyways. So
Hmm.
the number of classical chess he plays like doesn't increase or decrease drastically regardless of the candidate's result. Yeah. So yeah. By the way, C4 games have begun. Let's go,
Oh, भाई
Arjun. ये game जीतनी है
e4 he
भाई.
plays, that's a big mistake already।
Wait, what? No.
भाई पहली चाल is a mistake, that's not the best development right there, but let's see what Arjun has prepared। by the way all the other
Bhai,
players, Fabi has played c4, Nodirbek is still thinking, baki sab, yeah, c5 by the way best move by Sendarov। ooh that's a big mistake already, g3 खेलना था apparently आपको।
भाई ये तो पहली चाल में ही गलती हो गई यार. बाय द वे, वेयर हैव यू सीन द बोर्ड? अच्छा, आई सी इट नाउ. कुछ गलत था वहां पे.
हाँ वो
वाओ.
उसके दो बोर्ड्स हैं by the way, कुछ ग्लिच है उधर।
भाई दिस इज क्रेजी. सो मूव नंबर 1 इज अ मिस्टेक. भाई बॉबी फिशर अगर यहाँ होते तो कहते भाई ये क्या बदतमीजी है भाई, मेरे ही फॉर्मेट में ई4 घटिया चाल कर दिया.
Yeah, why? And basically all the other players have gone for c4 so far। Fabi has played c4, Vincent also played c4, Arjun because वो अकेले खेल रहा था, so he chose a different direction, but okay, maybe he's comfortable in this। Still a lot of pieces on the board, so it's quite complicated, but we'll see what happens।
या चैट, डोंट स्टे अलोन भाई, अकेले मत रहो भाई. फाइंड समवन on Valentine's Day, because अकेले रहोगे तो you'll make bad moves. And knight f3, and it looks logical, yeah. Like what he's doing looks very logical. Reminds me of typical positions. You can play the bishop out, castle king side, no big deal. But somehow it's worse. Maybe it's because bishop on f1 doesn't have a great square.
बिशप e2 शॉर्ट कासल तो लॉजिकल लग रहा है, बिशप d3 या शॉर्ट कासल, बट दिस नाइट f4 इज अ बिट अनोइंग।
Yeah.
Also queen on b1 is maybe not the most appropriate। yeah? You want to play c4 d4, कुछ Maroczy bind type of a position।
I think you're right, Saj. No, knight f4 na versus this bishop on f1 is a great combination for black. And somehow if you play bishop d3, knight f4, bishop e2, knight f4,
Hmm.
um, doesn't feel like there's a clear solution to this.
Yeah, this looks like a big problem, I think, for Arjun so far। By the way, all the other games, Vincent plays c4, Fabi plays c4, and Nodirbek also played c4 by।
And all the games, it's either equal or slightly better for white. Only this game where white is worse. Come on, भाई कोई. हाँ सही बात है यार, फायर गेमिंग उतना भी मिस्टेक नहीं है. बट आई थिंक द फैक्ट दैट अर्जुन इज ऑलरेडी अ मिनट बिहाइंड टेल्स यू कि भाई थोड़ा सा स्ट्रेस है इस पोजीशन में.
Hmm. He plays c4, and now b6, more or less an only move for Sindarov, but a logical one।
Goofy जगह इसको अलावा करेंगे भाई. I mean, he's the biggest star in the chess world right now. What a crazy rise to the top, and funny content by. Do check him out. If you're not a, if you don't follow Tamil content, you can still check him out. Crazy. बिना language समझे ही समझ में आता क्या चल रहा है. But the knight is played. Ooh, not the best move.
e5 पे he has knight g4 to attack d4, he plays
अरे
d4, that's an inaccuracy again।
यार.
Ooh,
But how bad is this? Like takes. Is it really that bad?
टेक्स आप नाइट से मार रहे हो, बिशप से मार रहे हो?
बिशप से।
Bishop is a bit better, but then e5 is very good for black for some reason. Oh, he takes on d4. Knight d4 is basically losing, yeah, h5 के बाद.
बाप रे।
Now it's e5 or b6, two moves for Sandarov.
भाई माय इंजन शोज h5 एज द बेस्ट मूव।
बाप रे, h5 is too risky भाई. h5 h4 looks nice in hindsight though, but आप castling नहीं कर पाओगे उसके बाद. That's maybe the problem. Maybe just don't do anything. Play b6. Like at least bishop तो activate होगा e4 पे. Then h5 h4 makes a lot of sense.
भाई ये चल क्या रहा है भाई? अर्जुन कैन नॉट लूज टू हीरो। कम ऑन अर्जुन, कम बैक चाहिए। कहाँ से स्टार्ट होगा कम बैक? मे बी ब्लैक के a6 चाल से, या इज अ गुड वे। बिशप
a6
b6
bishop
check।
b6 check.
हाँ ऐसे कुछ करना पड़ेगा भाई। वी नीड ड्रामा इन द गेम। मे बी नाइट ही, ओ ही कैसल्स।
bishop
वेट, नॉट
d3.
समथिंग आई एक्सपेक्टेड।
More or
बिकॉज
less
नाउ द,
back.
हाँ बिकॉज नाउ सडनली इफ आई मैनेज टू कैसल लाइक आई एम डूइंग ओके।
Castle and e5. Two moves you need.
भाई बिशप d3 भी चाहिए ना?
वो तो खेल दिया ना भाई.
अच्छा खेल दिया, ओ सॉरी माय बैड, यस।
Apparently, bishop a3 is very interesting now. You might have to sacrifice your exchange.
ओ आई एम इन। भाई फ्रॉम द पोजीशन आई हैड टू मूव्स बैक, आई एम इन। एक्सचेंज चाहिए भाई, जो चाहिए, जो गिफ्ट चाहिए, आई एम रेडी। वाओ, बेस्ट मूव प्लेड, पॉन टू b5।
And if you go cb5, bhai, then h5 is apparently very good, which is insane.
Okay, there's no way he plays h5.
But for Arjun to take on b5 is also not easy, no? Free का pawn है, but still c file खुल रही है, bishop a3 का threat है. You will be a bit worried. Tej,
Come on
bhai, don't
chat।
you think Hikaru is underrated? नहीं भाई, I think at world number 2, I don't think anyone is underrated.
एंड फिलहाल के लिए सिंदारोव की चेयर बहुत ही ज्यादा हिल रही है। आई मीन इट्स मूविंग एट द स्पीड ऑफ लाइट, सॉरी शेकिंग एट द स्पीड ऑफ लाइट।
How he
अर्जुन टेक्स
takes.
दैट पॉन।
Takes on c1, queen
ओके,
c1 forced.
एक्सचेंजेस
King c1
लुक्स।
तो of course blunder ही होगा. e5 and now d5 is incoming. Basically, you just needed one extra move to castle and then you'll be fine. But वो एक extra move Fendarov देगा नहीं क्योंकि d5 immediately आ रहा है.
हम्म। हम्म। या एंड समहाउ ब्लैक का वही ना, वाइट का किंग सेंटर में साज, दैट्स द मेन इशू। कैसल कर लिया होता, दिस वुड हैव बीन ऑसम।
Hmm. So after e5, now a difficult question for Arjun. Bishop e3 पे रखें या b2 पे? e3 पे रखोगे तो knight f4 is sort of taken care of. Bishop b2 पे जाता है तो still knight f4 is taken care of because your e5 pawn is under attack. He goes bishop b2. I think a good choice.
या ओके, d5, it's not forced. Rook c8 also looks logical, right? Queen को attack करो, gain a tempo and then go d5, very logical। d5 directly also looking very strong। बस ये कैसल हो चुका होता, आई वुड बी हैप्पी। बट ओके, अर्जुन के विनिंग चांसेस आर वेरी लो बाय द वे। लेकिन एक चीज है, अमंग चार में से तीन गेमों में ब्लैक इज नाउ स्लाइटली बेटर।
Hmm. Exactly. The only game where it's looking okay for white is Fabi versus Levon. But Levon still has that knight on h8. Looks a bit actually shaky for him. So Fabi could be the leader by the end of
या
this day, end of this round.
अलोन अगेन। कम ऑन चैट, हैव होप, इट्स पॉसिबल। बाय द वे सिंदारो बहुत सोच रहा है यार, ही इज ऑलमोस्ट अ मिनट बिहाइंड नाउ। बाय द वे, let's not forget ki in the classical ratings, Arjun for the first time in I don't know how long is now out of the world top 10. So I don't know how he feels about that. Maybe his confidence is not the best. He's world
Hmm.
number 11. He did gain a rating point at the Bundesliga, I think, or wherever, but he's still world number 11. So let's see. They are
Yeah.
neck to neck in the ratings, Sajwa, like 11 and 12.
Sendarov and Arjun, yeah.
Yeah,
एक ही point का
yeah.
फर्क. Yeah, that's huge. Yeah. Okay, Sendarov taking his time. 2 minute का difference almost. Maybe he's thinking d5 in this position. This is a very big decision. Also, I'm seeing this bishop b4 as a move, which is very clever because you're not allowing me to castle anymore.
Oof,
That's, I think,
that
very, very interesting here.
that is really dirty, actually, Saj bhai. इतना रटी आप खेलोगे सोचा नहीं था, because after bishop b4 I thought a3, but then there is rook c8 attacking the queen, and if you play queen b1 only move, bishop b4 a3 and rook c8.
हम्म।
चल सकते हैं क्या साज भाई?
रुक सीट अभी।
नहीं नहीं, पहले bishop b4 a3 and then rook c8, queen b1, and now just bishop c3 apparently, and somehow you're still not castled and black's rook is coming to c3 now.
You
So
can
it feels
capture and
like,
play short castle, I guess.
yeah,
Love a
but
pawn,
d5.
but doesn't look promising as much. सिंडारोव बहुत सोच रहा है लेकिन यार 3 मिनट ऑलमोस्ट, इट्स अ लॉन्ग टाइम।
Let's see what he plays. He's known to be the best fiddler of pieces. क्या घुमाते हैं अपने हाथों में pieces को,
I think
on
d5
and off the
straight is
board.
also very good. Yeah, d5, ed5, bishop b4 is also very very interesting.
Yeah,
Like
it
some
is.
only move territory
You know,
because
it's, yeah. It feels like a situation जहाँ पे it's he has 2 3 paths, yeah, to put
hmm,
pressure, and he's like confused between the best option. It's like too good to be true kind of situation. भाई ये
hmm.
करूँ ये भी अच्छा लग रहा है, ये करूँ ये भी अच्छा लग रहा है, कौन सा करूँ?
3 मूव जो एरोज में दिखाई आपको, इट्स लाइक यू कैन शफल अराउंड विद दीस 3 मूव्स। लाइक पहले रुक c8 यू कैन प्ले, बिशप b4 यू कैन प्ले, d5। इट्स लाइक इफ यू आर going in this direction, black is more or less fine. And Arjun would have to play some only moves, but उसके लिए भाई चाल चलो भाई, 4 मिनट हो गए,
I
nearly half
think
of your time.
practically, if you can avoid Arjun from castling, that will be the best bet. As long as you're getting worse, I think you should avoid castling, because that's the move. Yeah, Arjun pre-move करके बैठा है castling अभी in his mind.
Hmm.
If you can stop it, that throws Arjun for a toss a bit.
Also bit
Yeah, bit क्यों भाई, और करेंगे भाई.
भाई 3 मिनट, it's a big difference. But Sindarov does play well in time pressure, have to give it to him there. But still 3 minutes is like 4 minute difference is too much.
Agreed. I mean,
By
I
the way,
think he must be
Magnus
playing something
completely
crazy, no?
dominating against Vincent with the black pieces.
He
Sorry,
must
you
be
were
playing
saying?
something. He must be thinking something different. Like d5 is the move I'm thinking. If rook c8 खेलना होता, bishop b4, he might have done it by now.
Hmm. D5 is what he's considering. Yeah, ED5, bishop B4, and it's actually very very critical for Arjun. Arjun is only looking at that also because he knows Sindarov इतना थोड़ी ना सोचेगा otherwise.
Hmm.
Who is India
Come
number one
on.
at classical right now? It's Gukesh, the world champion. He's world number 10.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Okay, still no moves. भाई चल क्या रहा है यार? What is he doing?
Right,
Is
ढाई
he
मिनट
giving us a gift? भाई क्या चल रहा है? I'm kind of confused.
भाई D5 तो वो खेलेगा पक्का, इतना नहीं सोचता। अगर D5 इतना सोचने के बाद D5 नहीं खेला तो इट्स अ कंप्लीट वेस्ट ऑफ द टाइम या।
Yeah. I mean, it has to, maybe bishop b4 also he can still play,
बट
but
तब तो
it
A3 ना,
can't.
वी सॉ दिस बिशप C3 takes and then you can castle. If I can castle and you have 5 minutes less, I mean I'm fine.
Yeah, true. Come on, bhai. What is he thinking?
परसेंटेज वाइज जावोकिर 2800 थोड़ी ना है भाई, लेकिन जावोकिर इज नॉट 2800 राइट नाउ। पर मुश्किल है भाई परसेंटेज ऐसे बताना। लाइक I mean, I'm sure in a long enough match like Senderov has the upper hand, but I mean I don't know percentage क्या रहेगा इसमें। Rook C8 plays. Let's go. After six
Okay.
minutes and 9 seconds of thought, literally.
Okay, that
I
makes
won.
sense. But why did it take so much time for rook c8? Rook c8 was literally the most obvious move, yeah? The first move that comes to mind, queen hai, queen ko attack karo. So I'm not
But I
really
think he's
sure.
planning D5 भाई, I'm telling you. He's gonna go D5, नहीं तो कोई point ही नहीं है इस move का।
भाई queen b1 के बाद still d5 is apparently not even the best.
Why not?
I can just castle now because the queen
Ah,
supports
because
the
this is not under
e4
attack.
point.
Attack नहीं है
So,
यहाँ पे।
so I think maybe he's going for bishop b4. Also, white has queen d2 now, apparently. So
But
bishop
Queen
b4
D2 में
will.
मेरे पास D5 है ना लेकिन।
हाँ, but bishop b4 नहीं है. So now Arjun can choose what he wants to allow. Queen b1 prevents d5 but allows bishop b4. Queen d2 prevents bishop b4 but allows d5. So he can choose his poison, yeah? कैसे किससे
हम्म
प्रेशर फेस करना है उसको?
कौन सी मूव अलाउ करनी है बेसिकली इन दोनों में से?
कम ऑन अर्जुन, व्हाट वुड यू प्ले साज, व्हाट वुड यू प्ले चैट? क्वीन B1 या
क्वीन
क्वीन
डी।
D2? कौन सा थ्रेड ज्यादा डेडली लग रहा है?
If I have less than
बताइए।
like 3 seconds, I go queen d2. If I can think, I'll go queen b1. So I'll play now. If I know यहाँ पे short castle चल रहा है तो that's
हाँ,
perfect for me. There's
या
four
प्लेड।
minute advantage. I can castle. My king is safe. I'm fine here. Yeah.
He didn't find bishop b4. He goes d5, and Arjun can now finally castle with a technically slightly better position. By the way, Arun is completely lost against Fabi. He's going to lose 4 in a row.
Wow. So Magnus is, yeah, wow, 0 out of 4 is crazy. Fabi is beating
Magnus
Levon though.
is,
Yeah, but
yeah, Magnus is also winning, by the way, close to winning.
Vincent, yeah.
Hands beating Nodribek. Wow.
Takes on e4, takes a knight d5. Oh, by the way, golden opportunity for Arjun. He's back now. And he has more time on the clock. Rookie one is now much
Oh,
better for Arjun. Let's go.
and chat, look at this. Now rook e1, knight f4. I can simply drop it back to f1, and my king is on g1. This is a normal position where the e5 pawn is weak, and we have an extra pawn on b5.
And g3 खेल के you can also kick the knight away. Then bishop g2 and your king is completely safe, completely out of the woods.
Yeah.
Pindarov definitely like I think थोड़ा तो mess up हुआ मतलब in the last few moves.
Yeah, and of course, Arjun must sense this. There's no way. Yeah, he's not happy. Yes, Sindarov. He
Hmm.
did something like, "Yo, kya ho gaya, kya gir gaya?" But I think it's more frustrating about the position rather than the actual pawn falling.
Yeah, he's of course a pawn down as well. But Arjun के लिए rookie one निकालना is important. Only move here by the way to keep an advantage. But okay, not a very difficult one. If you see knight f4, then you're thinking okay, ठीक है, bishop f1 है मेरे पास and that's good enough. What about f5 though? Is f5 working? f5 knight
Ooh.
g3 e4 I was thinking, but there's some bishop c4 ef3 knight f5 which is winning for Arjun, but he's technically a piece
Oh,
down by.
my, this is tough actually. Maybe you're
Yeah.
right. This is the thing bothering him. कि rook e1 पे f5 है, and maybe looking at these complications, it might just make sense to also play knight g3 instead of rook e1. ताकि knight f4 के बाद I have bishop e4, and that also feels
Hmm.
like a stable edge. Although you will lose the b5 pawn, I still feel like white got out of it doing okay. So अगर time लग रहा है, so that's also a possibility if he's not sure.
Yeah, tough call. This f5 definitely looks dangerous. Let's see. Arjun thinking. Still, he has more than double the time of his opponent. That's a great sign.
If Arjun wins 5 in a row like Magnus, that would be crazy. Bro, let's go game at a time. Let's win this one first.
एक एक करके.
Because Magnus doesn't have to play Magnus to beat in 5 games in a row, but Arjun has to.
By the way, 5 games तो होंगे ही नहीं ना भाई. 4 गेम होंगे ना, 7 है
हाँ,
total.
4
It's 4 out of 4. So
He's about to play. Come on. Rook e1 या knight g3. Oh, rook d1 he plays. Idea is similar, but it's not as strong because you're not pressing the e5 pawn.
if we are focusing on the D file, maybe some rook d7 ideas in the future. But apparently there's knight f4, bishop f1, and it's this very crazy looking move, queen b7 to attack the e4 knight.
Wow.
Place. Why do
By
you
the
see
way,
after bishop c4, knight g2 is working?
damn, bishop c4, knight g2.
That's too much, bhai.
And
Overkill.
look at this king g2, rook c4.
Yeah. bc4 and this queen c8, cute move, attacking queen g4 check.
Wow.
Bishop becomes a monster on 8.
Bhai.
But at best,
Bhai.
it's a draw.
Bhai, if I had anything in my
Oh,
mouth, I would have spit it out. Yeah, bishop c4 he played. Oh my god, knight g2 nahi aana chahiye on the board. It's gonna be deadly. The tide is turning again. It's completely equal across the engines, but practically it looks dangerous after knight takes g2. The bishop on
yeah,
a8 is
it's
this could be the star
deadly.
of this game, Saj.
That bishop has not even moved once, but it could become the most important piece right now. Provided he goes knight g2. I'm sure he's thinking about it, but he doesn't have enough time. यहाँ पे Sendarov सोचता तो there's a very good chance he would go knight g2.
Yeah.
Very, very good chance.
And the thing is, if he doesn't play this, the second best move is rook f8, which in itself is almost impossible. And third best is queen b7, which is also not easy. So I think in his interest, he needs to find knight g2. Otherwise, oh,
बाप रे
blunder.
भाई. Ego. Oh, ego plays queen c8 straight. He doesn't go knight g2. Knight e5 is winning now for Arjun.
But only move. Only move knight e5. Otherwise, black is back.
Why the idea is knight e5, knight g2, there's queen d3. You don't capture back the knight. Has to play it.
Aye, that is so tough. Come on, Arjun. Knight takes e5. The only idea in the position. Otherwise, it's gone. Tough moment. यहाँ पे time extra होना is crucial. If Arjun didn't have those extra 2 minutes, I think he would be busted. But those 2 minutes जो extra हैं, इस मैच में कुछ भी possible है साज भाई.
Correct, bhai. Correct. Mate is winning if you take on e5, bhai. 1.5 minute. It's too little. I'm sure he didn't see something clearly.
आराम
Does
से
Arjun go
Arjun.
for it? He's going for it. Oh yes, let's go.
Yay! Let's go. Beautiful move. Come on,
And
come on.
queen knight g2 तो forced है ना भाई अब. Like what do you play?
But okay, yeah, you are right. Yeah, it's still tricky. We should not celebrate too quickly. It's so important. Knight on e5 does not allow queen g4. He takes. But now this feels relatively easy, no? After knight g3.
Yeah, but bishop f4 is what he was banking on. Then there was bishop takes e4 and the queen rook on d1 hangs. That's what he calculated. But knight g3 is what he missed. I'm assuming it's a very, very simple move to miss, by the way.
Come on, knight g3, knight g3, knight g3, knight g3. Arjun looks calm. He will do it. Do what?
By the way, Vincent is beating Magnus. Fabi is almost winning against Levon. Arjun is completely winning, and Norderbeck is dead lost against Hans.
भाई यहाँ पे किसी भी भरोसा नहीं कर सकते यार. Magnus losing, Levon losing 4 in a row, and Norderbeck losing also against Hans. So this
Crazy.
tournament is completely wide open. Come on, Arjun. Just play knight g3. Move the knight.
Let's
Yes.
go.
Yay. अरे
And now
बाप रे.
Rook
And now
d4.
rook d4. Rook d4 he has to find.
That was part of
Why?
the plan, na? To not allow knight f4, basically, or knight h4, basically.
Yeah, but bhai, it's now getting close. Just 2 minutes only, less than two now.
But Rook d4, my point is that I want to play Queen f5 and exchange the queens, but abhi d1 ka rook mar raha hai. So
Yes.
Rook d4 is a
Let's
nice tempo.
go,
Next
brother.
move Queen f5 and the queen is getting traded. That's it.
Bhai, you're winning this one, I think then.
Yeah, I think he's taking this one. Let's go.
Maybe this is what he missed. This would be very, very easy to miss. But the camera हल्का सा लेफ्ट में शिफ्ट हो रहा है मुझे लग रहा
थोड़ा थोड़ा हाँ हाँ एक्चुअली
है
हो
ना.
रहा है हो रहा है हो रहा है.
मुझे लगा है कि ये क्या हो गया भाई.
Queen f3, queen d1, let's go, or queen d3,
Oh,
doesn't
queen
matter.
d1 is very nice, by the way. Threatening rook d8 checkmate and offering the trade. And that is it, I think, Saj bhai. I think this is basically objectively just lost for black now.
Yeah.
Of course, he'll play on, but yeah,
No, there's
Sundaram knows
nothing
it.
to play on. You can resign here, bhai. Takes, and that's it. Your exchange down, pawns, CB pawns are just gonna promote very, very quickly.
130 hard bets Sindarov. कहाँ दिख रहा है भाई? Okay, वहां दिख रहा होगा. But okay, still, I think it is very easy conversion. You can't
अर्जुन
avoid the
का
queen
कितना है
trade.
चैट
पता
अगर
नहीं.
आपको पता
Chat chat
तो
बताइए.
लेट अस नो.
Wait, what?
क्वीन a3 नो ट्रेड्स. रुक d8 तो नॉट पॉसिबल बिकॉज क्वीन f8 अभी वापस आ रही है बचाने के
हाँ.
लिए.
Even that is
बिशप
winning, by the
d6 इज
way.
सिंपल नो. एक चाल जस्ट खत्म.
Bishop
बिशप d6
d6.
बिशप d6 रुक d8 check is just lost.
True, true. If I can exchange pieces, that's definitely better. Oh, he finds
Fine.
the best move, knight f5. Amazing.
Very nice. Bishop f8.
Oh,
Oh bhai, knight h6. Wow.
oh, that is beauty. But
Crazy.
very logical, yeah? Very logical. Takes
Yeah,
rook
ये तो
g4.
दिखता
It's not
है.
that tough.
Hmm. Knight h6,
Rook,
g8 6, of course, queen g4, queen g7 is mate. King h8 जाना पड़ेगा. f7 का pawn भी मर रहा है उधर.
also, rook d8 looks so logical as well. Threatening 97. Okay, 97 you can't play. Actually, bishop d6 you are threatening maybe.
क्योंकि ब्लैक का कोई थ्रेट नहीं है ना. नाइट h4 पॉसिबल नहीं है. नाइट h4 पॉसिबल नहीं. हर जगह नाइट मर रहा है. नाइट इज जस्ट नॉट डूइंग मच. इट्स ओनली हेल्पिंग द वाइट किंग राइट नाउ.
यहाँ पे वो अक्षय कुमार का मीम इंसर्ट होना चाहिए. क्वीन और नाइट ट्रेड कर लो, एक्सचेंज कर लो अपने. Oh, by the
Oh
way,
wow,
nice.
gives a check. Let's go. And
Knight
now rook
f7
d8.
check.
GG. Side takes that
Okay.
also. Knight h6 check वापस maybe.
Huh. If he finds rook d7, it's mate, I think. Rook d7 is not easy though, yeah? We rook d8 instead, looks logical.
Yeah, rook d8 is simplest. तो एक चाल का tactic है. You just resign there. Bishop d6 incoming and there is nothing left.
By 40 seconds, I would just hope he does it quickly. Don't
Okay,
want
rook
any
g4.
drama.
He wants to take on g7, queen d8 is just checkmate. So very logical. Could resign here also, to be honest. Multiple wins.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Queen e7. Now you can just take on g7 apparently.
भाई कुछ भी नहीं मर रहा है यहाँ पे
Bishop
white का.
g7 by bishop
Like, but
g7.
like queen e5 में knight f7 check है,
हाँ.
g8 6 pinned है. It's like you can just say pass even. Oh, nice. Queen
ओह,
d8, queen
क्वीन
d8.
डी है तो क्वीन क्वीन d8. अरे
Hmm.
बाप रे. क्वीन सैक.
Third piece low, भाई. But this gives him 91. I'm not so sure about that. Like, was it necessary to?
Maybe 96 aa raha hai. Okay, he resigns, yeah. And he
Okay.
resigns. What a game. And Sindarov is not happy, but honestly, I think it was just a very good game by Arjun, yeah, to find 95
Yeah.
and all those only moves
भाई वो
when
अकेले
Sindarov's
बैठना
attacking
was very very
ferociously.
important. By the way, Fabi has just made a huge blunder and he's dead lost against Levon. Wait, no, he didn't. Sorry, my bad.
He did.
Was it? Kya? He's not losing though. He's not losing. I saw some bar switch there, but
Yeah, he was losing. He was winning, but now it's like Aronia is back basically.
I'm
Can we go
taking
to
I'm taking Levon
Magnus?
here. Why?
Can we go to Magnus? Because Magnus is also only move for Magnus, by the way.
Okay, 33 versus 9 seconds. Bishop a4 only move.
Bhai,
एक pawn ज्यादा है.
Mustache Magnus looks quite nervous right now if you look at his body language.
I mean, I think he's been defending the whole game, so he has to make a couple of only move. Knight c3, by the way, only move. Rook c5 also is
Can
equal, technically.
Yeah, rook c5 you can take. I think that looks more logical, maybe easy to assess. No, he goes for the best one.
Takes on e3. Okay, takes on g4, I guess. And even though he's a pawn up, this is not much because of this g5 move. Rook c2. Okay.
Why? Who is even better here? I'm not sure.
Pawn है ना अब तो. जब तक pawn है तब तक I think white. Maybe not because knight c3 is not possible anymore.
Yeah,
एक नहीं
I'm
मर रहा.
telling you why. Bishop b5 incoming. He'll take on e2, take on a3. Yeah, white is going for the draw, yeah. He's like, bhai, chal, हाथ check करते हैं.
Hard check. Crazy.
Yeah, they're repeating. I think it's going to be a draw. I don't see Vincent pushing against Magnus. Oh, he
Rook c3 is pushing.
does. Bold.
It's a pawn up, so. But rook e3 now is a repetition. Threefold. It's kind of forced to play rook e3 as well. Ooh, he has to play now. Bhai.
Don't. Arey baap re, bhai, I'm telling you, he's risking it.
And now Magnus has good chances.
Look at Magnus, yeah. He's like, oh, really? You think you can win this, yeah? Look at one, apparently.
Oh, best move played. 5 seconds again for Vincent. King d2 takes the
Bhai,
pawn. Now
pawn big,
Magnus
yeah.
is better.
I'm telling you, bhai. He's going to lose this one.
ये रुक बाहर कैसे निकल रहा है A1 का? इसको वहीं पे रखना है क्या?
Ha, but you can't ever approach it, right? Because bishop on f5 जब तक है, king c3 पर knight hanging है, so you can never approach it actually.
Hmm.
So I wouldn't really call it trapped, and I think, although I think white has a draw now, yeah. Oh,
Oh, but
g5, Magnus
Magnus will
still
play
pushing.
now. G5. Let's go.
Wow.
Should have taken the draw. By the way,
Now he,
Fabi also completely equal now against Levon. And Noderbek lost to Hans. 2 games.
wow,
Finished.
standings are shuffling every round. Very important win for Arjun. By the way, 2/4 score है Arjun का. It's decent.
I think after this match, most likely Arjun is going to be fourth again.
No, I don't think so. He's fourth already. And Magnus जीत गया, Vincent जीत गया तो. अच्छा, Magnus is already ahead. Okay, you're maybe right.
Magnus
Yeah.
is playing against Vincent, na? So.
But Vincent will draw and maybe potentially tiebreak में आगे हो सकता है. But yeah, you're right. He will not be second last at least. So this win was an important one.
But that's also if Vincent saves this. I don't know if he's going to save this. Why? This looks very difficult now.
Okay, one. By king d2, of course, only move. Bishop.
Bishop.
Oh, bishop a4 was tricky apparently.
Okay, some
Oh, I'm not sure
fortress.
anymore, Saj. Wait. I can't still find a way, yeah, to
भाई
bring
वो
the king
वापस
in.
बिशप c2 बिशप a4 लेके जाएगा आराम से. See, he's waiting. Knight c3 rook a3 is actually good, but he's not playing knight c3. Now bishop c2 is very important. Bishop a4 पे रखो.
I don't think he'll find it, Saj. I don't think Magnus will find it. He's going to keep the bishop on the diagonal.
Hmm. Plays rook b2. Rook 7th rank पे bishop is definitely more active. Plays bishop c2. भाई, let's go.
Wow. मेरी गलती है भाई, मैग्नस को डाउट किया मैंने.
What do you play now? Knight c3. Okay. Finally, अभी a3 नहीं मर रहा, so that's good.
Okay, maybe bishop 5 back. Come on.
और king f5 also. Okay, ये pawn मारना है किसी तरह e5 का. If I take this, then black is winning. That's what he's
Easy.
targeting.
b5 maybe? King f5? Oh, नहीं भाई, knight d4
King
तो.
f5 है तो check ना simple.
हाँ.
And now bishop c2 and bishop a4. Very, very crucial. This is the chance. Oh, by the way, finds it. Bhai, in that position. Let's go.
भाई क्या स्टाइल से रखा मैग्नस ने बिशप c2 पे, इसलिए कैसे एम्फेसिस, ऐसे प्रेशर डाल के.
Hmm. 10 seconds now for Vincent.
10 सेकंड्स लगेंगे मुझे कैमरा दोबारा लगाने में.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, 2
3,
seconds for Vincent. He needs to play
2.
now. भाई 2 seconds पे खेला यार बंदा.
Now bishop a4. Oh, by the way, he finds it. Knight d4. Vincent is now holding down the fortress, but Magnus looking for a way to break through.
Okay, Saja, one Maggie on the result. You choose one result. अगर क्या choose करोगे? choose करना होता तो.
I would say Maggie wins.
ठीक
Now
है.
I
I
think
mean,
Maggie
if you want
wins.
to bet, one Maggie.
You think draw or what?
Yeah, I take draw. Yeah, I take draw. Yes.
I'll take Maggie win.
चलो डन भाई. 11 मैगी में प्लस है. लेट्स सी क्या होता है. 1 मैगी बेट लग चुकी है चैट. व्हाट इज योर बेट चैट? लेट्स गो. Oh, Levon Fabi do. Okay, makes sense. Levon gets
So
his
Fabi
first
right now the
points.
sole leader and Bhai Faronian draws his first match. Yeah.
Oh man, that's a tough tournament for Anya. I think he's out for top 4 contention. The only one out so far.
Hmm. Chad, आपको क्या लगता है? What's the result here? Do you think Vincent saves this or Magnus will win this?
I think chat wants me to eat one more Maggie, so I think 50 moves कब तक होंगे यार? I'm just checking. When was the last capture? It was on move number
48.
29, yeah? नहीं, अच्छा नहीं,
48, 48.
36 दिख रहा है मुझे. 36,
और टाइम है भाई अभी
36.
तो.
बहुत टाइम है यार. ओए, नहीं यार. अच्छा नहीं,
30 more moves.
47 है भाई. 48 पे दिख रहा है मुझे. Oh damn, बहुत टाइम है. पीसी मूव है अभी.
3 seconds. Knight f4 played. Okay. Bishop f3.
Okay,
The
that's an
bishop here
important
is
moment.
dangerous, bhai.
Yeah.
And as white, you have to calculate all the different end games that are maybe not as comfortable to draw. Like if this bishop and knight gets traded off, it's very big for Magnus. I think he can definitely have have a realistic shot there. You have more than 1,000 instances where Magnus has done this. True, bhai. Exactly. That's exactly the scary part.
भाई 2 मिनट में बनती है मैगी और 2 मिनट ही लगेंगे मैंने उसका गेम ड्रॉ करने में. देखना भाई.
Move 74. भाई 100 चाल चलेगा ये मैच. मैग्नस नहीं ये खेलेगा भाई मैग्नस until the very end. ये पॉन मरने दो बस एक बार.
भाई
Then
वो
you'll
आ
see.
रहा है, किंग ए4 आ रहा है वो.
बट ही इज नॉट गोना गो रुक ए3 ना. रुक्स नहीं ट्रेड करने. कुछ भी करो बिशप ट्रेड कर दो. रुक मत करो. दिस रुक
अच्छा.
इज टू पावरफुल.
बट टफ नो. बिशप c4 में भी, यार, डोमिनेटिंग द नाइट.
भाई इज गोइंग फॉर इट. आई थिंक ही विल जस्ट प्ले रुक c3. भाई टेक द पॉन बट जस्ट
रोक ए4 इज अ
oh knight
मिस्टेक.
h5 is
रुक ए3 इज अ
nice.
मिस्टेक आई थिंक. नाइट f6 आ रहा है.
Hmm.
Magnus is not happy. Yeah, he's not happy. Look at him. He's not happy.
I missed knight h5 I think.
भाई g4 मर रहा है. g4 मर गया तो टाइट कुड
अरे अरे
टर्न.
अरे ये तो विंसेंट जीत सकता है अब.
भाई दोनों मैगी नहीं जीतेंगे यार फिर. Oh, he can actually take on. Oh, wow. Magnus has to run back. Wait, he's shaking his head. He's like, what just happened? I was supposed to put pressure and suddenly I'm the one under pressure.
Okay, king c4. भाई अभी भी मैग्नस कभी भी ड्रॉ कर सकता है a1 a2 करके बट ही इज नॉट. ही इज प्लेइंग ऑन.
Wow. बाय द वे ओनली मूव फॉर वाइट रुक B3 नहीं ठीक है यार मल्टीपल मूव्स इतना स्ट्रेस नहीं होना चाहिए
7 seconds. मिस्टेक. ओके, रुक बी थ्री. जगह रुक C3 चेक दिया उसने. हाँ,
अभी
किंग
किंग
D4, रुक
D4
B4 चेक इंपॉर्टेंट.
किंग E3
एंड किंग. ओके. नाउ किंग D4
चैट
इज
जो
अनदर
लोग
थ्रेट.
कह रहे हैं कि ये गेम कैसे समझ में आएगी हमें डोंट वरी भाई वी आर इन द सेम बोट एंड वो बोट डूबने वाली है so this game is too complicated even for the players they understand oh wow okay this is simplification this should be a draw now comfortable Saj bhai how does it feel to lose one more Maggie
हाँ भाई. You're right. हो गई ड्रॉ. There it is. Vincent holds on. Wow.
Vincent is smiling so am I
87.
wow and
Crazy.
that is Maggie number 12 in the third segment of our commentary battle Saj bhai and you won 2024 I won 2025 2026 I'm off to a great start
Yeah, भाई. But I think the on a brighter note, I think Arjun is back in top four despite Vincent's draw. So that's great news. So he just needs to finish at the fourth spot by the end of this day, and he
and
will be playing for the world championship.
And if we can have the standings, he is actually in fourth place. Sahaj, you were correct. So things looking great for Arjun. If it ended right now, he would qualify. And if it could be considered as a positive news, he is playing Levon Aronian in the next round, who's at the bottom of the table. Now, if you look at Arjun's final two rounds after this, it is Magnus and Fabi. Who are these guys? Number one and number two. Looking at that, Sahaj Bhai and chat, it does feel like this is a must win for Arjun because अगले दोनों round इसके बाद he's playing Caruana and Magnus and to win against them both would be impossible. I'm going to assume you have to leak half a point somewhere. So you have to beat Levon Aronian here right now and he will have the black pieces against Levon.
And he had the black pieces in the World Cup as well, जहाँ पे Arjun played basically, one of the best games I've seen from him.
Yeah.
And that worked out well for him, but we'll see how that fares up now. But yeah, for Levon, I think after the three losses, making a draw, I think definitely okay, makes you feel a bit better. Yeah, at least you stopped the bleeding.
Yeah, for sure. But is he feeling confident enough? I hope Arjun managed to win this game. And of course, it's Magnus versus Caruana. So that means जो भी वो game जीतेगा is basically through, I think, because 4 point पे कोई जाएगा out of five, right?
Yeah.
Out of five. I mean, it will be pretty much guaranteed. So I think it's basically a knockout for first place potentially between Magnus and Fabi. So let's see क्या होगा. Magnus has the white pieces. It's also the match between two Uzbeks. सिंधारोव एंड नोदर बेग भाई वो भी देखने में मजा आएगा
And this is an elimination round for them pretty much because
या
both of them have 1.5 points right now. And whoever basically wins, whoever loses this match is basically out.
या या agreed in fact if they draw and both go to 2 points out of five even then I think they have no chance so technically it's if they draw both get knocked out so it would be in Arjun's favor कि if it ends in a draw right because काफी लोग एलिमिनेट हो गए लाइक सडनली 5 में से 4 जाने वाले हैं सो
Hmm.
लेट्स सी क्या होगा ऑल्सो
But Levon तो
विंसेंट
अब नहीं आ सकता ना वापस, you think? No
हाँ, so
chance.
Levon नहीं आ सकता. If Nodrbek and Sindarov draw, they also cannot catch up. Now, Vincent is in fifth place, and Vincent this round is playing Hans Niemann. So, which one would you prefer, Saj? Would you prefer कि Vincent Hans को beat कर दे और Hans को रोक दे, or would you prefer Hans Vincent को beat कर दे? एक spot निकल गया, but एक बंदा ये भी निकल गया.
I think जो भी top three पे है, like this Fabi, Magnus and Hans, like if they can continue winning, then it really increases the chances for Arjun. So if Hans wins, it would be great for Arjun, I think,
Yeah,
overall.
I agree. So, chat तैयार है ना? I think Arjun giving us some hope again. Let's see what happens. And Saj भाई, अब क्या नंबर लग रहा है? कौन सा बोर्ड आएगा?
भाई मैं कब से बोल रहा हूँ भाई, 68 वो चाहिए भाई, एक बार तो. पता नहीं भाई क्यों.
So I'm gonna choose 568 by.
वाह वाह वाह, क्या बात है. 6-7 एग्जैक्टली भाई.
कि अगर पांच दोस्त मिल के 68 करेंगे तो मजा आएगा आई थिंक इट्स मोर फन देन अकेले 68 68 is like middle of 67 and 69 so you don't get like fun you don't get anything but let's see um
सहज भाई, प्रग के कैंडिडेट्स प्रिपरेशन में क्या चेकलिस्ट होगा भाई, वो तो आई डोंट नो, बट आई थिंक समथिंग वेरी वेरी स्पेसिफिक फॉर प्रग। बट मैं एक चीज बोलूंगा भाई, हिकारू के अगेंस्ट इंग्लिश खेलो भाई। it worked against it worked
हाँ
for Lazovic, like in a very very nice way. Like each position he was getting a, like after move 10 or so he was getting a better position. So English against Hikaru is a
भाई,
good choice from what I
आई
could see.
थिंक आई वुड एक्सपेक्ट इन इट इन हिज फर्स्ट ब्लैक गेम इटसेल्फ। जो भी ओपोनेंट होगा, if c4 is part of their repertoire, is something they feel comfortable with, I think we're going to see one c4. And Hikaru, of course, will be well prepared, so he might just transpose to d4 with e6 or c6, but it's definitely an option to challenge Hikaru.
Hmm.
So देखते हैं। And meanwhile, Magnus Caruana की game start। Okay, Saj bhai, predictions, hands against Vincent, let's name one player, assuming no draws, या draw भी बोल सकते
Hans.
हो।
Hans.
Hans. Sindarov against Noderbek.
Sindarov.
Levon Arjun.
Arjun.
And Magnus Fabi.
Magnus.
Hmm.
Would you change anything in this list या फिर?
नहीं, आई वुड टेक इट भाई। अब आप कह रहे हो यार, आपकी बात कैसे टाल सकता हूँ साथ भाई।
I think yeah, only time I was confused. Okay, Nodirbeck. Okay, but
आई वांट टू ड्रॉ देयर, ड्रॉ इज बेस्ट। से दोनों एलिमिनेट हो जाएंगे और अपने चांसेस बढ़ जाएंगे। सो
I mean I don't think they're out. अगर उनका draw भी होता है तो they still have an outside chance, yeah, overall.
आई मीन इट्स गोना बी वेरी टफ, दे हैव टू विन ऑल थ्री टू हैव एनी चांस, व्हिच इज नॉट गोना बी इजी। बट last two actually, okay, no, my bad, maybe it is possible, but still, like, I think
Sindarov
odds will be very low.
Sindarov का next two matches है Hans और Vincent, and Nodirbeck is playing Aronian and Magnus.
So
No, for
नुदबे का तो गया
Nodirbeck
चांस
it's
खत्म।
bit harder, yeah.
हाँ, okay, I don't know which position it is. Should keep an eye on that one.
Bro, I had this question for a long time. Can there be anyone in the next 5 years to cross 2850 rating and not named Magnus? Simply put, no, I don't think so. Not in the next 5 years.
Really?
क्योंकि
I
rating
thought it'll be
deflation
very likely somebody crosses 2850.
like who?
I don't know who, but it'll be somebody.
I think unlikely भाई, क्योंकि rating भी अब नीचे मतलब जा रही है ना.
हाँ, वो तो है।
Ratings are going down. So 2850, if you reach 2850, you're like playing much stronger than that technically. So
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Cannot happen at all. Let's see why. I think anybody above 28, 20, 30 also would be like a
Yeah,
revelation.
that's
So,
possible. 28, 20
uh,
or so is possible.
but that would mean you're essentially at the same level as Magnus, yeah? So it's even that's hard. And do we have any other camera angles? कुछ funky चल रहा वहाँ पे? Would love to check out the जो pull out करते हैं number or something. Can all players of 2000 play blindfold chess easily? No. मेरे मेरे तुम्हारे सामने एग्जांपल बैठा हुआ है। But what I can recommend is, like, what I used to love doing earlier is I would just call somebody and play a game over a phone and just try to visualize it, and then try to recreate the game later on. It would be, we would have made so many mistakes, like कभी अच्छा पॉन था यहाँ पे, याद ही नहीं था। It becomes like a fun exercise. So, oh, यहाँ पॉन था, मैं तो क्वीन खेल रही थी भाई, A3 से C3 है, भूल गया
Mhm.
D3 में पॉन है। So it's a lot of fun, and you also learn from it. So that's what I would do. So, any recommendations for blindfold training?
Um, I I think just try to play as many games as you can with someone who has a board in front of you. And usually, like शुरुआत में, what I used to do was I used to give myself, ठीक है, मैं board देख सकता हूँ 3 बार, for example, in the entirety of the game. Maybe you can say okay 5 बार देख सकता हूँ, but you can choose your moment. मैं अभी sure नहीं हूँ. Let me look at the board and then I can close my eyes again. And then reduce that number as you go along. Then make it 3, then make it 2, then make it 1, then make it 0. And then if you're comfortable playing against someone blindfold, then try to play two people, like try to challenge yourself like that, and then suddenly you'll never forget this. Like you'll always be able to play blindfold.
Yeah, very interesting. Meanwhile, as we wait for the last 3 rounds to begin, top 4 में आना बहुत जरूरी है chat, because if you finish in the top 4, the worst you can finish is fourth. So essentially, it's like the World Cup, yeah? 4 में से 3 तो technically gold, silver, bronze मिलेगा ही मिलेगा, if you can name it that way. But at least top 3 में आने के बहुत ज़्यादा 75% chances है. But if you finish in the bottom 4, then the best you can finish is 5. So फ्री स्टाइल में ये कॉमन चीज है कि डे वन इज द मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट डे. यू एस डे वन, यू कैनॉट हैव अ बैड टूर्नामेंट.
Hmm. Yeah, agreed. Can Magnus go to 2850 if he wakes up someday and decides he wants to focus on classical? Big what if though? Um, I mean, probably, yeah. Like, I mean, good chance, but it's not a given. It's not a given for anyone. But
But I
it's
think
yeah, he has the
Magnus,
best
if
shot.
he wanted to, he would, yeah. I mean, 2050 तो कर ही लेगा. 30-40 पे तो अभी है. So it's not
Hmm.
really. He was 28-40, no? Yeah, he is 28-40. So 10
2840, yeah,
point
right
तो
now.
10 point तो बढ़ा ही लेगा भाई. If he really, really wanted to,
Yeah.
like, prepared hard with openings and so on. Like, 50 maybe, but उससे ऊपर maybe it's going to be tough even for Magnus.
Hmm. How to remember the square name and visualize it? भाई वो एक vision trainer होता है like chess.com पे you can use that. Like it will tell you which square it is and then you click on it and it makes it easier for you to remember the letters and the numbers basically.
When
I
will the
actually
match
have
start?
tried it before as well. It's actually quite fun. आपने
Yeah,
किया कभी?
what's your. किया भाई, बिल्कुल किया.
याद नहीं मुझे यार मेरा हाईएस्ट क्या था but I was doing it with a student of mine and we were trying to beat the score. It
Yes.
was actually a lot of fun.
Meanwhile, साज भाई भाई वो गेम कितनी इंपॉर्टेंट थी यार जीतना. Just happy कि अर्जुन won that.
Yeah.
Why will Lokesh? Oh, by the way, do we have the position? No, not yet.
No. I just switched it to the live board.
I think I don't exactly remember how all the players were chosen for this tournament. I'm guessing some of them must be on the last year standing to the freestyle tournament and some qualifiers as well. So I don't think it's just like invites aap aa jao khel do. By the way, the position has been set up. We do have a number. I don't know what that number is. Sam, do we know the number for this one? I was betting on 568. So want to know if I'm correct. Acha, oh, got it. Chalo, let's see.
Your third buy says it's 187.
187. Are you sure? Not sure. Make second eye, huh?
Yeah. So there are the players who are playing with the white pieces, Hans, Sindarov, and Aronian. Instead of Magnus missing, I think. But Magnus is not there. Is he analyzing on his own? Magnus does play against Fabi. Maybe he's just thinking, oh, wow, he is. Crazy. Magnus is using Arjun Gambit right now. Why? Crazy. For the day because whoever wins this potentially could not only you're sealing your spot in top four, but you could potentially be leading by 1 point going into the last two rounds.
भाई
And
वो कुर्सी के
these
नीचे कौन
two,
छुपा हुआ है?
Arre, we know this. We know him, bhai.
Yeah, तेरा ऐसा है, but okay, crazy. I got scared for a second. कौन है वहाँ पे? Um, भाई इतनी गर्मी हो रखी है ना मेरे रूम में भी. I cannot tell you, साज भाई. Like it's what's the temperature in Budapest अभी, साज भाई?
Like, it's pretty cold, I think, bhai.
तभी
It's 8 degrees.
8, yeah. The max here is already like close to 40, yeah. It's getting
Arre,
38.
bhai.
So now, and I've still not. So I still have to buy ACs भाई. तो अभी AC लेने जाना पड़ेगा भाई. कोई एक दिन छुट्टी मिले तुम जाए. गर्मी हो रही है भाई, गर्मी. We have the position, by the way, and it feels like it's another of those knights and bishops in the corner position, and the king is on D1.
Yeah, and the best move is G4 here as white. Good
Oh,
luck. Good luck playing G4, bhai.
but F4 feels logical though.
Yeah, F4 feels a lot more logical. What is G4, bhai? Sahil bhai, just be right back in a second.
Yeah, I think I like F4 here because similar to what we saw earlier, bishop and queen dono khul rahe. So this would be quite logical. Arjun now back to preparing with the others. So maybe he saw the game. Maybe he got advice from the others कि भाई E4 थोड़ा risky था. So now he's realized कि नहीं भाई, साथ में तैयारी करते हैं. I will not miss out on anything. Okay, see what the. Oh, I love this camera angle, by the way. F4 ही देखा. Yeah, देखो क्या F4. As expected, F4 is the move they are considering. F4, F5, G4 takes. D6. Who's this? अच्छा, ये सिंदारो है. Wow. Why is g4 difficult to play? Because usually यार when you play chess, normal chess, तो center occupy करने की एक tendency होती है because it gives you the maximum results. So e4, d4 are the main moves. Sometimes you might play c4. So moves like g4 are very rare because ये कोने में चलते हो. They spoil your castling. So king side castling becomes almost impossible. And also you don't grab the center. तो ऐसी moves खेलना tough है. That's why they're looking at f4 because f4 still looks logical. वैसे भी यार F4 गोल्डन पॉन मैं नहीं मानता भाई पुश करो एफ पॉन भाई खुश रहो पुश करो खुश रहो बाय द वे दे आर कंसीडरिंग D6 आई थिंक F4 F5 D6 हमें मूव दिख रही है बिशप H8 के बारे में फैबी जस्ट आस्क कि क्या प्लान है मेरे इस बिशप के साथ तुम्हारा
Oh, they are not looking at G4 भाई.
क्योंकि F4 अंसाज में मैं चैट को बता ही रहा था कि यार गोल्डन पॉन कभी पुश नहीं करना चाहिए इट्स लाइक
Hmm.
दिस रेयर केस जहां पे इट मेक्स सेंस या
Rare, very rare. Actually,
या
G4 पता है best move क्या है? G4, G5, H4 is the best.
I have seen A4 and like A4 H4 be best moves when the king is on B8 or king is on G8. But
Okay.
G4, G5, H4 is G4 whatever F4 whatever is it's insane yeah.
Crazy. Crazy है भाई,
क्रेजी है
crazy,
बिल्कुल
crazy.
क्रेजी है.
कोई I mean they're not thinking about it. They're thinking about only F4 and G3. Okay, which makes a lot more sense to be honest. Bishop भी activate हो रहा है. ये वाला bishop भी F2 पे आ सकता है. Queen भी activate हो रही है. So it looks good.
Yeah agreed.
साहिल भाई, गिरगिट भाई क्या हो गया भाई? आप कुछ और कह रहे थे
पता
लगता
नहीं
है.
मैन
लगता है
भाई
आप
बहुत
गोल्डन
स्ट्रिक्ट
पॉन की
मॉड है यार
बेइज्जती कर
चैट को
रहे थे.
बैन देते रहते हैं
लाइक आई थिंक
बैन
आई
देते
थिंक आप
रहते हैं.
गोल्डन पॉन की बेइज्जती कर रहे थे. चैट, इज दैट ट्रू?
क्या बात
क्या
कर रहे
साहिल
हो
भाई
भाई.
गोल्डन पॉन की बेइज्जती कर रहे थे?
भाई ये कौन
ह्यूज
सा
इफ ट्रू.
पोज है नोदरबेक का भाई. ये उंगलियां थोड़ी सी फनी रखी है उन्होंने नहीं.
चलो चैट, क्वेश्चन फॉर यू. व्हाट इज द क्विकेस्ट मेट पॉसिबल इन दिस पोजीशन? कितनी चालों में क्विकेस्ट मेट हो रही है?
uh,
आपसे नहीं भाई, आपसे नहीं. आप अब तो निकाल लोगे
भाई
भाई,
मेरे को
आप
बिल्कुल
स्ट्रांग हो.
समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई.
आप स्ट्रांग हो भाई, आप निकाल लोगे.
खा लूंगा क्या थैंक्स भाई.
आप निकाल लोगे. चार नहीं है भाई, तीन है. एक्चुअली तीन में ब्लैक भी मेट कर सकता है. इट्स थ्री. इट्स एक्चुअली नाइट बी थ्री, नाइट सी फाइव, नाइट बी सिक्स, नाइट सी फाइव, रुक एट, नाइट बी सेवन मेट. इट्स ऑलवेज नाइस विद द नाइट्स या.
घोड़ा घोड़ा अरे दिस इज हाउ नेपो मेटेड बोटे सिस्टर्स नो.
अच्छा, पोजीशन दिख नहीं रही उनको यार. उनको पोजीशन दिख नहीं रही है.
मतलब अच्छा अच्छा
उनको
ओ लेट्स हैव द बोर्ड्स भाई
या
इफ
if you
पॉसिबल.
can have the board, like it's
या
actually
सो
this chat. So knight b3, knight b6, knight c5, rook 8, knight b7 is mate in three moves. And black भी same कर सकता है. knight b6, knight c4, and if white goes rook a1, then knight b2 is mate. How difficult is it to memorize best first move for all 960 positions? By I think first of all very difficult, and secondly first move जानने के बाद भी like it doesn't change much. Like you still need to know the plan afterwards. Like for example g4 के बाद g5 you need to know h4 here for example. Like that's ridiculous I think to play over the board. I doubt if anyone will go h4 here, but yeah वो plan भी निकालना that's like not for the next foreseeable future.
ट्रू. कहाँ बैठे हम कैमरा लेके भाई. आई एम नॉट आई आई हैव गिवन अप होप या.
Up there we have it. Analysis chalu. Where is by the way Magnus was just sitting alone, yeah?
रियली.
Yeah, Magnus was alone looking because I think he's playing against Fabi and he feels more comfortable doing this alone. Crazy.
वाओ. सो मैग्नस कार्लसन आई मीन इट्स ओके आई मीन ही इज द बेस्ट ही विल फिगर इट आउट आई गेस.
Arjun ने भी किया था पिछले राउंड में. He did get a worse position out of the opening, but okay, he did manage to win though. So
I'm gonna write a book someday, Saj bhai. How to stream when you have a strong cold. I think I have a lot of expertise now in this.
Hmm.
It will be right
Step
next
one.
to
Step one.
uh,
Bean Panvel.
नहीं नहीं आई थिंक और वो किताब मैं शेल्फ पे बगल में होगी टू अ बुक कॉल्ड हाउ टू रिकॉर्ड वी वियर्ड कैमरा एंगल्स एट फ्री स्टाइल चेस आई थिंक वो दोनों किताबें साथ में अच्छी सूट करेंगी मुझे लग रहा है
There we have handshakes between Hans and Vincent.
Let's
Arjun on the
go,
board.
chat. It is Arjun versus Aronian, the old rivalry. जहां पे Arjun has traditionally had great results. Let's go. Can he win this one? If he wins this one, उनके odds बहुत बढ़ते हैं actually to qualify because last के दो round में he's playing Magnus and Fabi, so it's not going to be
Fabi.
easy. What we need ideally is he wins against Aronian. Fabi beats Magnus, gets low on confidence or whatever it is. Like he needs some luck to go his way and he could make it a top four. Right now, he's in fourth place.
अभी ये मैच जीतना is important. भाई I love
हाँ
that suit यार. I love that color. Blazer is amazing.
भाई ब्लू सबका फेवरेट होता है यार
Hmm.
सो Arjun has the color everybody wants. Can he have the results everybody wants? Let's see. Hi, can you tell us why they're discussing? So basically, people who have the same color of pieces are discussing together. So white wale saath mein, black wale saath mein. So they're not really discussing with their opponents as such, right?
Hmm.
So it's pretty safe.
Yeah. Correct. Except for Magnus, जो अभी अकेले सोच रहा है.
हाँ.
By the way, we
By
do
the
have
way,
liftoff. F4
F4 played
played.
by Levon. Logical move. F5. Oh, G3 is
G3.
already a slight error after C6, apparently. Okay,
Why
he doesn't care
G5
about
was
that.
very good apparently for black, yeah? Okay, now it's that slightly better
Huh.
position for white.
But okay, I
Symmetrical.
think it's okay because you're playing fast. If Arjun is playing fast, I don't mind this.
Hmm.
Like maybe +2, +0.3 advantage. It's okay. It's traditional for white, and you can just kind of play quickly.
By the
That's
way,
why he's
just
good.
going very quickly to Magnus versus Fabi, the tournament leaders. Look at this. Magnus is the only guy who has played G4, yeah? And he was thinking alone.
Wow.
He was alone.
Wow.
Very important. So
Wow.
yeah,
I
going
think
back to
I did
uh,
see Sindarov consider this move, but he's playing with the black pieces. Meanwhile, D6 played. Apparently, knight A5 is the best move here, Sahaj.
knight a5. क्या चाल है भाई knight a5? Knight b7 का plan. You're provoking c6.
C6
Hard to
only
play
move.
this.
C6 only move.
But he doesn't play it. Yeah, he
Oh, he
plays
doesn't
d3.
find it. And now Arjun is completely equal after C5.
Because knight b6 is the completely symmetrical position.
Okay,
ये
Arjun
नाइट
is
c1
okay.
पे थोड़ा awkward है आई थिंक नाइट d3 पे होना चाहिए था बट ये बिशप को कैसे निकालते हैं आप तो दिस नाइट इज अ बिट ऑफ अ प्रॉब्लम
True, true. Okay, both players. Okay, Levon looks like he's. I mean, he doesn't look as focused. I don't know. Is it just me?
भाई आई थिंक मे बी ओके द टूर्नामेंट हैजंट गॉन हिज वे सो
Yeah,
थोड़ा तो आपको अफेक्ट होता ही है वो he knows he
I
doesn't have a chance to be in the top 4 like maybe theoretically
yeah.
outside chance hai, but okay it looks very very unlikely.
But that's the kind of opponent you want. Exactly the kind of opponent you want. Who's not as hungry to get that win and who's just playing chess. And there's potential to strike. And of course, with their rivalry, usually going Arjun's way, this could be the result he needs. By the way, Charo game abhi close to equality. So this game is tricky.
So this position also doesn't favor white as much like we saw एक ही गेम में आई थिंक it felt like white had a very good advantage like from the beginning but apart from that I think it's very
Huh.
very equal.
And also, chat, let's keep in mind, Agla game is between Arjun and Magnus. तो ब्रेक में भी आप कहीं नहीं आ सकते भाई वी हैव टू सी हाउ अर्जुन प्रिपेयर्स अगेंस्ट मैग्नस भाई रेडी रहना दिस इज सच एन इंपॉर्टेंट गेम डजंट मैटर व्हाट हैपेंस अर्जुन वर्सेस मैग्नस इज अ स्टार गेम
Always. And Arjun's gonna be white there. So let's see. He's playing basically the two tournament leaders he's gonna be facing इस match के बाद.
भाई ग्रेट चांस टू फिनिश फर्स्ट इफ यू रियली इफ अर्जुन विंस ऑल थ्री ही इज फर्स्ट या गुड चांस
He's only 1 point behind Fabi and Magnus, so of course.
एक पॉइंट
अभी
तो वही
टॉप
कवर
फोर
कर
में आना
लेगा
है भाई,
ऊपर
पहले
आके।
वो खत्म हो। विंसेंट
हाँ
को भी
हाँ
अलग
हाँ
स्ट्रेस
भाई।
हो रहा होगा, वो भी 2 पॉइंट पे है, बट लेकिन he's fifth, so
हाँ, also tie breaks you can't trust. Yeah, sometimes like there can be different tie breaks to what chess results or Chesscom shows compared to what the event has. So you can't really trust tie breaks as it is. So
hmm.
let's see what happens. Meanwhile, Aronian has been thinking for a long time. I think our guess about him not being as inspired to win this is maybe correct. Yeah. I mean, I don't think there's enough time to pull on the sleeve. I know Aroni loves it, but yeah, time nahi hai yaar.
Exactly, right? That's the problem. 7 minutes. Also, Sendarov did something similar. Yeah, he thought for 6 minutes against Arjun, and we saw how much that cost him in the game. यहाँ पे already he has almost a 3 minute advantage
In fact,
against
both the
Levon.
games Arjun won, he was way ahead of the clock. So that's a common pattern. And this game seems to be following that path as well. 3 minute lead for Arjun on the clock with the black pieces. An excellent start, I'm going to say.
Yeah, correct. Now knight f5 supposedly is the move, which is it just feels counterintuitive. Like after knight f5, queen c6, black white has to make these weird moves like queen f2, bishop d2, and okay, it's not that simple to play like this. He plays bishop f2. Okay,
Wow. And
inaccuracy by c5
C5.
is better.
यही होता है chat. You know, extra thinking for no reason is really gonna harm you. आराम से खेलना चाहिए था.
Fast basically was it, and bishop
Fast,
f2
yeah.
का plan, I think he wants to go bishop d4 and trade this bishop off, and that's why c5 is so good. It stops bishop d4, all the plans. But then c5 के बाद knight a5 is the problem, because then b7 का pawn is hanging. What's happening there? कुछ है उधर मेरे पास apparently, because I know Arjun, if Arjun doesn't play c5, it's because of knight a5.
Yes. But I think C5 makes a lot of sense. First of all, you're blocking the bishop. You're also giving your pieces that C6 square now. And kahin na kahin pe, you never know. C4 might be an idea as well. So gain space in the center, controls the D4 square, prevents knight D4, for example. I mean, someday
And
that might
bishop
be a move.
d4, by bishop d4 I think is a
Yeah.
bigger threat.
Yeah.
But c5 knight a5, let me just make this move. What's the problem? Knight a4 here. Bhai, this is very hard. This is hard to give up this pawn, and then okay, you'll play king c7 and take this pawn back on b2. That's not easy to evaluate. See, he goes bishop d7.
That's
Right error. And now bishop d4 by Levon would be very logical.
chat. Stay ready because this game could turn it around. Now, knight a5 again seems to be the best move, but Levon has been hesitant to play that idea. I don't think that's going to change. So he might just go for something like bishop d4. He might go for something like c3, is logical chess. And the question is, Ajay, where does the white king go now?
I think for now d1, but eventually c3, king c2, and artificial castling more or less. By the way, knight कहाँ जा रहा है भाई? ये that's the bigger problem. Knight has to go
I think
somewhere.
I'm
Like,
I think maybe like bishop d4, bishop takes knight takes, and then knight comes to b3. The second knight maybe comes to b3, and this
but
one
then
could go to
c5
f3.
आता रहेगा ना यार. c5 से knight कहाँ जाओगे? Knight f3 पे लेके
Ha,
जाओगे. फिर
f3,
bishop e4 है
g5, and
आपका.
so on. So, I mean, definitely better than what we have right now.
Hmm.
And
Whatever it is, Levon has to play fast. 3 minute difference is quite a lot already
also, let's
after
not
move
forget,
five.
आपके पास knight a5 है, मेरे पास भी knight a4 है भाई. So it's not
Hmm.
like black doesn't have that option.
Correct. By the way, Sendarov is the only player who has a good advantage with the white pieces right now. All the other game, actually, Magnus also having a slight advantage there as well.
भाई
So,
I would argue even Arjun has an advantage. भाई 5 मिनट से कम है अब लेवॉन के पास.
hmm. तो ब्लैक से सिर्फ अर्जुन की ही पोजीशन है जो बेटर नहीं है व्हाइट के लिए. बाकी
हाँ,
सारे गेम में व्हाइट स्लाइटली बेटर है.
आई थिंक हैंड्स भी इक्वल है. वहां पे टाइम बराबर है, सो इट लुक्स डिसेंट. बट या, अर्जुन डूइंग ओके.
By 4 minutes, actually double the time he has now. That's too much.
नो, अर्जुन हैज नॉट क्वालिफाइड सेमीफाइनल्स चैट. आज के दिन में टॉप 4 में आना पड़ेगा उसके लिए. And right now, C3, I thought so. C3 feels so logical. Yeah, a developing move when you can't find a clear solution, but it's not the best.
To go king c2, I'm guessing, and one step closer to connecting the rooks.
Not even sure he wants to go king c2. I'm just thinking like he's just solidifying his center, wants to still play bishop d4, maybe e4 also is an option.
Like, I think right now he wants to go king c2 though, but maybe c5 is interesting as well for black still. He plays queen f7.
Queen, a
Best
great
move.
move, by the way, the best move. And now I think black is ready to castle king side. And you know what happens once one side castle and the second side doesn't? The center breaks. I think कभी ना
Hmm.
कभी कोई center break होगा and the white king could be stuck on
e5 is
d1.
a very dangerous move. Knight a5, by the way, he's saying कि भाई अगर आप castle करते हो तो b7 pawn is hanging and Arjun is supposed to sacrifice this, but feels difficult to play that though. Ah, but knight b7
Very
have
difficult.
95, so maybe some hope there. It's a nice tactic actually. Look at this, by castle knight b7 knight d5 I think is winning.
No, it's not actually.
Actually not, yeah. What's the move?
C5
C
is the
okay,
move. Okay,
c5 is
tough,
not
tough,
easy.
tough,
I thought
tough,
knight
tough,
d5
tough.
knight moves knight c3 check by GG, but
No,
c4 is there.
he's gonna play c6. I think he's gonna save the pawn. There's no
Hmm.
there's no clear reason also to give the pawn actually. The position is okay.
Optically c6 just feels like it's not a move I would want to play. I want to play c5
Agreed.
instead.
Agreed. Agreed. I think play awkward here because now suddenly dark squares feel a bit weak. But I think pawn dena, unless you're sure about it, also feels risky.
Hmm. Play c6
This
your
is
move
great.
भाई आप
Yeah.
ही predict कर रहे हो सब कुछ. Let's go.
भाई काश रिजल्ट ही प्रेडिक्ट कर पाता भाई काश.
कर दो भाई. जो आप कह रहे हो सही होगा.
By the way, long term, I black would love to play e5 like castle, get the knight out, e5, break the center, and this could be like a huge center for black. So Levon needs to be on his guard. 4 minutes he has.
Bishop d4, okay, offering the trade, and अब e5 possible है क्या? Supposedly it's bad, but I don't know why. Maybe takes and bishop c5.
I feel
कि
like
you're not.
ये कोई rook और queen same file पे भी. That's the problem. I don't know.
Hmm.
Yeah, अपन
Apparently you
बिना
can
मतलब
take on d4. That's very good for Arjun, but I don't see him taking this somehow.
he could just castle still. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not like too bad. अर्जुन बोल दो साहिल भाई, अरे वही जीतेगा ऑफ कोर्स भाई. जल्दी स्ट्रीम लाइक करो, चैट बाय द वे. कम ऑन, लेट्स कीप इन माइंड इफ अर्जुन विंस दिस, ही इज आई थिंक प्रीटी मच या डूइंग प्रीटी वेल. देन आई थिंक अच्छे चांसेस है.
टॉप फोर तो अभी अभी गारंटी. आई थिंक बेसिकली 2 पॉइंट है अर्जुन के, 4 हो गए. लाइक इफ ही स्कोर्स 2 out of 3 आई थिंक ही इज इन टॉप 4 फॉर श्योर.
यस, यस. आई थिंक हमने ग्रॉसली ओवर एस्टिमेट किया था कि कितने पॉइंट्स चाहिए होंगे, बिकॉज यूजली यू एक्सपेक्ट कपल ऑफ प्लेयर्स टू काइंड ऑफ रन अवे विद इट. बट यहाँ पे
हम्म.
वो हुआ ही नहीं. यहाँ पे everybody is struggling, like to some extent, if you look at this. Like apart from Fabi and Magnus, I think nobody has kind of done, maybe Hans as well. Like nobody is kind of dominated here.
And Magnus, by the way, is much better against Fabi. So, well, he goes bishop f6, does not trade, but is offering white to trade there. That's a slight error, but I think a very practical one. Because अब the game is on, and Levon has almost half the time of Arjun, so he could falter here technically.
Yeah. My only question is, after takes, is he considering to take with the pawn? I hope not, because I need that e5 break.
By no chance, he'll go with the queen for sure. E5 break incoming. I don't even think white will take on f6. Like, why release the tension first?
Sometimes it's
Now,
good to reach Saj by gives you
but
clarity,
Levon has to
like
go
you
knight
can
b3. Why? That's not an easy move, no?
knight
Knight एकदम कोने में
b3.
एकदम.
I mean, this is the first move you want to play, but are you comfortable with your knight on a5? You have to be sure it cannot be attacked. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay. 2.5 Arjun still top four. Yes, but Arjun is playing Fabi and Magnus. I think he has the toughest pairing in the final 2 rounds of this event. So
Exactly.
knowing that, you need that edge on the points. By the way, he finds it.
Wow. Levon looking scary now. Short castle
Okay.
played. Still,
Okay, I
that
love that.
time is very, very good
Yeah,
for Arjun. 3 minutes for Levon, 6 minutes for
love
Arjun.
that.
That's, yeah.
It's amazing कि भाई जल्दी खेल रहे हैं, because that's the advantage. Obvious moves में time waste नहीं करना है. That's how you catch majority of cheaters in online chess. Yeah, like they take obvious move for captures. I think captures may usually just play very quickly.
Hmm.
Normal moves may castle, for example. You save time. You put pressure back on your opponent, who has to now come up with a plan. And now White's best move is queenside casting. I'm not sure how comfortable he is. Yeah, tough.
Takes on f6, by the way. Your question is answered. Captures back with the queen, does not take with the pawn. And I think he's keeping the option of e5 alive. Wow. Levon goes long castle now. That's the best move in the position. and some advantage for Levon, 0.5 from what I can see. E4 is a plan. Bishop is super active on, even though it's on the original square, it's still a very active piece because it keeps these two pawns at bay. C5 कभी possible नहीं है, B7 मरता रहेगा.
Saj
And
bhai,
how
just
does
knight
this
on
knight
c8.
get out now?
That's the knight. If that knight was on, I don't know, d5, e6, f7,
F7
wherever
maybe.
you want to put it, yeah, I think black would be better even. It's
Yeah.
just that knight on c8. That's the problem. But it's not a long term problem. We can solve that in 2 to 3 moves. So white needs something clear. Maybe that's e4, maybe that's something else. Let's see.
भाई कॉपी कैट कर दो ना, नाइट ए4 नाइट b6 ले आओ.
I am in by.
Simple.
Let's go.
Also have to make moves quickly, so it also puts pressure on Levon. Ooh, see, ooh,
Ooh,
that's a
what is
mistake.
that move, Sahaj bhai?
Okay,
Ooh, brother.
blunder
What's
is, I
that,
think,
brother?
very harsh. I don't think it's a blunder.
भाई
Pawn
चेसकॉम
sack है
बोल रहा
भाई
है.
b7 पे. That's clear. Oh, he doesn't take it. Plays e4.
But e4 is also very logical. I didn't like c5 at
Yeah.
all. खेलने यहाँ तो पहले you could have sacked c5, right? जब हम देख
Yeah.
रहे थे, जब इंजन भी क्या था, बढ़िया चाल है.
भाई तो c6 क्यों खेला आपने, जब c5 डायरेक्टली खेल के सैक कर
Exactly.
सकते थे.
I sense a bit of indecision from Arjun here. Now he needs to be precise. Because time है वो तो एक ही चाल में खत्म हो जाएगा, 3 मिनट जो भी था, देखो ना ऑलरेडी. It's not double the time anymore.
Still a healthy advantage though. e4 के बाद like you have to think. Yeah, I mean you should take, but if you don't take, then do I have some e5 plans? That looks scary also. Why? fe4 you have to take then. Only move.
Oh, why d5? Why? That's definitely an option. Be positive, please. भैया always positive. तुम्हें पता नहीं है?
हम्म 2 मिनट जब ज्यादा होते हैं भाई, हमेशा पॉजिटिव ही रहते हैं.
भाई चैट करिए, साथ में अपने कान गर्म कर लो. अभी लाने पड़ेंगे बहुत जल्दी.
हाँ भाई, मैग्नस के
आई
साथ
एम.
करेंगे ना भाई.
नहीं भाई, बैंक से काम नहीं करेंगे कान भाई.
करें हैं भाई, गुकेश का काम किया था.
वो तो है. बट लेट्स सी क्या होता है. बाय द वे ही टेक्स
टेक्स.
बेस्ट मूव. See, Levon is
ना
taking so much time. Yeah, he took like, okay, not so much, but he looked at 10 seconds for that obvious capture. I think he's still playing it a bit slow. There's still potential for Arjun here, I feel. Bishop g4, maybe e5 has been our plan.
भाई
Is
e5
it
तो बहुत
working?
डेंजरस है भाई. e5 नहीं अलाउ करो भाई. कुछ रोको इसको. e5 खुद ही खेलो. स्टॉप
हाँ
e5. e5
वही.
looks very scary.
My worry is the knight on c8 side. Like, where is it going?
नाइट e7
If
आ
I,
जाएगा ना e5 के बाद.
हाँ, but d6 hang होगा फिर, some variations maybe in that case.
दे देंगे भाई d6 पाउंड, नो प्रॉब्लम.
Oof, that's not a great move.
अगेन वी हैव टू
Bishop
नाइट्स
g2.
इनकमिंग. नो बिशप्स.
But at least it's an only move for white, yeah? थोड़ा सा स्पेस मिल रही है. एंड ऑल्सो यू मूव द अटैकर ऑन b7, सो b7 pawn is no longer hanging, at least 1 plus there.
बिशप
Okay,
g2
you have
प्लेड.
to take.
रिस्की रिस्की. टेक ऑन g2 ओनली मूव. टाइम भी थोड़ा बराबर हो रहा है, मोर और लेस. By the way, Magnus looking like he's going to take down Fabia.
Yeah, and Nodirbek taking on Sindarov. Wow. And wow, this is getting very interesting. And Levon better against Arjun. Hey, this is scary. e5, by the way, best move played.
Finally on the board. And if you take on e5, then what? Queen g5 check, I'm guessing.
Yes, Arjun still fighting for his life. I'm not sure why you can't take on e5 directly. Like, isn't that an option?
I
Do
was
we
still
have
thinking
to
queen
think?
g5 check. Like, I don't know why. Just queen takes e5 also looks fine, but it feels like I'm missing some tactic there.
Maybe you want queen takes e4 with check, yeah? If the white queen were to move, I have queen takes e4 with check. So the
Yeah.
king
So
is on
queen
b1,
g5
so
check pehle, king ko hatao, then queen takes e5 ताकि queen e4 check. Oh, he plays
oh wait,
f5.
f5 he played.
Wants to
Oh, I
attack. Queen
like that
g5
for
check. Only
black.
move.
I
Only
like it. I
move.
like it. Check, 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 check. Come on, come on. I mean, that's an obvious move. Come on, give that check.
भाई बताइए, नाइट c8 पे वहीं वहीं बैठा रहेगा भाई. उसकी वजह से रुक भी weak
Uh,
है.
and Rook, yeah, I agree. But at least you get to live another day, yeah. If you don't do this, then I think, arey, yaar, this is
Ooh.
really bad now. Okay, the knight came out at least.
This is really, really bad, I think, for Arjun. टाइम भी है, okay, 1 मिनट का एडवांटेज है, बट इट्स नॉट लो इनफ फॉर लेवन आई थिंक.
Yeah, Levon looks a bit more serious. I agree. He looks a bit more locked in now.
Nodir Bek
He's getting.
completely winning against Sindarov, by the way.
अरे यार, this is not looking great. By we're not going to beat Magnus and Fabi back to back, Saj. By it's going to be impossible.
I
And
mean,
even then, we will need our results, some results to go our way. So we need at least a draw. Draw भी ले लेंगे भाई. I'll take the draw now.
हाँ, जब डेट लॉस्ट है हाँ, तब
भाई
ड्रॉ
तो
ले
करे
लेंगे,
क्या है
कोई
भाई?
दिक्कत
We
नहीं.
are like we are like biased भाई.
हाँ क्या.
सिंदारो बाहर होने वाला है by the way.
नहीं नहीं भाई, सिंडारो के भी ऐसे 1.5 पॉइंट. अच्छा हाँ, ही माइट गो आउट आफ्टर दिस इफ ही लूजेस.
Sindaro if he loses, he's knocked
यू
out
आर राइट भाई, आप
completely.
तो ड्रॉ पे भी कह रहे थे, दोनों का चांस नहीं है.
हाँ, but अब अर्जुन हार सकता है तो अब चांस बना देंगे भाई.
भाई एक सेकंड, हांस का भी देख लेते हैं. हांस इज वर्स अगेंस्ट विंसेंट. विंसेंट के कितने पॉइंट है? विंसेंट इज ऑन
विंसेंट के
2.
दो
हाँ
है
यार
भाई,
यार,
3 पे चला
विंसेंट
जाएगा यार
इज
वो.
द सेम एज अर्जुन या.
हाँ, this is not looking great. Arjun will turn it around. That's what you're hoping for, bhai. That's what you're hoping for.
भाई बट
But
टाइम
right
देखो
now,
यार, टाइम कम हो गया
yeah,
अर्जुन का पहली बार.
the clock tells you the situation, yeah, कि Arjun is not feeling confident about his position because D6 pawn देखो ना यार. How
हम्म.
do you activate your pieces? Rook B8 बैठा है B7 रोकने के लिए. Queen बैठी है D6 रोकने के लिए. If you try to play Rook F D8, you're leaving the king side alone. Like it's so many problems to solve for black.
हम्म. Okay, gives a check. That's the best move. And now King B1, I was thinking, but apparently that's not very good.
That's a
कुछ मर,
blunder
I think
close to, yeah.
GF में मर रहा है क्या? हाँ, okay.
Oh, he finds the best move, Queen D2. Don't take on G4. Don't take on G4.
भाई I would say take on G4. Queen D2 Knight D2 में तो कैसे बचाओगे वो पोजीशन भाई? वो तो
भाई
बहुत
कैसे
सेफ
बचाएंगे ये
एडवांटेज है ना
माइस
वाइट.
तो देखेंगे ना भाई बट
क्वीन G4 में एटलीस्ट क्वींस तो है बोर्ड पे, कुछ एक्शन तो आएगा. एंड ओके,
भाई
इन टाइम, अरे यार.
नहीं देखना भाई एक्शन भाई ड्रॉ देखना है भाई ओ D5 इज द मूव ब्रदर
भाई दिस लुक्स बैड, वेरी बैड एक्चुअली.
बट डी अरे यार भाई D5 खेल के उम्मीद है अभी यार मुझे लग रहा है भाई EF5 मार दो भाई दैट विल बी क्रेजी
देखिए EF5 इज ओके, D5 के बाद ओके यू आर फाइन, आई गेट दैट, बट GF एंड दिस पॉन इज जस्ट बैड फॉर
भाई
एवर.
GF ही तो लोगों को चाहिए चैट में यार आई मीन वाइट वाले साइड्स को सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं
भाई
उनको
बहुत
GF ही तो
सेंसिटिव
चाहिए
टॉपिक है आजकल के लिए हाँ, ये वाला.
आजकल क्या भाई आज और कल दोनों एक ही है बट ओके आई थिंक he's thinking that's a good sign maybe he might play E5 Saj
Oh, he takes it.
Yay! Bhai,
Let's
okay,
go.
D5 only move.
Okay, plays
Played.
it.
Let's go, brother. And now knight
And
A
now I
B3,
like
knight
it.
F3.
Now it's an imbalance. Now Arjun could technically out
Yeah,
calculate, but
yeah, it's
there is
possible.
meat
It's
on the
definitely
board, so we'll
possible.
see.
यहाँ पे this could go either way, chat. I think white is still better. I think knight F3 is the move. If he goes knight A B3, I think I'm banking on Arjun now. Knight F3, I think still puts on pressure on Arjun, which is difficult to handle.
एक बार E4 दे दो मेरे को, then I'm taking Arjun here.
हाँ भाई नहीं मिलेगी GF बेसिकली यार चैट को
35
GF नहीं
seconds
मिल
for
रहा है
Levon.
भाई
By the way,
लेवॉन अपनी
Sindarov
पोजीशन
is
खराब कर
completely
लेगा
lost. On the like he's
बट
about to resign, Sindarov. So
oh,
now
see,
Bek is gonna
wait,
win.
what? Bhai, it's a big mistake by Levon. And now E4, your move, Sahaj, and black is back.
Oh, he plays knight. Now E4, bhai. Better late
Even
than
Rook B
never.
C8
Play
now
E4.
is great, but C5 is hanging.
By E4, E3, E2.
Oh, that's interesting. But E4, he's pushing the E pawn, I think. Oh no! Why would you take on C4 and spoil your structure? It makes no sense.
Yeah,
भाई ये
bad
कैसे हो
decision
गया
in
साज भाई?
time pressure में bad decision.
I think Nodrbek has won, so Sindarov is out of the top four.
Yeah,
अरे
Sindarov no
यार,
chance basically.
how did he mess that up? He had a chance.
Yeah, I think now Levon is, yeah, 32 seconds, 2 seconds will be not enough. Like it's not enough. It's not complicated enough. Simply, you need more. Yeah, this में क्या है भाई? Knight E4 पे बैठा दो and just push the pawns. Okay, he goes Rook D8. Tries
Yeah, I
to
mean,
trade the
भाई
rooks.
कितना बेसिक है भाई G5 F6 96 सीधा आ रहा है यार
हाँ.
H4 भी आ रहा है like it's Not even difficult.
नाइट E4 पे या नाइट E6 पे कहीं पे भी बिठा दो, सिंपल. Okay, 18 seconds of for Levon, so some stress there. Rookie 3 plays.
Okay, 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 okay. बार हिला.
Have to take on
Take
D1,
take
Rook
and
D8 check, and Rook
D8
D5.
check.
Only move.
Oh,
Save this
bhai,
pawn with your life.
tough. Tough, bhai, because knight B7 hanging here. I don't think he's gonna do that. Arjun, bhai, please, come on. Channel your inner Arjun. Play some
33
amazing
seconds.
chess.
Takes
Takes,
on
takes.
D8. Let's
Check,
go.
check, 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 check,
Yes,
checkmate. Rook D5,
yes.
rook D5, rook D5, rook D5, rook D5. Rook D4 भी चलेगा. Rook D4 भी चलेगा. Rook D5 is the best.
नहीं, Rook D5 ही चलेगा भाई. Rook D4 नहीं चाहिए. H3 क्यों अलाउ कर रहा है? Rook
अरे,
D. Okay, बढ़िया.
let's go, bhai. He could be back.
Still not over. Knight C8. Only move again.
अरे यार.
Knight C8. Knight D6. Something like this. Ooh, Knight D7. Ooh, wrong.
Okay,
Still
still,
fine
still,
though.
still, still. We are in. We are in. We are in. Bhai, until we are fighting, there's always hope. And now we have B5 incoming, yeah?
Until there is hope, there is hope.
Yes, exactly. Until it's day, it's day. And when it's night, it's night. Come on. Oh, Aronian pressure, time pressure could induce a mistake.
A second. 7 seconds. Plays H3.
Yeah, he's
Safe
playing it
move.
safe. Let's go B5.
I push. ये बिल्कुल push it as much as possible. Don't wait. Let's go. B5.
Hey.
E4
Ooh,
only move.
E4, E4 only move. Bye. It's tough. Come
Very
on,
hard,
E4.
bhai.
But what else?
Yes, let's
Let's go.
go.
Let's go. Oh, E3, E3. Bye, crazy. Why? He could win this.
रुक E3 में क्या हो रहा है?
भाई मुझे नहीं पता कुछ C3 हो रहा है क्या?
Rook D2
Rook
check
D3.
apparently and Rook E2 only move, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. But
भाई
okay, he'll
मुश्किल
find
था
that,
ये.
yeah?
Oh,
भाई
4
3 सेकंड है.
seconds.
भाई this could be winning for Arjun if it goes his way.
Check. Let's go. Rook D2 check
भाई
only
Arjun
move.
looks a bit
Actually Rook D4 भी चलेगा अब तो.
भाई come on Arjun, keep pushing. Draw भी ले लेंगे but win के लिए भी push कर सकते हैं, but draw is okay. Nice
हम
move.
एडजस्ट कर लेंगे,
92
right?
rook d2. 92 rook d2. Rook f4.
मारो भाई Rook F4. Rook F4, Rook
Only move.
E4. Golden chance.
Come on, take it. Don't do anything else. Yes. Rook e4.
Rook
Gold,
E4 is
gold
forced
move.
भाई. ये तो खेलेगा ही 100%. No chance he plays anything else.
अरे
What?
भाई यार, no chance. आज भाई का सोच के बोला करो यार. Why did he not play rook e4? Rook
That is
behind the pawn.
shocking to me,
Oh,
यार.
king b4 mistake. भाई गलतियां पे गलतियां हो रही है भाई. रुक के मार दो pawn भाई.
भाई
किसका
Rook
ये
E4 was like, I mean, surprising, yeah.
भाई, why is he not taking the pawn?
He's setting up a trap. Rook H7 पे E2 and he can queen. Okay, Rook D4.
भाई
He's
take
trying
the
to win.
pawn,
भाई.
no.
He's still trying to win. That's crazy.
Just take the pawn भाई. थोड़ा संतुष्टि मिलेगी मुझे.
Rook
Okay,
H2.
now how do you win this? Rook h2. Yes, nice move. भाई draw मिल रहा है I think शायद.
हाँ हो गया भाई draw. King C4. Oh
e2
wait, E2.
e2.
We can win.
Yes.
E2 पे chance था भाई. E2 Rook E4 H5.
वो tough भाई.
भाई देखा तो Rook H4 था at the end.
Ooh.
ये गेम खत्म होने के बाद आपको दिखाऊंगा वो
Okay.
टैक्टिक. बहुत crazy
Rook
था actually.
e4 and now king f7. Nice move. Love
भाई
that.
imagine Rook H2 पे रहता ना अभी तो H5 G5 Rook H4 है and pin कर रहे हो अब
हाँ,
Rook को.
got it.
Rook H4 था
Makes
अभी.
sense. Okay, white is still.
No, theoretically it's a draw भाई ये position. I've tried this with the white pieces to win for a long time and I couldn't.
Theoretically तो सब कुछ draw है. अच्छा, okay. I mean, I can just set some. नहीं. I'm not sure actually. Wait.
भाई A pawn ही तो मारना है वो तो मर ही जाएगा.
कैसे मारोगे भाई?
भाई just Rook D A5 खेलोगे Rook A2 वापस check.
अच्छा, a5 rook a2. Yes.
Also Rook D4 check है भाई don't forget. You could lose this.
Oh भाई, you have to be careful यार. भाई 4 सेकंड में गलती हो सकती है.
King
वो नहीं
C3
हुई.
keeping
Rook
it
a2 वाली
safe.
move.
भाई only move Rook A2 ये तो force दिया है तो खेलो.
भाई 2 सेकंड. भाई क्या कर रहा है बंदा यार?
What?
You have to be kidding me. Why not rook a2 back? Nothing changed. अरे यार ये क्या है भाई?
भाई ये तो कितना एलिमेंट्री लॉस है यार क्योंकि इस पोजीशन में पॉन A7 पे रहता है ना तो यही कहते हैं कि 4 फाइल्स डिफरेंट होना चाहिए एंड इट्स ऑलरेडी लॉस्ट.
Why did he play
मिस
rook
D6 भाई.
d5?
टाइम प्रेशर पे ब्लंडर किया अर्जुन ने आई थिंक. This is if one file is closer it would be a draw.
And it's not even frontal attack. Why did you not play rook d8? At least try for the frontal attack. I don't
Just
know if
push
it was
this.
possible.
Yeah. Chat, if you
अरे
don't know this,
यार,
like
you
one
have
of
to
the
be kidding
first.
me. अरे यार.
Chat, if you know this position, if you don't know this position, this is one of the the most elementary end games apart from Lucina and Philidor. कि रुक पॉन से आप कैसे मतलब मेट करते हो अब. Simple enough for these guys, but still instructive for
Wait,
for
widely
everyone.
change the pattern. I'm not sure widely change the pattern. Look, they've
Yeah, man.
repeated already.
I think you can't really explain it. Yeah, it's a split second decision. You have to trust your intuition, and it just was the wrong call.
By the way, Nodrbek has won. Kamer is winning against Hans. So Arjun will be in
Yeah.
sixth place, I think now.
भाई तो chances गए क्या?
अब मैग्नस फैबी दोनों हराने हैं. And some
मैग्नस
results
तो
have
जीत
to
रहा
go
भाई.
up. हाँ, but you still have to beat Magnus and Fabi. That's the only way.
So chat, this is the position, and now you'll see a very clinical draw here. Sorry, a clinical way to convert Rook H2, Rook H8, and Rook B8. I'm sure both of these players know this, but it's still a nice end game to see over the board.
क्या यार.
तो आपने देखी होगी ना ये पोजीशन
हाँ
साहिल भाई.
भाई. हाँ. वो ये किंग भाग जाएगा B7 करके निकल जाएगा यार.
हाँ एग्जैक्टली. रुक B8 ओनली मूव. किंग अब B7 ऐसे जाता है, फिर ये चेक और ये चेक होती है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट. किंग B7 चेक. किंग हियर चेक. किंग D8 एंड रुक H1 पे फिर वो रुक B6 चेक. इट्स वेरी क्लिनिकल एक्चुअली. सैड भाई. बाय द वे लेवन का टाइम देखो यार, ही इज बैक टू अ मिनट.
Yeah.
And there it is. He queens, and the king and the rook are too far away. This should be the king. Queen should be able to take this somehow. Ah, queen a3. Queen e3 check aa rahi hai. King e5 not possible. Yeah, it's lost.
It's
Sad yaar.
yeah. There it is, and that's his heartbreak. Yeah, I mean, it was just a draw at some point. And now, chat. This basically means Arjun will be in sixth place. जो seventh और eighth है, they are knocked out. ठीक है. And yeah, he is in sixth place. But जो दो लोग आगे हैं, they're just half a point ahead. So the probability कि they'll win both is very unlikely. Nodrbek and Hans. So Arjun needs to beat both Magnus and Firuzja. Okay, Saj bhai in chat,
Magnus
is
and
that
Fabi bhai.
happening? Ha, and Fabi, sorry. Fabi, I can still believe. Magnus, yaar. The next game is against Magnus. सब दूध का दूध पानी का पानी हो जाएगा यार.
Yeah, bhai. And by the way, Magnus के game पे कुछ crazy हुआ था. I think it was a draw, but Magnus like in the last minute his opponent blundered or something. Like it was this position. Like I remember the bar just shot up here. King f8 and some check, check. Okay, it was pretty clinical. Yeah. Look at this mate by the way in the end. Rook g7 checkmate.
Okay, this is still complicated. Arjun Wala, I think he should have just repeated the pattern. Yeah, White was not doing
Yeah.
anything, but yeah.
What went wrong in Arjun's game is probably like around this moment when he went rook d5. He was keeping the rook on this pawn like for the entirety of the game. He could play rook a2, king b3 आता तो rook d3 to वापस. Point is, आप कभी भी a5 खेलोगे तो rook d5, you take this pawn, give up the e2 pawn, and that's a theoretical draw. But Arjun just made a bad call with rook d5. And that like this is something you should always remember in rook pawn endgame or rook pawn endgames. Intermezzo सबसे ज़्यादा काम आते हैं. Like in this position, the clear way to think is okay, I'll take on e2, you'll take on f5. But this intermezzo with g6 check is what gave Levon the win. I'm sure this is what Arjun missed, and that's what cost him the game. Actually, very sad and unlucky. भाई आप muted हो.
Oh, sorry. I think he thought like he's forcing a draw. So he just wanted to like play it again and again. Like didn't want to play it again and again. He wanted to force that draw, but G6 बस miss कर दिया उसने. And
Hmm.
yeah, makes sense. But वही time अगर वो time extra वहाँ पे 10 सेकंड भी होते, I think he would have found it. But वही किस्मत खराब है भाई, क्या करे.
Yeah, this is bad luck. By the way, 2 points पे Fabi and Magnus. So 4 point is the safe. 4 point is safe. So basically दोनों जीतने हैं भाई.
For sure. I think वही only hope है. डेढ़ पे I don't think they has a chance. It would take something miraculous, which is not going to happen. So you need like 2 out of 2. And Magnus हराना है भाई. I mean, if you beat Magnus, you would back yourself to beat Fabi to qualify. If you lose against Magnus, बात वहीं खत्म. So this game basically is it, yeah? It decides everything.
Exactly. Correct. And it happens so happens that he's playing the goat.
Yeah, but this is where the top players shine, yeah? You beat Magnus, You reach fourth place with a win needed against Fabi. I mean, everybody would back you. So this is where the stars shine, against the strongest players.
Yeah, correct. Right now the standings is Magnus, Vincent, Fabi and Hans. नौदिरबैग के भी 2.5 पॉइंट हैं सेम एज हंस बट नौदिरबैग का टाई ब्रेक एक्चुअली खराब है सो एंड अर्जुन इज राइट बिहाइंड नौदिरबैग जस्ट हाफ अ पॉइंट डिफरेंस बिटवीन हिम एंड Hans and
Yeah.
Nodirbek, and
Can
that
we have the
draw
standings once? Just to
is
show chat. And also, Magnus has not lost a single game today so far. 3 wins, 2 draws. So it's not going to be easy to be the first one to beat him. And no draw. I mean, by the way, if he draws, I think he's still out. Um, I, I don't. Okay, let's have a look at the pairings. So, first of all, Magnus is on 4. So even if Magnus loses, I think it's not going to affect him. Then we have Kamer Caruana. Kamer Caruana. Yeah, Karu and Kamer are playing each other. So number
you
2 and
can
number
see it
3 are
here,
playing
yeah.
each other. Yeah, they stay ahead.
So Hans, I mean, in terms of like having like okay, like let's say opponents, I think Hans maybe has the best because he's playing number 7 and number 8. Sindarov is on 1.5. Aronin is also on 1.5. Okay, they are probably the guys who are not feeling the best overall.
Yeah.
And for Arjun, you can see it's 1 and 3. Yeah, that's Magnus and Fabi there. So Arjun has maybe one of the toughest pairings here. Yeah, by one, I think 1.5 out of two, or is gonna be maybe 2 out of 2 is gonna be a
I think we can
definite.
figure it out right now, मुझे लग रहा है. For example, uh, let's say Arjun wins. Magnus stays on 4. He goes to 3. Then Vincent against Caruana, somebody wins. That guy goes to 4. Then we have Nodrbek against Levon. Now, Levon wins, doesn't change a thing. Let's assume Nodrbek also, would you want to consider draw? What do you consider that? I mean, it's possible he draws, yeah?
I mean, let's just say a draw just for the sake of it.
Ha. So he also joins on 3 points. And then hands against Sindarov. Okay, yeah, it's tough. I think they दोनों जीतने पड़ेंगे भाई. It's looking quite tough कि we're gonna make it with 1.5. So yeah, but okay, even to reach 1.5, you have to at least draw Magnus, yeah. So
So
हार गए तो बात
ideal
खत्म.
is कि नॉदरबैक ड्रॉ करे लेवॉन के साथ एंड हांस ड्रॉ करे सिंडारोव के साथ बिकॉज वी
नहीं,
नो कि अर्जुन का
ideal
टाई
is
ब्रेक बेटर है दोनों से.
Levon beats Nodrbek by. That is ideal because then Nodrbek is out of the question, right? Because we cross him.
Yeah, that's also true.
So in that case, I
And
think maybe there's
Sindarov also
chance.
beats then in that case, yeah.
Exactly. Then I think 1.5 could be working, but to expect the lower seeds to just start beating the top seeds is going to be difficult.
लोअर स्ट्रीट
So
पे लेवॉन ही बैठा है भाई तो इट्स लाइक
I know. But I think like my point is like 2 by 2 it's in your hands actually. I don't think he will miss out on a spot if he wins both.
या करेक्ट. आई थिंक यू शुड वर्क ऑन बेसिक्स एंड नॉट प्ले 2500 एंड वो लेवल 2500 की. आई एम नॉट श्योर व्हाट यू आर ट्राइंग टू से बट आई थिंक द यहाँ पे कुछ प्रिपरेशन नहीं चलती है जस्ट सो यू नो लाइक इट्स नॉट लाइक आपको आपने कुछ प्रिपरेशन ढंग से नहीं करी लाइक यू डोंट रिमेंबर यू टुक रिस्क्स और एनीथिंग लाइक दैट सो इट्स कंप्लीटली लाइक ओरिजिनल एंड ओके मिस्टेक्स हैपन in such a scenario. You saw what happened. Yeah, just one rook move that was bad. I mean, he defended the game pretty well, but that one move was the mistake, and it happens. Yeah, in a split second. You really cannot explain this.
Yeah. How can you explain this? I mean, it's not elementary here. I think why he saw that it was drawing, but he didn't want to defend for a long time. So he thought this is like a forced draw, like exchanging pawns instantly and we can shake hands, but it was not a draw. It's like आपके हाथ में let's say आप आपने खाना कहीं ऑर्डर किया है. You're at a McDonald's, you order like a I don't know whatever चाहे मक्कालू टिक्की and वो बन नहीं रहा है. They're taking a lot of time to make. Now you can go across the street to I don't know Wendy's or whatever and order a burger and they're promising you like जल्दी से आ जाएगा. But it's like आप वहां गए और suddenly वहां पे दुकान बंद हो गई और यहाँ वाला बर्गर भी गया. It's like that, yeah. मतलब you could have waited and just took it might have taken longer. You got the burger, but आप जल्दबाजी में आ गए and you lost both burgers. One in the hand is worth two in the bush by basically.
भाई ये
Saj
वाला तो
bhai,
बहुत ही लंबा एनालॉजी था भाई पूरा लिखना पड़ा वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट वन लाइक ये सही मोमेंट पे डालना बहुत जरूरी है मतलब व्यूज के लिए चैट आई थिंक यू एग्री विद मी. ये वाला जो था
yeah,
ये बेस्ट था आई थिंक आउट ऑफ लाइक लाइक भाई मैंने नोट किया भाई 7:14 PM, यू कैन सी मेरी पूरी लिस्ट बनी हुई है भाई। इट इज लाइक बोथ पेजेस या। भाई भाई
जल्दी
भाई
आकर
ये
से
तो
काम का
क्रेजी था
बिल्कुल।
यार ये वाला एनालॉजी।
भाई बट मैकडोनल्ड्स को ब्रांड प्रोमो कम करेंगे भाई? मैगी हो गया, मैकडोनल्ड्स हो गया, वेंडीज हो गया, भाई कब कब हम एकदम करेंगे खाई, सारी मूव्स एज एक्साइटिंग एज दिस बर्गर? भाई कब हम लोगों को ये प्रोमो करने को मिलेगा साज भाई?
सून भाई, होपफुली सून। हेलो हेलो अखीरा भाई, व्हाट्सअप।
मतलब अर्जुन लुक्स ग्लम यार, इज लाइक भाई क्या यार, मतलब ड्रॉ हाथ में था, गाड़ी गेट पे थी, थोड़ी हिम्मत कर लेता तो आधा पॉइंट घर लेके जाता।
भाई एक्चुअली लाइक इफ यू थिंक अबाउट इट, टाटा स्टील में भी यही हुआ था अर्जुन के साथ। लाइक फर्स्ट राउंड ही वन विद द व्हाइट पीसेस अगेंस्ट प्रग। यहाँ पे भी ही वन अगेंस्ट विद व्हाइट पीसेस अगेंस्ट विंसेंट, एंड देन द रेस्ट ऑफ द मैचेस डिडंट गो हिज वे।
या बट ओके, आई थिंक considering he played so well in World Rapid Blitz, you have to you have to still back him, but it's not gonna be easy at all. And let's see what number. Any guesses for the number, chat? Come on, final guesses. I'm gonna
76 भाई।
say 143.
76 भाई फॉर मी।
143. Let's go. 150 हो चुका है यार शायद, आई थिंक।
नहीं हुआ भाई।
Oh, Sabo did 255. Oh, I didn't mention one number. I think it was very close, but 255.
255
And
crazy।
Sabo is the guy who was streaming on the Turkish stream that day. Yeah, when Dogmas almost defeated Mukesh.
Oh, that was Sabri, no? It is Sabo.
Sabri, he's Sabri only. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Ah,
Hmm.
acha, acha, okay. Sabri. Of course I know him, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I've seen his content somewhere.
This separates Mukesh from Arjun because when matters the most, Mukesh would not will blunder. I think we've seen blunders from all Indian players. I think it's not been the best 6 months, but you've also seen how they play when they are in form. So let's hope Arjun strikes form in the last two rounds. By the way, f4 is the move they're considering, Sahaj. I already see the bishop on g1, the knight on e1, the rook on f1. So f4 does make sense.
Hi, लेकिन अर्जुन तो ये है। अच्छा, Maggie is in the other team. Okay, so F4, it's the best move, क्या? I don't think so. I'm not sure. Hasn't updated for me yet.
भाई इट्स अर्जुन वर्सेस मैग्नस ड्यूट। अर्जुन के दिमाग में आधा टाइम चल रहा है भाई, मैग्नस यार, मैग्नस हराया था पिछली बार, बट अब क्या होगा?
He's just watching from a distance. F4, F5, C4, C5 is what we are seeing basically. But let's set up the board. I think it's going to be updated very soon, and then we'll know exactly. Why B4? Look at this. What an aggressive move. What an aggressive try it is actually for Vincent.
या
Why Vincent also is
अर्जुन चला
second?
गया
Yeah.
भाई, अर्जुन लेफ्ट, अर्जुन लेफ्ट। वेयर डिड ही गो?
Ooh.
ही डिडंट वांट टू कैलकुलेट, ही इज कैलकुलेटिंग अलोन। सो ही इज लाइक अकेले
उसको
कैलकुलेट
B4
किया था,
देख के
मैं
ही
जीत
अच्छा
गया।
मजा नहीं आया भाई।
हाँ, ही इज लाइक भाई ये लोग अपना कर रहे हैं, मैं से जीता था तो अपना कैलकुलेट किया था। आई एम गोना कैलकुलेट ऑन माय ओन, सो लेट्स गो। कैन यू गो टू
Okay,
हिज कैमरा?
Magnus is
ओहो,
there.
मुच्छड़ मैग्नस देयर। He's what is Arjun doing? Where is Arjun? भाई he's at the board. Let's
Oh,
go. Magnus के साथ गेम है भाई,
this
एक्स्ट्रा
is what you
प्रिपरेशन
do,
की।
yeah. Aura farming.
या all are farming भाई। Although Magnus does have his jacket there, so it's like
अभी हम हैं।
हाँ भाई, हमारी कुर्सी खाली नहीं है।
By the way, Magnus basically is on 4 out of 5. So even if he, by some miracle, he loses both of his games, he's still going to qualify. Just putting
Yeah,
it out there.
yeah,
He's already qualified,
yeah.
basically.
Magnus is the only one who's qualified. And Chad, we have the position in front of us. Let's add the board on this very screen
Yeah.
and see, because both the bishops are in the corner on the right. So I think automatically f3 and g3 become kind of very logical moves. f3 and g4 if possible, f4 and g4 if possible. But you have to push those pawns at some point.
Why they were looking at some F4, F5 and some C4, C5, B4. You remember this? वो आया
But
कैसे
c4 में तो
लेकिन?
pawn है ना भाई?
हाँ भाई, वही सोच रहा था कि C4 खेला कैसे उन्होंने? कुछ बिशप ए से, हाँ बिशप A7 इज द प्लान या बिशप A7 पे बिशप A2। C4 में क्या बिशप C4 ही मर रहा है तो? हाँ
Yeah,
बट दे
not
डोंट
really
वांट
sure.
to टेक इट भाई, बिकॉज़ B3 बिशप समवेयर I don't
And
know.
now bishop
D5,
h7, yeah.
bishop takes a yeah.
But this looks risky, yeah, because bishop on h8 when it opens up towards your king, I mean, it could be very dangerous actually.
भाई अगर लेकिन अगर काउंटर प्ले इमीडिएटली नहीं मिला तो इट्स स्टिल अ रुक. दैट्स
True,
व्हाट दे
true,
आर
but like,
कंसीडरिंग. दे वर सेइंग C4 C5 के बाद B4 खेलो यहाँ पे. दैट्स
oh
इनसेन
wow,
एक्चुअली.
भाई अर्जुन का डिफरेंट होगा चॉइस. सो द गुड न्यूज इज कि जो भी वो लोग प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं अर्जुन वो नहीं खेलने वाला.
Hmm.
दैट्स द गुड न्यूज.
By Arjun, last time when he played, he started with E4. So let's see what he goes for this time. By the way, बोर्ड फिर से बदला क्या? हाँ, बोर्ड बदला भाई.
नहीं सेम ही है भाई, वो तो
नहीं
ओरिजिनल
नहीं भाई
पोजीशन आ गई
बदला.
लगता है. ओरिजिनल पोजीशन आ गई भाई.
Yes. Position number 0. Says bhai, do you think any GM IM is watching this Hindi stream right now? हाँ भाई, I think lots. I think I mean I've gotten messages before by a lot of title players before in the past. So देखते हैं भाई वो कभी
रियली?
कभी. या
कौन है भाई ये टाइटल प्लेयर्स?
भाई अब ऐसे मैं पब्लिकली थोड़ी ना बोलूँगा यार.
आपका रोना
देखते ही
निकल
होंगे ना
रहा
भाई.
है यहाँ, अर्जुन का निकल गया. नहीं नहीं भाई, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. आई वुड बैक अर्जुन टू स्टिल पुट प्रेशर. मैग्नस को हराना है तो यू नो बड़ी चीजें करनी है तो बड़े खेल खेलने पड़ेंगे. कुर्सी हिल रही है भाई, कुर्सी हिल रही है. भाई कुर्सी अपने आप ही हिल गई यार.
Crazy. You feel so bad for Arjun. Arey, don't stress, bhai. I think it's all part of the game. And he's still not out of the woods. I mean, still there is a chance, outside chance, he could technically win this one. And I think a draw against Fabi probably would still seal the deal, but let's see.
एंड चाहे ड्रॉ पे भी शायद एक आउटसाइड चांस रहेगा. द ओनली सिनेरियो जहाँ पे कोई चांस नहीं इज व्हेन ही लूजेस. सो मैग्नस का हारना नहीं है.
Hmm.
वैसे तो ड्रॉ पे भी बहुत कम चांस है, बट एटलीस्ट ही विल बी इन द रनिंग इन द लास्ट राउंड. सो लेट्स
भाई
पुट इट
अगर
दैट वे.
हमको लेकिन हमें जीतना बहुत जरूरी है भाई. ड्रॉ पे आउटसाइड चांस नहीं रहेगा बिकॉज वी आर बैंकिंग ऑन सिंडरोव एंड लिवॉन काइंड ऑफ विनिंग देयर मैचेस राइट. अगर वो जीत
हाँ
जाते
मतलब
तो दे
लाइक,
विल कैच अप टू अर्जुन.
हाँ मेरा पॉइंट है लाइक एटलीस्ट वी हैव टू डू सम कैलकुलेशंस. लाइक इफ ही लूजेस तो बात बात ही खत्म हो गई ना. लाइक लाइक मान लो सिचुएशन है जहां पे डेड ड्रॉ है, यू डोंट वांट टू ओवर पुश एंड जस्ट लूज. लाइक दैट्स नॉट गोना हेल्प बेसिकली. आई वुड रादर इज्जत से फिनिश फर्स्ट देन फिफ्थ, सॉरी, देन ब्लंडर एंड फिनिश eighth or seventh or whatever it is. Because let's not forget, if Sindarov and Aronian win and Arjun loses, Arjun is eighth last.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's
So he
actually
could.
true, yeah.
So we are juggling, like, which is also possible, Sahaj bhai. Like, it would not be a surprise.
Yeah, 2 wins and 3 losses for Arjun so far. Yeah, not maybe not the best, but okay, it could be better. But let's see, bhai. Green bottle by Pani udhar for sure.
हाँ, it's always water भाई. वाइजन हाउस में बहुत टूर्नामेंट्स रहे हैं and bottles always look like this.
So yes.
Tie breaks for this. No, I think जो top four standings से आएंगे वही होंगे. No tie breaks because there could be like 4 people on fifth place, yeah, tied fourth place. So it doesn't make
Hmm.
sense.
Exactly. Just one. So we're just very, very close. Hopefully Magnus will join very soon and we'll have lift off.
I feel it. Arjun is going to win this big, like the time he bet Magnus in 20 moves. He's
अरे
going to
अरे
show Magnus his autonomous, ultra instinct. Let's hope so, bhai.
एक बार भाई मैग्नस को भी देख लेते हैं. व्हाट इज ही डूइंग? आई डोंट नो इफ देयर ही इज जस्ट थिंकिंग बट just trying to see. Oh, they're still analyzing. Yeah, crazy. They have this position with f4, g3, d3. तो बहुत ही डीप चलेगा भाई. ये तो मिडिल गेम डिस्कस कर रहा है. लाइक ही डजंट लाइक द बिशप ऑन h8 apparently.
Yeah.
भाई पता है सिर्फ अर्जुन का ही मैच है जहाँ पे वो नॉर्मल पोजीशन है. बाकी हर हर गेम में वो अलग पोजीशन है. बाय द वे कोई बग होगा.
Yeah, possible. या फिर they're gonna switch the normal position into Arjun's game. Magnus will be like, हाँ भाई कर लो. I'm okay. I'm good. We can do this.
Ah, there it is. Getting ready. Let's go.
Let's go भाई. It's Arjun versus Magnus. और क्या हो सकता है भाई? Second last match of the day. Handshakes are in process. Let's go भाई. कुर्सी भर चुके हैं मैग्नस. साज भाई, ये गेम जीत गए तो भाई मजा ही आ जाएगा.
या देन पूरा टूर्नामेंट में मतलब इट्स सेकेंडरी. दिस इज द वन दैट मैटर्स द मोस्ट. भाई अर्जुन का बोर्ड अपडेट नहीं हुआ लेकिन यार. क्लासिकल एक्चुअली.
हो जाएगा आई थिंक. हो गया मेरा तो हो गया. जस्ट हो गया.
सीरियसली.
हाँ.
स्टिल नो फॉर मी.
रियली.
या.
कुछ
I'll
रिफ्रेश
try to
करना
like
पड़ेगा.
just refresh the board, yeah, once.
या.
Yeah, there it is.
या.
Back.
देयर इट इज. होपफुली. चैट. प्रेडिक्शंस. अर्जुन विन, ड्रॉ या लॉस. स्पैम कर दो भाई. लेट्स गो. 15 सेकंड के लिए लगना चाहिए भाई. समय रहना की चैट है या गूफी चेस की चैट है. कम ऑन चैट, लेट्स गो जल्दी से.
Goofy Jane, क्या बात है भाई.
भाई क्रेजी है भाई. 1 million in 3 months.
That's insane. But best move,
प्रखर
by the
को
way, is F4 chat. We
प्रखर
did
को
look
तीन
at
साल लग
this.
गए थे भाई. जस्ट किडिंग. वो भी जनरल कैटेगरी में. नीश कैटेगरी में नहीं. ओ भाई सब लोग डब्ल्यू लिख रहे हैं भाई.
Let's go. पोल डालो ना भाई इसमें तो.
भाई करना है क्या पोल?
हाँ करो भाई. Of course, Arjun is gonna win. I promise you.
नहीं.
Of
आई एम
course.
श्योर ही विल विन इन द पोल.
Of course.
चलो
पॉजिटिव
भाई
एनर्जी
करते हैं.
रहेगी ना. करो भाई पोल.
चलो
कि
भाई.
F4 F5 प्लेट
अर्जुन
दोनों ने गोल्डन पॉइंट
वर्सेस
टच कर दिया
काइसा.
भाई. ये क्या है.
बोथ वांट टू पिस यू ऑफ साज भाई.
I look at this. He played C4.
भाई साहब. He found it on his own, yeah?
Yeah.
But is it the right move though? Because, and Magnus is already thinking, but they did see this, right?
Yeah, bishop c4 is the move, but they were looking at some c5, b4 ideas. But I don't know if they're going to go ahead with this though. But bishop c4, mein, you are sacrificing the exchange, and Magnus just has to judge if it's working for him or not.
I'm surprised Arjun found this on his own. That's crazy. But now, why is Magnus thinking is the question. They did have a look at this.
But maybe Magnus thinks bishop c4 is interesting, yeah? ठीक है भाई sack कर देते हैं वैसे ही tournament तो मतलब it's 4 out of 5. He's qualified more or less.
Because the line is not easy, yeah? Because bishop c4, b3, bishop d5. Apparently, after bishop a7, you have to find g5. And after fg5, e5. And it's
Yeah, but g5
quite.
not forced, bhai. Like
Yeah, not
knight
forced. Like,
d6 or something is also
multiple
okay.
moves, but like, basically, like, it's quite interesting. So it
Hmm.
might involve some thinking here. Why don't other Indian players in this tournament? I think basically because they didn't qualify. Last year, Arjun probably had the best record among the freestyle players, so he kind of made it to this event.
Hmm. Now, by the way, as much as we wait, c4 becomes a nice move to play for white.
भाई भाई कैमरा ही हिल गया भाई पूरा. दिल दहला देने वाली मूव. ध्यान से देखिए. अगर चैन से सोना है तो बॉल ले लो. भाई मैग्नस इतना सोचते हुए कभी देखा नहीं है भाई मूव 2 को.
Clearly, he senses something. Like, उसको sense हो रहा है ठीक है भाई bishop c4 he can sacrifice the exchange. He senses something is not right here.
Wow.
By the way, all the other players who tried c4 here, that game is already progressing. g6 हुआ, d3 हुआ, and everything. It's just continue. Oh, he plays knight b6 as well, and now d3. And Arjun has a great position, by the way. If he plays d3 now, bye, it worked. Let's go. Let's keep it going.
But will he play d3 now is the question. Because he might have spent all his energy into kind of calculating bishop c4. And did he calculate deeper if black declines?
You can just play d3 and you can just play off of intuition. Our Indian players basically taught to learn by ROT. क्या होता है भाई? Are we weak in intuition? I think maybe you mean calculation or something, but I don't think we're weak in intuition. No, for sure not. But yes, our main strength is calculation because that's the Indian chess school. Yeah, the majority of the times you're taught कि ठीक है ये सही है क्योंकि अगर आप calculate कर सकते हो, otherwise you have to justify the moves, many
By
times.
the
So
way, G3 is the best move. Apparently, Queen D2 is also possible, but that looks a bit weird to me. Knight A C2 was my move, which I liked kind of, but even that is not the best, but it's okay.
I think G3 simple. पहले G3
Yeah,
खेल दो फिर उसके बाद सोचो. Played. Let's go.
played. By the way, Arjun should not go behind Magnus on the clock. Right now, all the four boards, white is slightly better. इसका मतलब जो position आई है साज भाई, maybe practically slightly better for white. Yeah, it's not surprising he all the four boards white is tiny bit better.
Hmm. Oh,
He plays
B4.
before.
Great move.
Excellent. You're moving your pawn towards the black king. You can always castle king side later on.
इवन ब्लैक को कैसल करने में बहुत टाइम लगेगा अभी सारे पीसेस अभी बीच में. A nice move actually. He's bringing the fight to Magnus. That's nice. Good strategy there.
Which chess school Magnus belongs to? You
Magnus chess
know,
school.
yeah, I think you could name it anything, but it was just him traveling with his dad. In fact, I read somewhere like they he kind of took a leave from his job for 2 years, traveled in a caravan
Yeah.
across Europe with Magnus and his coach, who was an IM. And
Their entire family did, not just his coach.
yeah, and it was a huge risk at that point. They would stay in hotels for 2 years, keep playing when he was 12 years old, and it did work.
Hmm.
But I
But
know
like अगर आप बोल रहे हो कि established like chess schools, probably Russian chess school is the closest to Magnus in that
I
sense.
also know hundreds of people or thousands for whom it didn't work. So it's a risky proposition.
By the way,
By the way,
here,
E5 is
did you see
not
the
the
move?
best move.
Did you see the move? A4.
Yeah, it makes no sense. A4, just ignore everything. Yeah.
Hmm.
You can apparently take on E5. That's also okay.
Played.
What?
Bhai.
Okay, bhai. I am low key impressed. Bhai, this is a crazy find from Arjun. Wow, he's playing at
Bhai, you
100%.
can
Okay, it says
see,
97, but I disagree. It's 100% accuracy, I think.
you can kind of feel that he is playing to win. Like he wants to beat him. He's not trying to, he could have taken knight f3, okay, slight advantage and I can try to outplay him, but no, he wants to go into the most aggressive thing because he knows this is the match. Let's go.
ANB bhai keh rahe, it doesn't, it of course makes sense, but there are a million other things that make sense here. You could have taken the pawn, you could have played knight
And
c2,
no,
knight
it doesn't
d3,
make
and
sense to be honest, because
yeah.
literally your entire king, your all of your pieces are still on their original squares. So it doesn't make sense to just push pawns for 6 moves straight in any chess match that is. Of course, here you can justify it with some calculation, but it that doesn't mean it makes sense. You can justify it, but I don't think it logically makes sense.
And let's keep in mind, he's still going to push pawns. Next move is a5.
Let's
Yeah, a5
go.
is the next move. So it still doesn't stop forcing the knight to a8, by the way, after a5.
And knight d7 not possible for some reason.
A5, knight d7 is apparently a mistake after c takes d5.
Played by
A
a5
big
also
mistake.
played.
Oh, played. Bhai, it's +1 for Arjun. Take that pawn. Only move for Arjun, by the way. Or he's
Yeah, otherwise if
clearly
black gets
worse.
e4, it's winning for Magnus pretty much.
भाई देखो क्या pawn chain होगी भाई अगर वो e4 आ गया तो. Can you look at that? b7 c6 d5 e4 f5 g7. भाई इसमें तो मैं resign ही कर दूं.
By the way, but did you realize Arjun has only pushed pawns so far? Even if he goes pawn takes pawn,
Oh
8
wow.
moves, only pawns, nothing else.
Bhai, he has to take that pawn. That's the only move in the position. And chat, let's not forget a7 is hanging right now.
भाई ये भूल जाओ इसको. This is like lalach.
नहीं, I was thinking like check कुछ देख के like we can grab it, yeah?
Like takes and then give a check or something.
Check. If you trade queens, I take your queen and take on a7, free pawn. Bhai, come on, please take that pawn, Arjun. grab that pawn on d5. I mean, that was the point of all of this,
I
right?
mean,
To
but
reach
this is
black's
the
king.
only move, yeah? Like, basically.
भाई
Like, all, nothing
मैग्नस
else works.
e4 प्री मूव करके बैठा है भाई. उसके दिमाग
Hmm.
में मूव आ चुकी है बोर्ड के ऊपर. सो द ओनली वे अर्जुन कैन काउंटर दिस इज बाय टेकिंग ऑन d5, नॉट गिविंग मैग्नस अ चांस टू पुश दैट पॉन.
There is something he doesn't like, though. What does he not like after CD5? CD5 में क्या हो रहा है? Queen C2 check, yeah? Just. Oh, this is winning.
भाई just maybe it's
Oh,
just
he takes.
he
Let's go.
takes it. Let's go. Let's go.
So 8
Beautiful
moves,
move.
just pawns have been moved so far. 8 moves now.
भाई cd5 is a blunder. You
Yeah.
can't take that pawn apparently.
Bishop D5 also is a blunder, yeah? More or less.
भाई Magnus is cooked right now.
ओहो, क्या बात है, आज सब देख लिया भाई.
भाई सब सुनोगे भी भाई. अगर मैग्नस अंडर प्रेशर भाई टाइम पे भी पीछे है आधा आधा मिनट.
Also, if you want to beat Magnus, this is exactly the type of position you want, right? This is where Arjun feels very comfortable because it's chaotic. And Magnus cannot do his slow grind that he usually does.
And it's
Oh, by
also
the
the
way, he
kind
takes
of
on
oh
D5.
he
He's
takes
winning
on
now.
d5. Bhai, how do you win this? Okay, queen c2 check was the move. Not queen c7 would definitely be wrong. I think I'm very happy I can grab on a7 at some point. So he has to play knight c7, I'm guessing. And then
Hmm.
what do we do?
Then you take on E5 and then take on A7. Basically, taking on E5 is important because it plays, by the way, क्योंकि E4 नहीं allow करना black से. भाई 9 चालें, Arjun has just played with pawns. That's it. 9 moves back to back just with pawns. King
By the way,
side, पूरा king एकदम सही save जगह, and he's winning. Wow.
hi. And the
Can't bet.
best news is now multiple moves are winning. Knight f3 is winning, bishop a7 is winning, queen c2 is winning. So that is great news for Arjun. This is exactly what he needed. A position where there's not just one solution, a tiny path he has to follow. He can follow different paths and still get that win.
Yes, 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 absolutely. This is, I mean, you have the chance basically, and you have. I mean, it's flexible. It's winning. Objectively, it's winning. Everything you wanted, you have it basically. Takes on A7,
Okay, he
beautiful move.
takes. But now the question is, chat, does Arjun have the inner, you know, belief to beat Magnus here? Because Magnus will not make it easy. Let's keep in mind Magnus was lost in at least two of the games that he won or drew. So he is not going to give it up, and he's going to strike back. He's going to create pressure, as we know he does. And time is now again equal. In fact, Arjun is slightly below. So it's not easy.
Hmm. Now, by the way, his bishop is attacked. Bishop E3 या F2 में से एक जगह. E3 was the
Bhai,
better move, and he
best
plays it.
move.
Is
Best
his
move
accuracy
again.
100 right now or something?
Like it's not 100 because वो पहली चाल उसने सही नहीं खेली थी. वो जो खेली थी उसने like वो c4 वाली, it was not the best move.
Ah,
But apart from it, it's 100% accurate. Look at the difference, 85 and 97.2.
wow. I mean, basically, he's played a perfect game so far, Arjun.
Yeah, basically perfect. Absolute no mistakes in the game.
Okay, D4 possible. Okay, bishop बहुत activate हो जाएगा लेकिन. That must be bad actually. Where is the
Okay, I mean,
counterplay coming from? I don't even see it. Like my
yeah,
plan is
Saj,
simple. Knight attire, queen attire D2 पे and short castle. That's it.
bhai, I would even just put the knight on f3. Like
Yeah.
knight f3, knight b3, castles. I mean, how on earth is Magnus creating counterplay? I don't see it. I am in your boat as well. I don't see the counterplay coming.
Wow, could this be the game that keeps Arjun basically
भाई या तो
learning?
अर्जुन जीतेगा या फिर हम सब लोग चेस के बारे में कुछ सीखेंगे कि होपलेस पोजीशन से कैसे काउंटर प्ले क्रिएट करते हैं. एक चीज तो होगी चैट, या विल गेट अ मेडल या फिर विल लर्न समथिंग टुडे. सो लेट्स सी व्हिच वन इट इज.
Correct. And by the way, Hans is now worse against Sindaro with the white pieces. And
Oh
Sindaro अगर जीता तो that's great because Hans was one of the people in top 4. So if Arjun wins this, it's golden opportunity for him.
yeah, although Levon is worse, but okay, let's see. Queen e7. So this is how, yeah. Attack the
Yeah.
pawn.
Still
Okay,
not
queen
clear.
d2,
थोड़ा
yeah.
भी
So
और देखना
triple.
पड़ेगा.
Knight a c2 also, but I would put that knight on b3 ideally. So queen d2 makes more sense to me.
Hmm. I think knight h2, queen d2, very like small difference more or less. But queen e7, I mean, you're not even attacking this. So
Actually,
you
you're
may
not
be
attacking
threatening
it.
bishop a1.
That's a good point. Yeah, and bishop a1 is the, yeah, true. या तो विन है या तो लर्न है, बिल्कुल भाई. Come on, Arjun. By the way,
10
a
minutes.
golden rule here would be to stay ahead of Magnus on the clock. If Arjun can follow it. It's not necessary, because he's so much up on the position that a little deficit won't hurt. But if he
Okay,
can,
nice move.
that'd be very helpful.
Look at that nice move. Knight a c2, putting the defending the pawn. Queen d2 का plan, short castle. भाई same position. भाई knight f3,
You
queen
know,
d2, short castle.
बस बिशप C3 मुझे यहाँ पसंद नहीं आ रहा था. That's why I was a bit hesitant.
भाई उससे
But
हो क्या
okay.
जाएगा? लाइक बिशप d4 आ जाएगा ना कभी. अब
हाँ,
नॉट
knight
राइट
f3
नाउ
bishop
बट
d4.
कभी ना कभी तो
हाँ,
आ जाएगा.
yeah, knight f3 bishop d4 looks strong and should be okay. काश सारी पोजीशन अकेले एनालाइज कर दी भाई. पहले जीतने तो दो. इट्स नॉट इजी है. 12 ही मूव हुए हैं. चेस गेम ऑन एवरेज इज गोना लास्ट 30-40 मूव्स मिनिमम. अभी 12 ही हुए हैं. सो लेट्स नॉट.
पिछला गेम 80 चाल चला था मैग्नस का.
हाँ, so let's not judge the game basis on just the first 12 moves.
मतलब देयर इज दिस
Yeah.
आइडिया आई एम सीइंग लाइक knight f3 bishop c3 कुछ आता है ना. तो लाइक rook b3 rook takes c3 is also very good for white.
Oh yeah.
I am seeing this actually kind very
And
interesting.
and also Saj bhai, I think after 10 moves or so, 12 moves or so, you were also winning against Magnus. जहाँ तक मुझे याद है.
नहीं नहीं I yeah I was actually but okay he played knight a3 so
Okay, it doesn't matter. Yeah, it's
that does
chess.
matter of course changes completely. I'm liking Magnus का time भी बहुत कम है भाई. This is looking very scary for Magnus I have to say.
You know, the fact that we can't see any counterplay, Magnus also is finding it difficult to find some because that's why you see, by the way, knight b5, knight c3 is the plan. It's very obvious
Hmm.
what the plan is. Knight
Knight
f3,
f3.
nice move. Without that bishop. Oh, he takes the c3 square. I don't like this from Magnus. Why did he take the c3 square from the knight?
भाई वो तो रुक भी थी रुक सी तरह एक तो और दूसरा एक d4 भी है यहाँ पे with queen d3 and this bishop could be trapped actually.
Exactly. And somehow, like, I mean, d4 is the best move +3 for Arjun after d4.
But by like if I can be honest like what if I just go knight f d4 and next move bishop d2? How is that not like completely winning?
Why? That is also great because
Like
you control
see
b5, not
played
allowing knight b5. I am in.
exactly rook c6 rook f6 rook c6 का कुछ plan था वो भी नहीं आ रहा and bishop d2 just next move take away the bishop and that's it.
Why Magnus doesn't look happy? Look at him. He's not happy. Chat, do you think we could beat Magnus? Yes or no? I still
Yes.
think it's going to be tough. It's going to be
Yes.
tough regardless.
अरे भाई he's playing
Bhai,
exceptionally
best
fast also.
move.
Love it. Yeah, I think he's playing amazing. Rook b3 next maybe incoming. Bishop d2 is what I love here in this position. Just exchange the bishops and you're winning. Short castle अभी भी हो सकती है by the way क्योंकि king और rook move नहीं करा है.
Yeah. And also black is of pieces there. Look at the knights. Look at the bishop on g8 as well. All pointed towards the queen side. So once the king is on g1, I mean, you can dream of an attack as Magnus, yeah? So I think
Oh,
once Arjun castles, I would even argue like it's going to be impossible for Magnus to win. Like, okay, impossible is a strong word, but you get the point.
yeah, true. 1 minute.
Bhai, Magnus has 1 minute 45. Come on, Arjun.
Oh, this is
Okay,
actually
Magnus.
turning out to be quite a nice match for Arjun. Not a
Also,
single
maybe
mistake.
Magnus kind of qualifying maybe
Ha,
put him off a bit, right? He was like, okay,
yeah,
I've
of
qualified.
course.
Like he relaxed a bit, yeah, in the opening.
Bhook by Bhook, remember?
हाँ, भूख जरूरी है भाई.
Very, very important.
तभी मैं ओवरवेट हूँ. By the way, Black's best move, by the way, chat, just to highlight the situation, is King D8, which is ridiculous on 63 levels. King D8 भाई, B8 भी नहीं.
King
देखो
d8 क्या
exactly my
चाल है
point.
भाई ये तो मैं खेलने I refuse to play this move.
हाँ.
Why under a minute Magnus is now.
भाई, he can't find a move. This could be historic, chat. Because not only could he beat Magnus, he could also have great chances of qualifying to the next in the top 4.
Well, he will be in top 4, I think. Because Nadir is also having a good position, so
Depends,
he'll be
depends.
fifth for sure.
But okay, if he wins, I mean, Fabi के साथ win जीतना है. Oh, B6. That's a mistake apparently. But Saj, it should be a mistake. You're moving pawns in front of your king. You can't castle king side. It should be a mistake.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, his rook has moved, so he cannot really castle. That's important. Yeah. Bishop d2, by the way, is the best here. यही
Yeah,
plan था भाई. Love this move, to be honest. If you take
and
away this
these
bishop, there is no attack.
Yeah, and these pawns don't matter. Yeah, I mean, at some point you're gonna put your king on the king side, and at that point you'd rather not have the b pawn and open the rook's file. So
Hmm.
I wouldn't worry about this pawn. Just play your move, Sahaj. Bishop d2. By the way, only two moves possible for Arjun: rook b3 or bishop d2. Anything else, and it's again a bit dangerous. Yeah,
Bishop
he
d2 played.
finds it. Why?
Okay, now this is winning for sure. Come on.
भाई queen
कासल कर लो
c2,
बस. हाँ.
queen c2 is +4 for Arjun. Do it, Arjun, come on.
Can't get a better position than this. That is for sure.
Definitely better. Why?
क्वीन सी टॉप. क्वीन सी टू. अरे भाई 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 थोड़ा स्ट्रेस हो रहा है यार अभी. 3 मिनट वर्सेस लेस देन अ मिनट. आइडियल सिचुएशन.
भाई इट्स ऑल अबाउट फोकसिंग ऑन द गेम. अगर अर्जुन अपना ध्यान गेम के रिजल्ट्स पे ना डाले एंड फोकस ऑन द एक्चुअल पीसेस, ही इज गोना विन दिस. देयर इज नो डाउट अबाउट इट.
So dark squares is completely dominating. This bishop on g8 is horrible because it's blocked. King
भाई
cannot castle on the short side. So basically
भाई
queen c2. जो भी
लुक एट
खेले वो
मैग्नस,
short castle.
लुक
That's
एट
it.
मैग्नस, लुक एट मैग्नस. भाई क्या फ्रेम है भाई.
Played भाई. Short castle. Important move.
ओह ब्यूटी, ब्यूटी भाई. +4.6 नाउ फॉर अर्जुन.
भाई castle कर लो भाई फिर उसके बाद सब सही है. Just castle once. Oh, let's go. Over. Now it's over, I think.
Okay, don't take queen b2. Apparently you want to maintain queens on the in the board. Very important, chat, because it's tough to play this move though, Sahaj. Oh, he played.
Played.
He's cruising right now.
Bhai,
Arjun
just
Erigasi
from
is
first
playing.
move, I think it felt like he was just dominating. I just played to win. Like
Chat,
he knew क्या चाहिए उसको.
chat, stream like करो भाई जल्दी से. Let's get to 1,000 likes. भाई क्या खेल रहा है अपना अर्जुन भाई. He could beat Magnus. भाई और क्या चाहिए. Come on Arjun भाई, please finish him off. Rook
Can't. I
f1,
mean, he's
best move.
okay. Knight e5 played. Bishop f4. Dark squares. Why? That's the biggest problem in the position. Bishop f4 is just winning. Knight f3, f3, no problem.
Apparently you can just take the pawn on b4 now, and that's
Queen b4. Huh.
that means
Nice.
there's an attack even without the queens. Yeah, that's what I'm supposing it means.
Hmm. By the way, on all the 4 games, only Arjun is winning. Hans is losing with the white pieces. Northerbek is slightly worse with white, and Vincent is slightly better with the white pieces. So only Arjun is winning right now.
But Arjun is fighting back, so Arjun could win. And if that happens, Arjun will be fourth just after this game if he wins.
Hmm.
Golden opportunity here for Arjun to beat the GOAT of chess and also to potentially reach the top 4 and qualify to have his shot at the World Championship title from tomorrow. 3 दिन का event है chat. It's day number 1. The top 4 go from today to tomorrow into the semifinals to become the freestyle world chess champion. Arjun is winning. He has a minute on the clock. He's getting a bit nervy. He can just take that pawn on b4. He can play bishop f4 as well. Multiple options. MCQ with majority of correct answers, but he has to do it and fill it in the form in time.
Oh, bishop
Played.
f4 भाई. नहीं चाहिए exchange. नहीं चाहिए end game. You will just checkmate straight up. Actually queen b4 बाद में मारना ही पड़ेगा आपको. But yeah.
My king d7 was the best move, by the way. Magnus played
Yeah,
it.
queen b4 is simple. Now it's kind of forced. Yeah. Actually, maybe not. Yeah. Many moves.
Actually, king g2, king f1 is also. Oh, king h1.
Also
Okay,
works.
still winning.
Takes knight c6 का threat. Knight up pinned नहीं है.
कुछ ऐसा नहीं आ रहा क्या. रुक c6 कुछ ऐसा करके कुछ आ रहा हो. कुछ ऐसा पता नहीं. अभी नहीं आ रहा है, but
I mean, I think it's very hard to find any counter play for black. Okay, he plays rook c8. Now I'm sure you can take and play knight c6 and bring the queen to g7.
Apparently,
Yeah.
yeah, your moves.
Working,
Oh,
yeah?
takes knight c6. Oh,
Knight c6 is over.
Saj.
Queen g7.
How do you finish off? How do you finish off, Saj?
Queen g7.
Queen g7 the check कर है. Oh, it's breaking through. Come on, let's go. Knight
Okay,
b4.
now where is the mate?
Hi,
I
e4 is
my
winning. Knight b4 is winning. Knight d4 is still better, but e4 is the best move in the position. That's insane.
e4, e5, yeah? Okay, he
But
has enough
knight
time.
b4. But knight b4 is logical, Sahaj. Idea rook c6. That's very
Yeah,
logical.
knight
That's
b4 rook
human.
c6. Simple, भाई कुछ calculation करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. Oh, he goes
Oh,
knight d4.
knight
Same
d4.
idea.
Okay.
Same idea.
Rook e7 apparently. Queen b7 also. But rook b4 भी आ रहा है in some lines actually.
ही इज लेटिंग गेट मैग्नस गेट कंफर्टेबल। भाई मैग्नस कहाँ
Oh,
से,
blunder!
कौन से एंगल
Rook
से
b4 is winning.
कंफर्टेबल लग रहा है आपको?
Rook b4 is winning. Queen c7
ओह,
है Sahaj. Rook b4, take that. Take that pawn. Take that pawn.
लेट्स
Let's.
गो।
Why he takes that pawn. He wins. Let's go. Arjun OP in the chat spam होना चाहिए भाई. What a win. Let's go. भाई क्या गेम है भाई. Magnus को हरा दिया. Magnus is ejected. He suffers the first loss of this event. And Arjun's chances of qualifying still remain. भाई क्या ही flawless game खेली है.
I have to agree, भाई. What a game. I think Magnus
भाई
didn't have a chance from the first move itself. Yeah, to beat
भाई
Magnus like that is always impressive.
भाई 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 भाई
Arjun
भाई
OP, भाई.
मतलब भाई what a game, what a game. It's just an insane game from Arjun. I've not seen Magnus getting beaten like this. It's crazy.
मानना पड़ेगा भाई, मानना पड़ेगा. By the way, three games, all the three games are still remaining. We have a clear result on all of them. Nodirpek apparently is defeating Aronian now, which is slightly an unfortunate result because Levon अगर जीता तो it would have been much better
Wow
अर्जुन के
भाई
लिए.
भाई so
भाई
impressed. Of
बट
course
अभी
this.
भी लेकिन कंफर्म नहीं है, तो लेट्स
I
जस्ट
know, I know, I
वेट.
know, I know, I know
वो
it's not confirmed,
करना
but
जरूरी
this
है.
is
It's
this is
gonna
a
be on
good.
Fabi now. Fabi has to basically, I mean, he has to beat Fabi or he has to draw against Fabi. Half of the job is done basically.
Yeah, I would say more than half. I would
Yeah,
say more than half. वाह, मजा आ गया भाई, मजा आ गया भाई.
मानना पड़ेगा भाई. That was crazy. Oh, so Nodirbeck wins against Levon. Then you have Vincent against Fabi. I think this is also about to finish. Vincent about to win, but Fabi about to be taken down. Fabi was leading this event, and now I don't know if he's top. He's not top four, bhai, right now.
भाई he's on
Fabi is
three
number
points.
five.
Arjun is number three by the way right now.
Exactly. And he
Okay, Vincent will
resigns.
win.
Wow,
He will
Vincent is
cross
on
him.
four.
But Hans is winning क्या? Hans is losing, right? Hans is losing.
Against Sindarov.
Yeah, that is important actually for Arjun. कि Hans हारे, like it works in his favor.
Actually, Arjun is fourth right now, bhai. Arjun could be in the top four,
Yeah, he will be. He will be. If Hans loses, he'll be in the top four. But
but
he still has
doesn't
to win
matter.
the next game.
Yeah, Hans अगर हारता है तो basically.
And you know the best part is, if he wins the next game, he beats Fabi, he's guaranteed to be in the top four. Like there's
Might
nothing
drop
that
a
can
bit
happen.
because his tiebreak is better.
But I wouldn't trust the tiebreaks. And also Hans है भाई. Hans
You
could
know
win and go to
why?
three.
Because Arjun defeated both of the tournament leaders. Bhai, he defeated Vincent and Magnus.
नहीं वो समय में कह रहे हैं ना Arjun might be fifth after this. Because tiebreaks you can't trust here. So he
Ah,
might
okay.
still have to win. But okay, I mean Magnus हराया तो Fabi is relatively, possible. Not
तो
easy,
टाई
but
ब्रेक्स इन
possible.
टूर्नामेंट्स में हमेशा वहां चलता है, जो फर्स्ट आ रहा होता है उसको हराते हो तो इट वर्क्स वेल फॉर यू. सो
हाँ,
अर्जुन
but you
हैज
might have
डिफीटेड बोथ
also,
विंसेंट एंड मैग्नस.
but he also lost to the last guy, right? So it's very
या.
hard to add those numbers. Like he's the only one who lost to Levon. So वो भी एक चीज है. By the way, Hans का हारना बहुत जरूरी है अर्जुन के लिए. And he is losing.
वेरी वेरी क्लोज.
Format chat. And you joining in? It's a 3-day tournament, a real world championship, the freestyle format. And Arjun is in fourth place. 8 play में से top 4 पे आना है at the end of day 1. And those top 4 directly go to the semifinals tomorrow. जो हारेंगे वो भी कल खेलेंगे, but of course they fight for 5th to 8th place. We want this number 1 spot and आज top 4 में आना है. एक गेम और रिमेनिंग है. एक गेम और फाइनल गेम, इट डिसाइड्स इट ऑल. एंड अर्जुन के चांसेस ऑलमोस्ट गायब हो गए थे. वी कुड सी देम वैनिशिंग, बट मैग्नस को हरा
अरे
के वापस लाया बंदा. भाई ये क्या हो गया भाई?
भाई, Hans is now kind of making a comeback. Yeah, रुक जी, blunder knight b2 check.
या नहीं
I
करेगा
think he
कम
doesn't.
बैक
Oh,
भाई.
he hasn't seen that idea. Yeah, he doesn't like it.
और यहां से मुश्किल है कम बैक करना इस पोजीशन से एक्चुअली. इवन इफ यू सी अ ब्लंडर, राइट, ब्लैक विल स्टिल विन आई थिंक.
भाई, I don't know. Knight a1 was crazy. Knight b3 incoming. Now
ऑलरेडी
we see a
नाइट
blue arrow
बी4.
for Javakir.
भाई
Ooh.
अरे यार.
अरे ये तो मिस्टेक हो गया भाई. रुके, रुके वन भी पॉसिबल ही नहीं है भाई इस पोजीशन में. A6
भाई इज
king.
गेटिंग
भाई,
ट्रिकी.
Hans is back. Oh, blunder,
ओ
रुक
लेट्स गो.
b3.
रुक बी 3, रुक बी 3, रुक बी 3. टेक इट, टेक. अरे
Oof.
भाई रुक बी 3.
अरे यार. ये पॉन मर रहा है ना यहाँ पे सीधा, बिशप ओके। नाउ रुक b3, there's bishop c7. Bishop d6 is forced basically, but they're playing on seconds pretty much. So हाँ, bishop d6, bishop b6 check, something like this, and pawn push. नहीं कर रहा काम के, रुक रुक b3. It's भाई रुक
फिर
b3.
से आ रहा है भाई, चल
What?
क्या रहा है, नाइट फाइट इज बेटर।
Yes. भाई
भाई
रुक
क्या
b3 was
कर रहे
just
हैं ये लोग।
game over. भाई
भाई
सिंडारो हार सकता है ये।
भाई सिंदारोव कैंडिडेट जीत रहा है भाई इतना मुझे समझ में आ गया इस गेम से। सिंदारोव के कैंडिडेट जीतेगा भाई, मुश्किल है।
भाई
भाई
हांस जीत
वाइट कुड
सकता
विन
है ये
दिस,
गेम।
वाइट कुड विन दिस भाई आराम से।
दो चाल में चेकमेट हो रही है सेट पे भाई। नाइट बिफोर चेक इज देयर, सो ही हैज टू बी केयरफुल। कि रुके फोर, नॉट अलाउइंग नाइट बिफोर चेक। Okay, he's
ओह
back.
दैट्स नॉट
Still
करेक्ट आई
not
थिंक।
easy though.
मारना ही पड़ेगा, मार दो भाई, हार जाओगे वरना। ओके ही टेक्स, ओके आई थिंक मे बी ही विल
तीन
स्टिल विन
पॉन है,
ना।
तीन पॉन है, बट कुछ मीटिंग अटैक आइडियाज कुछ तो होगा। रुक c4, बिशप d4, some checks.
बिशप d8, ओह वाओ दैट्स टफ।
Yeah, that was not easy. और रुक b8
ओके,
only move भाई,
ओह
mistake.
ब्लंडर भाई, हाउ कैन ही मिस a7, a7 आ रहा है ना आई थिंक।
हाँ,
ओह दिस
straight
इज
check भाई,
टफ।
simple.
हाउ डिड ही मिस a7, इवन आई सॉ a7 एंड
Uh,
नाउ
is he
he might lose
saving
this।
this or no?
Only two moves, rook b5 या king b7, और he loses।
भाई
rook
3-2.
king b7 तो
Oh भाई, what?
wow, wow I can't believe this।
अरे भाई, king e6 was lost there. He takes on b8, okay. Low भाई, it's lost now. Oh wait, it's
Wait
equal.
what, भाई यार ये लूडो वूडो कोई चैंपियनशिप नहीं होती है क्या, वही खेलता
ये
हूँ भाई
क्या हो
ये
रहा है
थोड़ा
भाई,
मुझे।
कुछ समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है। g5 f4 खेल के ड्रॉ हो रहा है, ओके फाइनली। सो भाई ड्रॉ होगा हंस का फाइनली, आफ्टर ऑल ऑफ द ड्रामा। नहीं, पक्का तो कुछ नहीं है
नॉट
भाई।
श्योर भाई, एक्चुअली आई वुड नॉट बेट मैगीज ऑन दिस। भाई तो
नहीं, ड्रॉ
इट्स
है
गोना
भाई।
बी अ टाई, या थ्री वे टाई फॉर फोर्थ प्लेस। सो जीतना जरूरी होगा अगले राउंड में टू मेक श्योर यू काइंड ऑफ मेक इट। So thinking Sindarov knows. I mean, he. I don't think he has much.
या,
King c4, King c5 yeah, played. He finds
okay,
the
king
way.
d3 and h2 or something, it's draw. Yeah,
Wow,
that's it.
both players disappointed. Yeah,
हाँ, दोनों की कंप्लीटली विनिंग थी भाई।
can't explain this game actually.
But yeah, now I think it's oh by the way, Hans, Fabi and Arjun के बीच में है, and Arjun has the worst tiebreak apparently.
Wow, really?
Yes.
Oh damn, that's not great. इसका मतलब कि जीतना पड़ेगा साज भाई फिर।
Yeah भाई, that too against Magnus is very very important to win. So yeah, let's see what happens. And Sahil भाई, मैं just आता हूँ अभी. Give me a second.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. And I just saw it chat. Indeed, he has the worst tiebreak. So इसका मतलब कि भाई अर्जुन will have to likely win this. And let's see क्या होता है। Meanwhile, we see people adjusting the board there. Final round भाई, let's go. I think we are in. देखते हैं क्या होता है। चैट क्या लग रहा है भाई? Damn. भाई आधी बीमारी भूल गया मैं। What is a tie break? Tie break कुछ नहीं है। But tie breaks are basically um, usually book holes करके कुछ होता है। You add the score of your opponents, but यहाँ पे it's a round robin. So I'm not exactly sure. It might be individual score. That seems to be the tiebreak one. Then tiebreak two might be number of wins, and tiebreak three might be something else. So yeah, there it is. So yeah, direct encounter number of wins. Yeah, it's the same. It's the same. So I think वही tiebreak one or two दोनों अर्जुन के कम है. So it seems like कि Arjun will have to win. Even then, I think he's not guaranteed of first spot, but it will be very, very likely because he will beat Caruana, so he will be one of the competitors. And I think बस standings अगर हम देख पाए before the final round starts, that's gonna set the context कि भाई क्या चाहिए मैं exactly. And there you see a chat. Tie break include ये गलत है, I think this is not the exact. This यही है क्या? यही है. Oh wow. So Arjun is in 6th place, but the points are equal. Sindarov and Aronian are out. वो हट गए. अब 6 में से 4 लोग select होंगे. And basically Vincent and Carlson are basically through. अब 2 spot के लिए 4 लोग fight करें. 2 बाहर 2 अंदर. And he's playing Caruana. Simple है भाई. Caruana को हराओ. 4 पे जाओ. You eliminate Caruana automatically. बचे Hans and Noderbek. And what's the pairing for Hans? Hans is playing Levon. Noderbek is playing Magnus. So Noderbek के जीतने के chances are quite low. I think let's assume a draw for Noderbek. He goes to 4. You defeat Caruana. He stays on 3. And Hans को जीतना पड़ेगा. So if Hans wins and Noderbek draws and Arjun also wins, even then I think he loses likely. Although देखना पड़ेगा tie break क्या है. But I think Noderbek के chances जीतने के कम ही होंगे against Magnus. So let's hope for the best. But draw पे I think he's gone. Draw पे Caruana crosses him and Noderbek crosses him. So draw पे he's out. He will not make it. So जीतना बहुत जरूरी है. I think that's like literally forced. So thank God he didn't draw against Magnus because otherwise he would have been knocked out. Yeah. So
अब
Saj bhai,
लेवॉन अगर
compulsory
उसको
win.
हरा देता है then it would be ideal if लेवॉन defeats Hans.
Yes. Yes. But tough, yeah. Hans Levon has not won a single game. Only game won against what against Arjun, yeah. So gonna be very
Hmm.
tough. Wow, what a day. सहज भाई लग रहा है कि ओके इतना टाइम मिलता नहीं है यूजुअली खुश रहने का बट डू यू थिंक कि वी गोना मेक इट
I mean, tough to say, bhai. Tough to say. But okay, like tournament, more or less, some concession. Like you beat Magnus, come on.
या बट कंसेशन
And
यू नो कंसेशन सिर्फ हारने वालों को मिलते हैं सहज भाई ऐसा मैंने सुना है सो जीतने
true,
वाले
bhai.
कंसेशन नहीं लेते
So at least he's still in the running. If he wins, then for sure he's in the top four.
नॉट श्योर
But
एक्चुअली
no, he will be, no?
नो
अगर हांस
बिकॉज
ने हरा दिया अरोनियन को तो
Hans
it would
जीतता
be,
है
yeah.
and Noderbek beats Magnus or draws, then I think he's still out. But I still feel कि ये सब होने के chances थोड़े कम है. So if he wins, he should be likely to. But draw पे there are no chances of him qualifying because Fabi would be ahead, and that will basically kill his chances completely. ये फीचर में कैमरा कहाँ घूमता है ये राज आई थिंक पूछना पड़ेगा इनसे
Hmm. I'm not even sure कौन सा एंगल है ये, but I think we'll see the players very soon. If Magnus and Kamer both loses, then Arjun can tie with them, and his tiebreak is better because he has beaten both. But उनसे tiebreak का कुछ फायदा नहीं ना, उनके points ज्यादा हैं.
नो ही इज राइट इफ मैग्नस वर टू लूज and Arjun were to win, you tie with Magnus on 4 points and but Fabi is on 3, no? So 4 पे और
Hmm.
कौन होगा उस पर डिपेंड करता है. If Magnus could get knocked out by the way here, Sahaj. It is possible that he gets knocked out. So he needs half a point at least to confirm his spot.
नहीं भाई.
हाँ, because if Arjun wins, his tiebreak against Magnus is better because he won against Magnus. So he would technically beat him. Magnus shifts to third. And if Noderbek would win automatically. So he would shift to fourth. And Hans against Magnus was a draw. So Hans wins, like he could totally go ahead of him. So it's possible Magnus could get knocked out still. So
Hmm.
I think Magnus का draw against Noderbek becomes more likely now. Like they might just take a draw and move on.
Yeah, because दोनों का फायदा हो रहा है उसमें. But Magnus is playing with white. You never know.
Yeah, he must be also angry, right? At the loss. So maybe he will go for the win. That's in Arjun's favor, actually.
Hmm. Exactly. And there we see Magnus.
जैकेट उतर गया है भाई.
Oh yes. The last game of today. By position number, what do you think?
And Magnus is calculating alone this time. By position number, I'm going to say 56. What do you think, chat? Saj bhai?
76 भाई, कब से मतलब वेटिंग फॉर दिस पोजीशन. लेट्स गो.
Levon does not look so happy here. He's at the bottom of the table and he won the tour last time. So it's kind of
Hmm.
surprising. We also see Anna Kramling in the background.
Hmm.
Uh,
भाई एकदम लास्ट राउंड तक आ रहा है यार, वो भी ब्लैक से फाबी के अगेंस्ट. टफ.
tough, really tough. But okay, I mean, I think Fabi ko after Fabi has lost two in a row, so will not be on high on confidence and black pieces hai, but has chances.
फोर्थ स्पॉट के लिए टाई ब्रेक्स राउंड होगा इन प्लेयर्स हु आर टाइड फॉर फोर्थ प्लेस. दैट्स व्हाट चैट इज सेइंग.
I don't think so. I don't think so, chat. Because tiebreak one, tiebreak two, tiebreak three लिखा हुआ है chess results पे.
हम्म.
And direct a
And
counter is a pretty fair way to kind of solve it.
आई डोंट थिंक टाई ब्रेक्स होंगे बट विल सी.
Where is Arjun, by the way? I don't see him. I would love to track where he is right now. Is he at the board? Is he?
अभी तो
Got it. Why
ही इज
Magnus
रेडी
at the
भाई.
board? Yeah.
ही इज रेडी, लेट्स गो.
Why ready to crush another break or take a quick draw? Is the question. Like Berlin draw तो नहीं आने वाला ना इधर. Possible है भाई.
एक्चुअली दोनों को ही ड्रॉ में फायदा हो रहा है, सो
दोनों को
दे
draw में
कैन.
फायदा है.
फॉर नॉर्दरबेक देयर इज, या 4 पे तो यू विल क्वालिफाई फॉर श्योर. एंड विंसेंट
He's
इज प्लेइंग
also
सिंडारो. ओके या.
he's also playing black against Magnus. So
हम्म.
from his perspective, you know what could happen? Like Gamer could also lose, and then there could be this huge tie on 4 points.
Oh, they are saying they've watched a technical meeting. Bet Maggie's. He is willing to bet Maggie's. हाँ क्या?
I really doubt it. I mean, I'm okay with it, but I still doubt it.
Hmm.
I think we have the
Position number? No, I think not yet. They are about to choose. There it
56.
is.
56. Let's go. 56, 56, 56, 56, 56. Give me 56. मुझे मिल क्या रहा है 56 आने
एक
में?
तो रह
कुछ
गया
मिल
भाई
नहीं
अंदर.
रहा है. कमान भाई, एक कंटेंट क्रिएटर दूसरे काम नहीं आएगा तो क्या फायदा फिर? 56.
277.
अरे यार 277. I was so confident.
Hmm. Okay, let's see what that position is. And I think the players will analyze now for a few minutes before we have liftoff for the final game. Oh, the position is being set up now. Let's go.
साझा कंटिन्यू करो. मैं एक
Hmm.
बार वो टाई ब्रेक उसका देख लेता हूँ.
Yeah, sure, sure, sure.
है ना?
I think the position is set up. There we see Sindarov, Magnus, Fabi, and Arjun. यहाँ नहीं है. Oh, there Arjun is, wow, he's ready on the board. Why he's gonna think on the board? He's literally looking at the clock and he's trying to set up the pieces by himself. Crazy.
But it worked for him, no?
Yeah,
So
3 times. Like actually 2 times it's worked for him. So
yeah.
okay, let's see what the players
भाई,
are analyzing.
they are right. There'll be a tie break.
And what's the like time control for the tiebreak?
So in case of tie, either for first place or for fifth place
Hmm.
in this round, but for fifth place, it's saying, okay, I guess they mean fourth place, yeah?
Yeah.
One Armageddon game will be played. Um, in case of a tie with 3 or more players, a mini tournament with a time control of 5+3 will be played. In case of ties involving fourth and fifth place finishers, both fourth and fifth,
To
a
decide, yeah,
playoff
कौन से
shall be
segment
played.
आप
Acha, two,
कौन से
okay,
उसमें
got
जा
it.
रहे हो?
Got it.
Hmm.
So fifth is for the second half ka sections. Fifth में first कौन आएगा basically. एंड अगर दोनों में है बोथ फोर्थ एंड फिफ्थ, अ प्ले ऑफ शैल बी प्लेड अमंग ऑल द प्लेयर्स इन्वॉल्व इन द टाई। डबल राउंड रॉबिन होगा अगर 2 से 4 प्लेयर है, राउंड रॉबिन इफ 5 और मोर प्लेयर्स। अरे बाप रे।
Oh wow, the saga continues.
सो अगर 4 प्लेयर हुए तो डबल राउंड रॉबिन भाई साहब, दैट इज लाइक 6 गेम्स या।
क्रेजी। चार
भाई
प्लेयर्स
तो
अगर आते हो तो।
दिस कुड गो ऑन फॉर वे लॉन्गर देन वी थॉट आई थिंक।
हम्म।
वाओ, सो दिस लुक्स ग्रेट। मीनवाइल
बाय द वे,
अर्जुन पे,
अर्जुन जो
हाँ,
चैट में पूछ रहा है, अर्जुन इज ऑन द बोर्ड, ही इज एनालाइजिंग ऑन हिज ओन।
कैन वी गो टू हिज
तो
कैमरा?
ओके।
अच्छा, उठ के चला गया वो, अरे बाप रे, कहाँ गया भाई?
नॉट हियर। दे आर एनालाइजिंग व्हाइट d4 d5, यू कैन सी knight b3 ऑन द बोर्ड, पोजीशन भी लगा ही देते हैं यहाँ पे।
मैंने से लाइक बदला लेगा ना भाई मेरा? फैबी से लाइक भाई मैं किसके अगेंस्ट बदला लूं, तूने भी कितनी बार हराया है।
हम्म।
Arjun realized on his own, bhai, that's what he's doing. He's actually doing the same because, yeah, it worked for him, and that's what he's doing. He's focused on his own preparation. Maybe he went out and checked out what the others are doing once, and then he's back. Because black,
हाँ,
mein, I
मैं तो
think it's
मतलब
worthwhile
जाके
checking.
देखूंगा कि व्हाइट के प्लेयर्स कैसे सोच रहे हैं, तो उनके अगेंस्ट आई विल ट्राई टू कम अप विद समथिंग।
हाँ, cheating ही कर लो भाई। What I meant was कि black से maybe the stakes are higher, so it might be worth checking it out, like what other people are discussing.
हम्म। बाय द वे, हियर द बेस्ट मूव इज g4 फॉर व्हाइट अपेरेंटली,
Oh
व्हिच इज
wow.
इनसेन। क्वींस एकदम कॉर्नर पे
C4,
है एंड नाइट भी कॉर्नर
C4,
पे।
B4 also feels decent apparently according to the engines.
हम्म। b4 also looks very logical, yeah, bishop b2 simple, typical plan.
But they're looking at D4, yeah? D4
They're
is
looking at
okay.
d4. Can we take a look
It's
at
okay.
what the white players are doing? What Fabi is doing?
Yeah.
What is he calculating? What are they analyzing? I mean, yep, there it is. A deep calculation चल रहा है इधर।
Yeah,
g4
D4,
पे तो है
E4,
pawn
G4
भाई।
दिख रहा है. Let's see which is the first move they choose, yeah?
Ah, it is d4 d5 actually. They are looking at d4. It's not the best move actually for white.
It's decent though. It's not too bad.
ये चल रहा है भाई, d4 d5 g4 is what they are looking at. c6 and e4 ये चल रही है भाई पोजीशन। Very interesting actually.
Yeah. Sahil Sahaj was the candidates 2024 your first live stream ever. भाई क्या मतलब, हाय हो क्या भाई, ये क्या सवाल था भाई? What about knights out as the first move? I mean, it's always okay to play the knights, but they're never very rarely the best move because you don't gain enough space. Like even if you play G4, you control some squares, but it's tough. I think usually pawn. I've not seen like a position jump in the knight move is the best move. Have you seen a position in freestyle, Saj?
जहाँ पे क्या होता है?
Like जहाँ पे the knight moves are the best ones, like on move one.
Very rare. I think very,
You
very
know,
rare. Hmm. Maybe if the knight is on b3 or knight g3, something like this. But generally आप pawn ही push करते हो.
it'll be a decent move, but not the best one.
Hmm.
By the way, they are still focused on D4, D5, E4. They are considering. Yeah. Wow. You want to go for a pawn sack?
Yeah, basically yeah, g4 e4 करके they were doing it. d4 पे ना मैग्नस देंगे भाई, ब्लैक की बेस्ट चल के यहाँ पे। Apparently it's g6. हाँ, but they're all looking at the center pretty much. और यहाँ पर भी they're looking at d4. d4 g6 knight b3 e5 something like this. But ये ब्लैक का pawn b6 पे क्यों है? That's a good question.
I'm just surprised how they come up with the same moves. Yeah.
Wow.
Funnily, like they come up with the same moves, like both white and black. Like it's crazy. अर्जुन अकेला है भाई, इकलौता बंदा अकेले बैठा है. It's been working for him. So let's do it. I think
Yep.
him sitting alone might help him here actually. जो बाकी लोग देख रहे हैं, like it's not the best, right?
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Lift off very, very soon.
Chat, I'm also checking. So, is there any chance Arjun wins if he draws? So, draw pay, Nodrbek has to lose. Caruana will be ahead. Uh, so, if Hans loses, let's say, Hans stays on three, Hans is playing Aronian, doesn't matter. Then Caruana 3.5, Hans loses. No, there is no way, yeah? Yeah, there is no way he can. Nodrbek और कारूना में से एक से टाई ब्रेक का अच्छा होना चाहिए and both have a better tie break.
Hmm.
I think.
I think right now it is
Actually,
number of
I,
wins after your thing. So if Arjun wins, he does have the best number of wins. So
but yeah, the tiebreak between oh maybe you're right, yeah. Like there could be Nodrbek. अच्छा Nodrbek से हारा था ना Arjun. So
hmm.
that's the problem. So it's not gonna work. Yeah, I don't think drop he has a chance.
Okay, let's see. Still analyzing. Magnus चला गया लगता है. Ah, there he is. Deep analysis. This is just the middle game, literally. But yeah, we know okay, white players are looking for G4, and the players who are playing with black, they kind of realize G4 is a dangerous move. They were looking at some knight b6, G6, E5 type of idea. So, but let's see what Arjun does, because Arjun was working pretty well so far when he was doing it alone. The matches will begin very soon, chat, in the next
Just in a
two to
few
three
seconds,
minutes.
handshakes between Arjun and Caruana. This game is super crucial, chat. Remember, if Arjun loses, he will play for fifth to eighth place tomorrow. If he draws, he will play from fifth to eighth place tomorrow. If he wins, he will likely reach the top four. So, Caruana glass में पानी भर रहे हैं. Arjun is the only one who was kind of analyzing the position alone. It has been working for him. Will it work against the classical world number three? And I would argue even world number two, yeah, I think because Harry doesn't play as much. So,
And the favorite candidate, basically.
yeah. I don't think Arjun has a great record against Fabi, though. Kukesh has a great record against Fabi.
Yeah.
But this is freestyle, it's rapid. Both things kind of maybe suit Arjun a bit, especially the faster time control.
Yeah, true. I have a question, Saja. Can they mislead other players? Right? How do you mislead? That's my question. Like, कैसे like
What they mean is they could suggest a move in the analysis while they're doing it together, a bad move, but it doesn't help them because सारे
no.
जो player बैठे हैं वो सारे same color से खेल रहे हैं. So somebody else losing wouldn't really change it and they'll waste time. By the way, handshakes. Let's go. The game has begun. D4 played. Let's see
Hmm.
Arjun. Did he consider D4 or not? Not really. He didn't consider D4 too much in his analysis, yeah?
I think he was maybe looking at some. I think G4 was the most critical, but that's what they've analyzed, and now G6 is the best. And I think they did briefly at least analyze this move, at least the black players. But Arjun नहीं था वहाँ पे.
But it might work out to be better or worse. So if Arjun finds the best moves here, it might work out in his favor कि वो अलग बैठा था. Okay, he goes for D5, so he walks into the preparation they had done. Now E4 is what they were considering. No, G3 played.
And then E4 basically, ताकि D4 पे queen E4 आ सके.
Okay, I think White got a good position now, Sahaj, I think. So
Hmm.
Arjun will have to be cautious a bit.
Yeah, pretty much all games have gone this direction. Yeah, black has played knight b6, white has played e4. This literally on all
Oh,
boards.
wow. Yeah. In all the games, White is slightly better. So D5, clearly not the best choice of Black, but it's very human to put a pawn in front of a pawn in freestyle chess because it kind of feels solid. You find kind of feel in your zone. It resembles normal chess. Very hard to not do that.
Yeah, you're just controlling the center. Not just in freestyle. I think you will do it in any form of chess.
Yeah.
You want to control the center first.
Chat. Okay, I'm going to set up a poll. Yeah. Magnus wale, by the way, starting में it was 46% Arjun wins, 46% Magnus wins. But it was neck to neck चल रहा था.
अरे 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 अरे. But अच्छा हुआ poll किया भाई. He won. DL. Let's
हाँ.
keep doing the poll. Yeah, he's gonna win again. Let's go.
हाँ.
Knight b6 played. Oh wow, he goes e4 immediately. Still in his prep, Fabi. Advantage थोड़ा सा increase होता हुआ. By the way, all games have gone in this direction so far. Takes हुआ था हर game में. One player played c6, one went for knight g6, and yeah.
Apparently, g6 is the best move, either before or after taking the central pawn.
Hmm.
Not easy to play g6. I mean, it does make sense, but but there are so many options.
I think actually Vincent has taken and played g6, and Noderbek has also played takes and g6. It's kind of the same.
Arjun has been thinking for a long time, Saj. I don't like this. He's 2.5 minutes behind.
हाँ, उल्टा हो रहा है भाई ये मैग्नस के साथ जो हो रहा था अभी लिटरली लाइक
अरे यार, he's in that zone
मैं
now कि I'm
360 बोलूंगा तो
once.
चैट मुझे साइंस बताएगी क्वीन टेक c4 या
Yeah, he's like, by the way, he finds it. Nice find. G6 was the best move. Knight b3 played. But
मे बी
Caruana
बिशप
keeps
f5.
piling. Bishop f5, queen e2 is apparently better for white. The best move here seems to be c6.
ओनली मूव एक्चुअली टफ नो
Not very tough, actually. Not even sure why it's so strong. Bishop c7 का idea है क्या?
I would assume so. Some bishop f5, bishop c7, something like
Also,
this. But why
imagine,
not
yeah,
bishop f5
c6.
straight?
Yeah, c6, bishop f4, you have to play rook a8. Like, it's not easy
Ooh.
to go for this. Yeah, and he doesn't go for it.
Yeah, he goes knight f7. By the way, Vincent also went for the literally same position है Vincent के board पे. यही.
Wow.
Hans के board पे भी literally he played knight f7, knight f6 as well. So three black players have gone for the literally the same line, except for Nadir.
Wow. Can they see the other games on the screen or no? I would think not, yeah?
Probably not, yeah. Okay, now Fabi thinking, but he has a pretty good advantage in this position. That opening advantage, more or less. Bishop h6 is very interesting. Not allow castling in for black. Then you can develop knight e3 and so on. But knight d7 also, let's understand, knight f6 is what black wants to play to kick the queen away. We basically need to have a plan कि queen को कहाँ पे रखना है. This is not an easy decision. Like d3, h4, g2. You mentioned g2 as well briefly.
Chat.
None.
Just like the
Mm-hmm.
stream, jaldi se bhai. This is the game. This is the final game. If Arjun wins, he's likely through. If Arjun loses, draws, he's gonna battle for 5th to 8th place. जीतते हैं टाई ब्रेक भी हो सकता है, which is going to be even more fun. So let's get in as many people as possible. You're fighting for literally a world championship title, which could be the second one for India. Bishop f4 played. Wow. And that's a slight error from Caruana. Castles from black now.
Again, only move. Knight f6 is apparently very bad for some reason. I think because knight f6, you'll always have bishop e5 and you'll just annoy this queen forever. Actually, knight f6 is
Bhai,
not that bad also, to
apparently
be honest.
e5 is the second. Don't even ask me why
Pare.
e5 is a move. And look at this. Third best move is knight f6 back. So you better find castling here, yeah? But
Knight
castling is
f6
not
bag.
easy.
Knight f6 तो सही है
Yeah.
ना? Knight f6 is a good move, no?
But that's where it came from, Saj bhai. पिछली move पे.
f8 से आया था भाई.
अच्छा, oh, my bad, my bad, my bad. Okay, then it makes sense. Then it makes a lot of sense.
Knight f6, I think, is bishop f5 is looking kind of good. And I like e5 also, the more I look at it. Looks very sharp.
Sharp तो मेरी pencil भी है, but I always choose a pen, Sahaj bhai. I would prefer castles.
Mm. Castles would be nice, but whatever he does, he has to play it fast because almost 3 minutes down,
Valentine,
he's
happy Valentine's
not
Day, bhai.
great.
Enjoy. Hopefully with your queen, चाहे वो on या off board हो. Sahaj bhai.
सेंटिमेंटल कर दिया आपने भाई.
Sentimental तो हो गया मेरे को और sentimentals का time देखिए. अरे castles, beautiful move. And now if Caruana plays bishop f6, he's wasted a move, yeah, essentially.
क्योंकि बिशप c1 से f4 आया था, then f4 से h6 does not make much sense. He goes knight f d2, planning knight f3 to not allow e5, and e5 by the way is a very very powerful move in this position, but it's only the second best. Queen g7 apparently is the best. And then it's Arjun who's pushing.
And in all the other three games, white is better. This is the only game where black is close to equal if he finds queen g7. Baki sub games where white is better. In fact, Sindaro is better against Keimer, Levon better against Hans, Magnus better against Nodr. फिलहाल सारे results अर्जुन के हिसाब से जा रहे हैं आज.
हम्म मतलब शुरुआत से ही मतलब खुद से ही सोचना था. You didn't have to join the team. That's the lesson that we're taking for Arjun.
Yeah, the only lesson is by Zukam now. बस commentary के time.
Isn't this resembling King's Indian defense? No, bhai. Very, very far from it. Bishop G7 पे होता है, Queen D8, Bishop ये G7 पे होना चाहिए, Queen D8 पे होनी चाहिए, Pawn D6 पे होना चाहिए. So many differences. It's completely different, I think. I think any setup it resembles is kind of Scandinavian. That's the only one it resembles to me. कि E और D pawn change जो है and बाकी सब weird ही रहता है उधर.
By the way, I'm liking the fact कि Karwan is thinking. Time थोड़ा equal हो जाएगा तो मजा आ जाएगा. No way he's gonna play bishop h6 now after all of this. And the second best move is castles, but that allows e5 and simplifications. Black's pieces come to the party. Bishop on d1 looks stupid. So I get a feeling Caruana is struggling. And if you don't castle or play bishop h6, then suddenly you're worse. So
Why?
he
But
has to
E5 के
castle.
बाद you are not threatening anything. Like it's still pinned. That could
But
be, I think, a
f5,
silver
Sajbhai,
lining
maybe.
for.
f5 या knight f6 next.
Ah, you mean after E5? Of course, like I'll play something, but like something like rookie short castle and rookie one is what I'm seeing. Um, but yeah, I think the first few moves have gone Arjun's direction for sure. Yeah, it's a 3 result game. That's perfect.
And he plays castles. The best move.
Nice.
Now e5 is possible. Queen g7 is possible. He has to find one of these two moves. Otherwise, white could be in control again.
Just don't play knight f6 basically. Just yeah, that's not ideal because queen h8 पे मतलब रह जाएगी. तो
Yeah,
e5 is good.
for sure Arjun knows कि queen को h8 पे नहीं छोड़ सकते. So e5 does make a lot of sense. That's what he's calculating, yeah? But he's taking a lot of time. More than 2 minutes behind now. By the way, बाकी तीनों game में white is better. Even this white is better now slightly, but Sindarov is much better. Magnus is much, much better against Rodenbeck. Rodenbeck losing would be great for Arjun if he wins.
Yeah, because he'll be on 3.5 and then tie breaks नहीं होगा. Oh, knight f6 he plays. अरे भाई knight f6 ही खेल दिया उसने यार. यही नहीं खेलना था.
Piper, what about the queen on h8 now?
Uh,
Not feeling happy about this.
Queen g7 I guess, and I mean you have to activate it somehow because otherwise the queen is just in the corner. भाई पर bishop h6 बैठ गया queen के तो कोई घर ही नहीं है. शायद if one is 26, 1700 FIDE has access to all the resources in the world, can that person become a GM? It's possible, but yeah, it's not a given. Like I would say it's less. There are chances of it being less possible than being possible.
But all
95
the resources matlab is also very वो ना. What do you mean by all the resources? Like तुम्हारे पास 100 crore है, sure. Like you can hire Magnus for coaching, sure. But all the resources ka is very simple. I think whether 95 and now bishop h6 only move, but it's a strong move, gives a plus 1.25 edge. Sahad, it's dangerous after bishop h6.
and only move, yeah. Otherwise the bishop is gone. So you don't play bishop g5 because there is h6 and bishop के पास कोई घर
Yeah,
नहीं है. You have to play bishop. You're forced to play the best move essentially.
they are not looking great. And then कभी ना कभी c4 कुछ लात पड़ जाएगी उसको नाइट
Hmm.
को.
But this queen is the problem so far.
भाई,
Still not in the game.
all the 4 games equally bad for black. Literally,
Hmm.
4 games equally bad. It's all +1. Charo.
And चारों boards पे like black का time कम है. Okay, besides Magnus, actually Nadir का time just कम हुआ. But चारों boards पे black का time कम है.
Wow.
What do you think, Salvai? Any chance that he can win or maybe save this position?
I mean, he can, of course. I don't think there's any clear winning plan for white. Like it still involves a lot of maneuvering.
ये
C4
मुश्किल
खेलना
लग रहा है भाई
पड़ेगा,
अब.
rook E1,
I feel
bishop
like he's
F5.
on the
Bhai, that's a
verge of.
big mistake.
Yeah, exactly. I felt like it's on the verge of being lost for Arjun, sadly.
अरे यार, G4 now. But G4 is not the only one. Apparently, rook C1, rook E1, all give white a clear edge. यार हारना नहीं है यार. तो आज इतना आप
G4
इतना
is
पास
very
आए
good.
थे यार.
Hmm.
मैग्नस को हरा दिया यार.
Can you show the positions of the other woods very quickly? Yeah. So this is Sendaro Vincent. Sendaro is slightly better. Queen H8 पे ही पड़ी हुई है अभी भी. This is Levon versus Hans. Hans is also slightly worse. Still that Queen on H8 is the problem. This is
भाई
Magnus Norderbeck. Norderbeck की Queen just अभी वापस बाहर आई है, but he's also a bit worse.
Fabi played
Um,
G4 by
अरे भाई
plus
भाई भाई भाई.
2.3 for Fabi now.
Yeah, this is looking very unlikely now.
Did he
This
miss
queen
G4?
just will never come out. C4, yeah, next move immediately.
भाई सारे पीस वापस जा रहे हैं यार.
To take a like a miracle. Okay,
ओह,
bishop
that is so
D7,
passive.
C4.
अरे
Post था ना
बाप
लेकिन.
रे भाई. भाई knight f6 G5, the knight is trapped.
क्या बात कर रहे हो? नाइट H5 है ना मेरे
हाँ
पास.
भाई H5 बिशप H5 मार के भाई.
हाँ, वो उससे बेटर तो नाइट दे ही दो, बट या.
भाई this is so bad. This is so bad.
And now A3 is very good. Another tempo. Knight C6 जाएगा. फिर C5 is very good. फिर नाइट को 8 जाना पड़ेगा भाई.
और कोई तो
Yeah.
तरीका होगा यहाँ पे काउंटर प्ले क्रिएट करने का. Fabi has the maximum amount of edge now among all the four games.
Yeah, +2 minimum. Actually, Levon also has a
Yeah.
great position against Hans.
A3. Now C5 or D5.
भाई C5 is looking so good. Knight C8 जाना पड़ेगा भाई. ना नाइट 8
अरे
जाना पड़ेगा.
बाप रे. भाई क्या नाइट 8 जाना पड़ेगा क्या?
वही तो. Knight 8 is so bad. Okay, he probably is gonna. Oh, he goes D5, 95 allowed. There's
भाई
some
95
activity.
F4 कुछ ट्रैप रैप होगा यार, for sure. There's no square for the knight.
Knight D3 आ रहा है maybe. But bishop E2 and F4, yeah, simple. सारे squares block हो गए.
भाई नाइट D4 C5. सारे
अरे भाई.
सारे पीस भाई घर पे भाई. दिस इज लाइक ऐसे बिगनर के साथ खेल रहा है, ऐसी फीलिंग आ रही है मुझे वाइट से.
ऐसे लाइक व्हाइट के सारे पीसेस डेवलप हो गए. ब्लैक का, आई मीन द रोक, बोथ रोक्स, क्वीन, द बिशप ऑन D8 सीम्स बैड. अरे यार, आपने पोल ही बंद कर दिया तो.
हाँ भाई, इस तरह तो क्या ही मतलब है भाई देखने का. पोल 60% विन भाई.
अरे यार, दिस इज डेड लॉस्ट. चैट, आई नो आप कह रहे हो कि हिला दो, बट यहाँ पर नहीं है यार. डेड लॉस्ट पे इट्स नॉट,
भाई
इट
हिला
डजंट
दो ना
वर्क लाइक
यार.
दैट.
आई मीन इट्स लाइक, या चलो मत हिलाओ. आपने जब 20 साल हिलाया है भाई, गेम हार गए हम लोग, तो रहने दो भाई.
हाँ, वही मैं कह रहा हूँ आपको भाई. फील होना चाहिए भाई. भाई
साज एक
पूजा
आग में वो
गैम्बिट कर दो फिर
बात
तो.
नहीं रही साज भाई.
पूजा गैम्बिट कर दो भाई फिर तो.
भाई उसमें भी कोई बात नहीं रही अभी, अनफॉर्चुनेटली.
हम्म.
इतनी बात तो नहीं है कि रिजल्ट चेंज कर पाए. वी सीन इनफ एविडेंस. बाय द वे, अर्जुन हैज less than half the time now. Can't find a square. I mean, 95 bishop e2, next bishop f4 incoming. Where do you put that knight?
He's gonna play bishop e2 now. Just 95 played now. Bishop e2 and f4 is incoming. Bhai, this is. I think he's losing a knight by force. कोई option?
भाई
But
g5 आ रहा है भाई,
otherwise you
बेस्ट
go bishop
मूव.
c8
भाई
and
g5 इज
f4
द
पे knight
बेस्ट मूव.
d7 भाई. अरे अरे अरे. सूखा pawn. या फिर f6 के लो, knight f7. I mean,
ओह Sahaj bhai. I
don't
mean, knight
forget
f7
c5 is
would
also
make
coming.
sense. I might choose it because because f4 knight f7 is already decent for black. Yeah, bishop gets trapped.
Yeah, yeah, of course. But we are assuming Fabi is not gonna blunder a bishop. He plays f5
Oh
and
bhai.
now c5. Knight को भी अब c8 जाना पड़ेगा. That's very very unpleasant, yeah, for Arjun. Magnus, by the way, is also almost winning against Norderbeck. Levon Hans is now more or less equal. Sendaro Vincent is also more or less equal.
Bhai, Apparently, after c5, you have to take knight takes d5 as the best move. Lols.
नाइट से हट जाऊंगा ना मैं. Why should I give up the knight?
हाँ मतलब like that's the best move according to the engines after c5. That's how bad it is. Damn, how is Arjun in this position? यार क्या position है भाई? See, Magnus is also winning, but at least it looks like a chess position. This is not a chess position, भाई. This is like a. Oh my god! Arjun like
Okay.
didn't like the freestyle position. He wants a new one, so he's adjusting all his pieces again. यार ये कौन सा तरीका है यार मेरा 56 नंबर लाने का सहज भाई?
और पिछले अबे 16 चाले हुए, ऐसा लग ही नहीं रहा कि ब्लैक ने कुछ मूवी किया है.
Exactly. It looks like he's trying to set up a new freestyle position. Bhai, this just didn't go his way. Okay, at least. अरे यार.
The killer move here is bishop e3, which is okay, not easy because f4 bishop d4 and the queen is जो h8 पे पड़ी हुई है ट्रैप हो जाएगी.
भाई
That's the
अगर
killer move here.
अर्जुन ये गेम जीत गया ना तो एक बंदे को 3 महीने की मेंबरशिप स्ट्रेट
अरे
भाई.
I
स्ट्रेट
was just
3
saying
महीने.
how crazy bishop e3 is and उसने खेल भी दिया भाई बोर्ड पे.
भाई 3 महीने की मेंबरशिप एक बंदे को स्ट्रेट बिकॉज दिस हैज सो लो ऑड्स कि आई फील लाइक वी आर नॉट रिस्किंग एनीथिंग. भाई बिशप डी फॉर f4 क्वीन
e6.
गई.
क्या हो रहा है f4 बिशप f6 है यहाँ पे आपके पास f4 नाइट g4 बिशप g4 f g4 एंड बिशप d4. आई एम गेसिंग.
गुड बाय.
भाई c6 is winning the bishop. भाई ये तो दिखा ही नहीं मैंने. Do you see this? c6 is winning the bishop. भाई
वाओ.
look at this. f4 knight g4 takes c6. भाई c6 पे बिशप ट्रैप हो रहा है.
भाई क्या बता मिस
That's
कर
the.
दे करो ना.
भाई
यार
बिशप d4 बिशप e5 c6 में भी बिशप मर रहा है.
आज भाई गुड न्यूज दो यार, बैड न्यूज नहीं. Okay, second best move in the position, g5. I'm guessing f4 is coming next. Oh, black has to play f4 and sack the pawn. And white will not take that pawn. He'll play bishop d4 anyways. Because now
Hmm.
bishop is not possible. There is no bishop 6. So bishop d4 is just resigns.
Correct. Higher the stakes, make it 12 months. चलो भाई done.
डन क्या
Done
भाई,
भाई.
12 months कौन देगा भाई?
अरे भाई जो भी बचेगा वो मैं कर दूंगा भाई. लेट्स गो.
हाँ ठीक है, साज भाई की उससे काट लेंगे हम. साज भाई कह रहे रहने दो भाई, काहे में फंस गया मैं इसमें. सडनली साज भाई लाइक यार फिफ्थ स्पॉट भी अच्छा स्पॉट होता है.
ऐसे
It's not
कंप्लेंट
too
नहीं
bad.
करना चाहिए. हाँ?
The competition is too tough. Fifth spot sounds good. Yeah, it means lower half, but he was first. That's crazy.
Hmm. Why? But 35 seconds for Arjun. I don't see him saving this. 97 played. F4 and Bishop D4. Hello? Queen नहीं मर रही.
भाई
Oh,
f4
knight
पे you're
D5.
supposed to sack the knight apparently.
Ah, okay. But F4 knight D5 is what he's saying.
Bishop d4 still traps the knight, no?
हाँ. तो sack ही करना है. You were right. Although Magnus now, I mean, Northern is kind of fighting, but Magnus should be a bit better. But Levon is kind of equal against Hans, and Sindarov is a bit better as well.
भाई Arjun's gonna finish last क्या? No, he can't finish
नहीं
last.
भाई.
Okay, ठीक है. f4 played यार, shit खत्म हो गई games आज. That's it I think.
Knight D5 Bishop. अरे यार ये तो गई.
Knight f7 maybe.
भाई D takes C6 Bishop D4 कोई नहीं जा रही है सीधी. अरे 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 अरे. +4 now.
भाई यार.
By the way, Fabi played at like 98% accuracy. Like you have to give
भाई
it to
पर
him.
इसमें तो मैं भी खेल दूं 98 भाई. That's the point. Like it doesn't. Bishop c6. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what?
Bishop E5 में कुछ होगा ना. Knight F4. I don't know.
Oh, knight f4 and black is back.
Yeah. तो Queen
भाई
G3
फैबी.
first. भाई
अरे
क्या है ये?
यार फैबी यार, क्या यार तू फन नहीं कर रहा है यार फैबी. क्वीन जी3 मत खेलना फैबी, तुझे कैंडिडेट्स की कसम. क्वीन जी3
अरे
खेलेगा तो
यार.
कैंडिडेट्स हारेगा. अरे भाई कैंडिडेट्स हारने वाला है फैबी. टियर लिस्ट दोबारा करनी पड़ेगी भाई.
अरे
अरे
यार
यार, can't be serious. Damn. That's sad.
भाई, द
अरे
प्रॉब्लम
यार.
इज आफ्टर टेक्स दैट क्वीन इज स्टिल ऑन इट्स हेड
हाँ.
एंड इट कैन नॉट मूव एवर नाउ। तो पीस भी डाउन ऊपर से क्वीन भी नहीं हिलती भाई। Knight f6, whenever he takes, there's always going to be queen h4, and the knight is pinned, queen is of course gone.
There are no Indians top 10. There are, bhai. Lokesh is number 10. Bhai, Queen H4?
Yeah, queen h4 is just lost by. He's gonna play it. I mean, he's planning e5, I'm guessing. fe5, knight e5, कुछ होगा tactic, bishop c4 check or something.
भाई Queen C3 भी है यार, Queen H4 भी है.
Queen h4 is clean.
By the way, all the other three games, black is back. Like it's close to equal. All the three games.
Magnus is completely. Oh, Magnus का तो draw ही हो रहा है भाई नौदिर के साथ.
भाई डेड ड्रॉ हो गया, ड्रॉ भाई
Drew.
खत्म. दे ड्रू
वही रिजल्ट
ऑलरेडी.
चाहिए था उन दोनों को.
Uh,
तो नौदिर इज इन बेसिकली. हाँ.
yeah, Noderbeek. No, not necessarily. I mean, Fabi wins, Hans could win, and still he would have to play a tiebreak. But Arjun तो गया यार. चलो साथ में एटलीस्ट नॉट टाई ब्रेक्स. भाई स्ट्रीम जल्दी खत्म होगी. बट
हाँ,
सैड
but it's
मैन.
sad for Arjun भाई. Very sad.
वेरी सैड.
That too भाई, मैग्नस को हराने के बाद यार. It was
Yeah,
great
it's a
momentum there.
disappointment.
भाई वो क्वीन h8 से हिल जाए. हाँ भाई, that's
भाई
great.
क्वीन तो हिली. आई एम जस्ट हैप्पी कि उस गेम में आई कम से कम.
27 चाल के बाद भाई, दैट मूव, दैट क्वीन मूव.
Damn. वो क्वीन जी सेवन स्टार्टिंग में ही खेलना था भाई, याद है? तब.
हाँ, उसके बाद मौका ही नहीं मिला. 11 seconds, goes 97.
भाई दिस इज जस्ट सो बैड. ओह. ओह. अच्छा मेरे को लगा रुक ही फाइव आ रहा
बिशप c4, रुक
है.
e4
अरे
तो मर
बाप
ही
रे.
रहना. अरे तो लॉस्ट है भाई, या तो रिजाइन कर सकते हो.
या इज गोना रिजाइन साज आई थिंक.
अरे,
अरे अरे अरे. खत्म.
इधर
रुक
रुक
F6.
f6 just gone, yeah.
Yeah, there it is. Arjun resigns. A dominant show by Caruana. And इसके साथ ही Arjun will not finish in the first four ranks. He did beat Magnus, but Sahaj, it just wasn't enough. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think.
and by Fabi played at 98% accuracy in the final game. I mean, you have to give it to him. That was very
But I
impressive.
think आसान भी था. Like मतलब in this position, it was easy to kind of get a high accuracy. Like there was no absolutely no counter play from Black. There was no
Yeah.
play. Forget counter play. And इसका मतलब standings में there are already four people on four. Caruana and Noderbek. Hands on already, I think, is also ahead. So there is no universe जहाँ पे Arjun
टाई
has any
ब्रेक्स हो रहे हैं.
chance. नहीं अटेम्प्ट्स हो सकते हैं but it will not involve Arjun I
भाई नहीं
think.
हो रहे टाई ब्रेक्स यार. हांस को
अच्छा
जीतना
हाँ,
पड़ेगा उसके लिए.
अटेम्प्ट्स हो भी नहीं रहे actually. You're right. Maybe नहीं होंगे.
That's only if Hans wins. And okay, this is completely locked the position, and only Levon is trying to play for a win.
Yeah. Let's go full screen maybe.
So the four players are basically Magnus, Vincent, Fabi, and Nodirbek so far.
Yeah. Hans knows he can't do much. By the Sindarov Vincent game, also I think might end in a win for Sindarov, so that doesn't change the standings much.
Defend g6. Annoying position to defend, I would say, for Hans here. कि कभी भी
Yeah.
आप कुछ ब्रेक कर सकते हो. Maybe 95 or something, I don't know. Oh, rook e6 is winning. Wait, what? Did he just blunder that?
Wait, what was
What?
that?
Free pawn?
I think he's blundered in. Yeah, you saw the subtle eyebrow twitch from Hans. He realized, ये क्या कर दिया मैंने?
ये तो फ्री में दे दिया. Could have played queen
Okay, so no
f7, but
tie
it
breaks
was
then, yeah?
difficult to hold this though. Have to say, I have to say,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Oh,
Wait,
he
what?
doesn't take it. Wow. आप थोड़ा सफर करो अभी और.
Apparently C4 is the best move.
This must be
Not.
terrible to defend this, like to defend for Hans, no? कभी भी आप कुछ ब्रेक थ्रू कर सकते हो, and you just have to sit and wait as black. Like
Okay,
imagine this
now he
bishop
doesn't.
h5 sacrifices, c4 breaks, rook e6 type of. Oh, अच्छा repeat ही कर लिया इन्होंने. Are they
But
repeating?
for yeah, because for Aronian it doesn't make sense. Yeah, it doesn't change much
Hmm.
for him. So hands goes to 3.5 chat, and with this, we have the final standings
No, no.
kind of.
Tendarov is still playing
Sindarov
against
is the one
Vincent.
playing. He still is. I think he's going to win against Vincent, who will still qualify. So even if Arjun had held the draw against Aronian Sahaj, he would have still not made it. Yeah, because
Yeah.
4 point पे जाना था actually.
Yeah, true. Okay, he plays king g2. Although difficult to win this for Sundaro, I think. Is it that clear?
I
Mistake?
mean, should be winning. I think two. I mean, pass pawn on c6, rook on the 7th rank, king walking up all the way.
Mm-hmm.
Should be
Bishop
some
g1
way.
though. Can't take this in any ways at any point.
H4 is winning apparently. King d3 is winning. Yeah, it seems to be winning. Why did Hans take the draw? Because he knew there's no way he was winning that. He was much worse. And draw say he guarantees himself 5th place. And he has a better chance of performing better in the lower half, right? There's no way he could have won that. Like, there's no way.
Yeah, I mean, he was defending for a long time and okay, he just repeated. I mean, technically Levon could have played, but
Uh,
okay.
Arjun will finish in 6th place, I think. Even Sundaro wins, I think his tiebreak might be worse than Arjun. So, wait, what?
नहीं नहीं भाई, I think direct encounter में
Arjun won.
Arjun won, right? Okay, so he will win, yeah. He will be sixth.
There's a lower bracket, yes. No, lower bracket can't become world champion, though, of course. By I think lower bracket, you're fighting for 5th to 8th place. That's what Arjun will do tomorrow. And he will likely face, I think, one of Sindarov or Aronian, I think. And one of those he will face, I think.
Why Sundaro is completely winning. I don't know बार क्यों नहीं दिख रहा है यहाँ पे, but wait, let me just refresh.
दिख रहा है.
नहीं नहीं वो
Refresh हो
equal
जाएगा.
दिखा रहा है भाई. But it's
वो अभी
winning
हो
for
जाएगा.
sure.
हो जाएगा winning अभी. दिखा रहा है. +4.6 दिखा रहा है. I think F5 at the right moment should be winning. G5 he plays, okay?
Still good. Bishop f4 कभी नहीं मर सकता. Oh भाई f5 he finds
Oh,
crazy.
nice. मारा E से तो Bishop D5, मारा G से तो Bishop H5. खत्म.
And bishop d5 incoming. And he wins this. Ooh,
Yeah.
1 second. Literally played on 1 second.
Wow.
Check. Bishop g6. Simple. Actually, bishop e6 is
One
simpler. c7,
G6.
c8. Yeah, bishop e6 is simple.
Yeah,
Just
he does
push
it.
and queen.
Wow. Okay, Vincent should not be worried. He has made it to the top 4. So
Yeah,
yeah, he
there
is
it is.
angry at himself. Sindarov has a good win at the end, but Sahaj, the final standings are here. If you can have it on the screen, and Magnus Carlsen is in 1st place. Oh my God, I'm shocked.
But आधे पॉइंट से थैंक्स टू अर्जुन.
Ha,
नहीं तो वो 1.5 पॉइंट होता वो.
true, true. So if you get the standings once chat, 8 player ka layenge. But of course, like Arjun will be in the lower bracket, so that means he can't become the freestyle world champ. And the freestyle world champ will be one among 4 players: Magnus Carlsen, Vincent Keimer, Fabiano Caruana, and Abdus Noderbek. So in champ में से कोई होगा. And tomorrow Arjun will play either Sindarov or Levon. Which one would you prefer, Sahaj?
लेवॉन आई थिंक.
Levon, yeah.
बदला लेना ना भाई वहाँ पे.
True, true. अगर हाँ, that's a good fair point. So देखते हैं.
Yeah,
I
but
think
I
Hans
but
will
I think
choose
इसमें
one
अर्जुन
opponent.
की कॉल नहीं है. I think it will be Hans who
हाँ.
chooses the 2 players and Arjun will be left with the player he doesn't choose. I think Arjun
So
most likely plays Sendaro, but we'll see.
Sindarov, yeah. Hans will choose the Ronian, and we'll see Arjun Sindarov again. So, okay, he did defeat Sindarov in this tournament. So hopefully that's a favorable pairing. So yeah, chat. I think we'll see you tomorrow. That's gonna be around the same time. So disappointing थोड़ा बहुत सहज at the end यार. मतलब थोड़ा सा close थे बहुत. Last round तक उम्मीद थी.
Yeah, also Magnus को भी हरा यार. I mean, that was actually quite impressive. But I still think that okay, you have to give it to Fabi. I mean, if you play the last round with 98% accuracy, it doesn't matter how the game is. Like that's impressive, regardless. I mean, you have to give it to Fabi. Fabi played an amazing game.
Agreed. Agreed. So, chat, we'll see you tomorrow with day 2 of the Freestyle World Chess Championship. Thank you, joining. Happy Valentine's Day. See you tomorrow. Bye bye. Good night.
Yes, knights on the rim are dim. King safety. Pawn structure is important. Yes, bishop pair. Rooks always behind the pass pawn.